I've got us one. We're getting the overlays queued up. Let's do it.
Awesome.
So we are going to be watching the Rapid Dashers, Rapid Gaming versus The Bar here for our first round of the tournament. And speaking of team compositions, it looks like we've got one of my favorite Pokemon for our bottom team here in Mamoswine.
Yeah, that's such an exciting Pokemon to see. Obviously, it looks like we're having a similar comp here. We've got a 1-1-3, and Lucario top is what that means for people who don't watch a lot of these tournaments. Lucario is going to be soloing that top lane. We have some people in the jungle. It's probably going to be, Greninja on both sides. And no, never mind. This is not at all what I expected. We have Mamo and Pika in the top lane. Lucario Venusaur in the bottom lane for the orange team here. This is really cool to see.
Yeah, and I really kind of like this top lane from the orange team here. So Pikachu with its Electro Web early, along with the boosted autos from Mamoswine, really excellent at kind of punishing and ceasing the Lucario as we see here. It is going to get to Score because Score Shield is very powerful, but these are definitely two Pokemon that have the potential to punish this solo Lucario top.
Yeah, I was about to say this Lucario might be getting itself KO'd right away, and you see that they are actually, this is a counter to this Lucario meta right there. They have two Pokemon with huge CC, huge stun right there, and they worked really well together, and they're using their Lucario in the bottom lane against this tri-lane. This is so cool to see, Jeff.
Yeah, and honestly, I think this is a really interesting way to approach attacking the 1-1-3 format, because similar to how Lucario in the top lane can go 2-1 in a lot of instances, Lucario in the bottom lane can push off 2-3 for a similar reason.
And now you see such a cool move. So this is all planned out really well. Their Greninja now rotates bottom to make it a 3-on-3 lane. However, it's that jungler with more experience with both buffs. I love this play here.
Yep.
Wow, what a cool start to this tournament.
Now, one thing that we will note is that the way these splits ended up happening, it looks like the jungler on our purple team has come out a little bit ahead after the first bees. We see the Greninja in the center already at 6. It's doing the center crabs, while our orange team jungler is only at 5 here.
Yeah, it is really interesting to see. One thing for sure is they want to shut down this domination in the top lane by this Lucario here. And wow, orange team. I gotta say, I'm so on board for this, Jeff. I want orange team to win this so bad. I don't know if we're supposed to have favorites right now, but I just love
pure bias commentary. Pick a favorite every round. Let's do it.
Okay, great. I'm picking my favorites right now. I apologize. What was the orange team's name?
I believe that is the bar on the right side here for our group.
Okay, I'm ordering the t-shirt right now. I'm the bar fan. Wow, and that's true in real life too. I'm a fan of the bar. Yeah.
Yeah, and we've seen this Lucario die twice now, largely on the back of these Electronets.
Yeah, that is one of those early game moves that you almost don't want to give up when you play Pikachu. It's so good. It's so unbelievably good.
One of the things that you're going to want to be watching in the early game here, so we are past the second bee spawn, which is the big contested farm of the game, is we want to watch these jungler levels. So we see the Greninja on our left side here for the Rapid Dashers as exceeded to level 9 now, while the bar team is only at 7. Having your Unite move first for this first Dreadnought objective is a big deal.
Yeah, it completely changes the entire encounter, really. If you don't have that, Unite move, and the other team does, here it goes. Here comes the Unite from Greninja, and he's using it to escape a little, but he can actually just jump right back in and get a double KO right there. Looks like he's pulling out. He wants to play it safe, but that is now, interestingly enough, not great for purple team, but they were able to secure Dreadnought because everyone is dealing with that Greninja in the jungle.
Yeah, and we can see this kind of something that you don't see happen frequently. Usually there's this big fight around the Dreadnought, but the jungler for the Rapid Dasher was able to buy enough time with that center fight for their bottom lane to go ahead and just rip that objective right off.
Yeah, that was really great. You know, if you are somewhere on the map, this is why people peel off and they'll be solo in a lane. Usually at this point in the game, you'll see one person in the lane all by themselves, oftentimes Lucario. And it's because if the other team doesn't peel off, they get to score a bunch of points. But if they do peel off to deal with that Pokemon, now all of a sudden there's an imbalance around an objective fight. So that was really great. But we actually now have a level 9 for this Ooh! I was going to say, are we seeing a Unite move here? But they did not get it off in time.
That is a big kill. So you'll note here we have the scores for both teams at the very top of the screen here, and they're incredibly close. But the score in Pokemon Unite doesn't really tell the whole story. The most important thing for measuring which team is actually ahead are the levels on these characters. And you'll see not only does the purple team now have a bit of a score advantage, but their levels are much higher than our players on the right.
Yeah, and it really is huge. Just like in the mainline Pokemon games, if you are out leveling your enemy, it's really, really bad for them. So seeing that level 11 Greninja compared to 9, we've got a 10 Lucario compared to 8. They are we got a Unite move coming in from the bar, and that's a really great that's
small mistake here by the Mamoswine. Could have gotten a really big overcap on that point and instead broke it off. We could get 2 caps here, it'd be great.
Wow.
That's huge.
Okay,
now,
well, yeah, they kind of made it up there. Obviously, those are those moments where you're kicking yourself a little bit and you're going, oh, no, sorry. You know, you just got really excited because they had a massive win in that top lane. And that's something that you want to watch out for, Jeff, is when you're ahead that much in experience, you giving up those KOs, you give up so much more than the team who is behind. So if you KO a level 6 Pikachu as a level 11 Greninja, that's fine, you get some experience. But if that level 11 Greninja goes down, that's big for the team that's behind.
Yeah, and you know, talking about what we're looking at here, you know, we were talking about how the blue frog was at 12. Well, it's still at 12 now, and our jungler on the right has caught back up to 11, and the levels on these teams are starting to equalize out a little bit. Pokemon Unite is a game with a lot of catch-up mechanics, and if you don't play tight the entire time, you're going to give your opponents an inch, and they're going to be able to take a mile.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I've often compared it to Mario Kart in some ways. There are a lot of blue shells inside Pokemon Unite. They really want the match to stay competitive, even if one team is dominating most all of it. And of course, the biggest catch-up mechanic is coming up in about a minute and a half here, and that's Zapdos, where we're going to have a huge fight, and it oftentimes determines the game.
Yeah, and you know, this is a game where how often the Zapdos, or how important the Zapdos is going to be, is often predicated on where the scores are in the game. So the thing that the early scoring really matters for is what role you take in that Zapdos fight. In a game like this, where the scores are incredibly close, both teams are going to be looking to get aggressive because they need to secure that bird to secure a win.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to go into Zapdos, of course, a few 100 points ahead. That way, all you need to do is kind of defend it a little bit. Even if the enemy team gets it, you can run around and counter score. But with a match like this, that ending fight is going to be paramount for both teams.
Yeah, one of the things you'll note here is that we've got this Pikachu up in the top left getting farm. One of the most important things in Pokemon Unite is clearing all of this farm, especially contested farm like these bees that both teams are positioned to try and get.
Yeah, it's one of the things that you don't realize when you first start playing this game, but with so many catch-up mechanics and with so many opportunities for your team to come back. Boy, I said the same thing twice there, didn't I? With so many ways for your team to come back, if you keep yourself in level with the enemy team, you can win most any match still if you're able to win a big fight at the end.
Yep, and talking about levels, look at the map here. Our blue players have a level 14 Greninja, and a lot of their farm is clear, whereas the entire jungle is still up on the right side of the board, and their jungler is only level 12. This gives the blue team a big edge in terms of team fights at the end of the game. However, we got some people dancing around in the middle here with the Mamoswine still not Mamoswine at the end of the game.
That's one of the most unfortunate things you could see is someone who is not fully evolved by the end of the game here. And purple team is seeing this. Yeah, that Mamoswine is done. This is almost a full team wipe here. Oh, no, the bar. I love you so much, but this is really hard for them to come back from. They were almost completely wiped in that bottom lane pre-zap.
Correct. Yeah, we saw kind of rough macro positioning from our team on the right. They took a fight 3-5 in the bottom while their Mamoswine was farming in the center with another one of their teammates, and they just got wiped out before the rest of their team could get there.
I know this is, hindsight is 2020, as they say, but at this point, that Mamoswine, you'd really hope that someone would let that Pokemon just peel off, go grab some of those Audinos, go grab some of that jungle, and get to 10 pre-zap, because those Unite moves change the entire fight.
Yes, definitely. And one of the things that you'll consistently see the better teams in Pokemon Unite do compared to the less experienced people is they clear all of those dots throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, those little gold dots, they are gold. They are everything. Having more experience is key, and we're seeing the level advantage really swing in favor of the Rapidashers. They only lose this match by a complete team KO right now at Zap, and they don't even have a position to do that. So
Yeah,
I
with 20 seconds left, we are mostly in garbage time here, I think.
Yeah. Wow. What a fun match to see it with the first match of this tournament with something that is definitely not considered the meta. I love to see it, but unfortunately, for the bar, the Rapidashers really owned the end of this match. The last 3 minutes where, they
Yep.
completely controlled it.
Yeah, and actually, we saw the bar have a really decent, strong lane to start there against the Lucario in the top, while also being reasonable in the bottom. Now, for those of you that are a fan of the Big Pig like myself, do not fret, because this tournament is best 2 out of 3. So we're going to be grabbing their next match once they get started here.
I really loved seeing what they did there in that top lane. The only thing that was unfortunate about it is, as you brought up, we had the Greninja for the bar fall way behind early in that match. It was, what was it, level 6 or 7 compared to level 9.
It was level 7, while the other Greninja was uniting from the Rapidashers.
Yeah, that's so big. If you have a Unite, as you were saying, at that first Dread, the fight is completely different. I like what the bar did, where it almost feels like, because of that situation, they kind of gave up that Dreadnought fight. I wonder if they could have even swung harder, completely leave bottom lane and dominate top in that moment once they realized that there's no chance they're going to win this, because they kind of got split up. They started dealing with that Greninja in the jungle, but they didn't fully commit top. It just got a little out of control for them, I think, in that moment.
Yeah, their early laning was good, but the macro fell apart in the mid, and especially that late game when they were looking for a fight. And one of the things that's important to know too is, like, they had that Mamoswine that was level 9 still, not fully evolved, going into the end fight. If the opposing team isn't positioned to take that Zapdos, you don't have to initiate that fight, right? Like, you can kite back away from that 3 to 5 fight in the bottom while your teammates hit farm, and so long as you're keeping vision on the objective, there's no urgency to do it if they're not forcing you to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, without question, if you're analyzing that from, a coaching perspective, or if they have no coaching or just the team sitting down, there's no question that they have to go, okay, guys, we're way behind in experience, multiple points inside this fight. We definitely need Mamo to be 10, at least 10. He should be way more than 10.
And honestly, one of the things important to note from a game mechanic in Unite is, if you need a last hit on a piece of farm to evolve, and it actually holds all of your levels waiting for that. So there's a chance that Mamoswine had enough incidental experience from time that if it got a last hit, it might have jumped to level 11 or even 12 with that last hit.
Yeah, absolutely. And something I also noticed, same thing was happening with the Venusaur in the bottom lane. I can't remember if it was at Dread or a little before Dread. I saw it still as Bulbasaur in that bottom lane. Of course, that's it's a duo into a tri lane right there. So it's hard for them to get experience, but they need to have a strategy somehow where that can at least become Ivysaur by that Dread fight, for sure.
And if you're someone out there at home that's looking to up your Pokemon Unite game and you need people to analyze your games and you're not on coverage here, be sure to check out our sponsor, Metafy.gg. They have a ton of excellent players, including top tournament winning players, some of which we're going to be spectating later today throughout the rounds, that they would love to help you up your game here in Pokemon Unite and a bunch of other fantastic games.
Yeah, I've actually used Metafy. I was telling you about this before. I've actually used Metafy. I used it to get a coaching session with Goof from TTV, and it was great. It's really awesome just to sit down with someone who's kind of a top player for a little bit. Even the small tweaks they give you, you're like, oh yeah, that's big.
And honestly, having talked with those players before, I think it was Goof said to me, Jeff, this game is 80% macro. And what that means is the most important thing about this game is being in the right spots on the map at the right time. And while it is important to know how to play your character mechanically well, that's not enough to win these 5-on-5 games. Your entirety of your team needs to know where they're supposed to be at different positions and in different situations, right? Because you're going to have different games play out in different ways based on how different fights go for you.
Yeah. And something we talked about a lot last game was how much of the map the bar had not cleared. And that's one of
Yep.
the most important things. That's one of those macro decisions that you're not really thinking of. I think being mechanically good with Greninja is amazing, but being in position to win regardless, that's where you want to be. It doesn't help to be mechanically good if you're 3 levels behind. You're never going to get there.
For those of you wondering where the match is, our players were having a small technical issue and they are starting their second game right now. So we'll be diving on into there momentarily. Appreciate everybody hanging out this morning for our first ever Pokemon Unite Open here on Twitch, sponsored by Metafy.gg. We're going to be bringing you action all day today as we whittle down in our double elimination tournament from 30 teams. We had one drop out, so 30 teams was our final count for the day, down to 2. The tournament structure, for those not familiar, is the upper bracket will be playing best of 3 matches, and then for the sake of keeping the tournament clipping along, the lower bracket up until the semifinals will be playing best of 1 matches.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up the bracket here, taking a look at it. So we already have some matches in right now, which is really cool to see. Bad Macro Flipbird won their first match. Team 5 Stack won their first match. Scrolling down here, Tire won their first match. TTV won their first match. I mean, these are some of the best teams in Unite that we're going to see get to compete against each other, which is really, really cool.
Yeah, I think if you asked me to pick out 2 teams to kind of watch in this tournament, it would definitely be Bad Macro Flipbird and then Team TTV. I think are kind of the 2 bigger teams in the scene right now in terms of tournament results that have been put up so far in these community events.
Yeah, and I love both those teams, but of course I want someone unknown to come through here and just start smoking everybody. I always want to see the underdog win this thing. But yeah, those are the teams to watch for sure. And the way these brackets are set up, it's likely we will see them down the road throughout this tournament against each other, and that's going to be a really exciting matchup to see.
Waiting for our spectator match to pop up. So for sake of tournament integrity, the spectate matches run on a 2-minute delay. So we're technically a little bit behind where they are at in real life. So that way there's nobody kiting and giving extra information from an outside perspective.
Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's smarter than how I would set it up, Jeff. Someone would have to tell me to do that. That makes sense. I'm glad Pokemon Unite did that.
Yes. Yeah, I was like, this is just great. Yep, perfect.
Did we get to see from Mamo? I didn't actually see the build later in the game. Was it an Icicle Crash, high horsepower? I
believe it was Crash, high horsepower.
Okay, cool. I was just curious what they'd like to run because, I think given the situation, and I'm not sure this was it, but Ice Fang, it has such incredible CC that I was just wondering if a team would try to run it. But of course, it's a really, really tough move to hit, especially when you're so far behind in level.
Yeah, it's high risk, high reward, right? Because if you miss it, it still goes on cooldown. But if you hit, it grabs their carry for such a long time and takes it out of a fight if you can get up to it.
Yeah, it's like it's very similar to telekinesis from Slowbro, where you're like, oof, that thing is in such a bad position right now if it gets hit by that.
All right, and we've got our match. Let's head back on down into game 2 of our players here today.
Awesome.
Our Rapidashers are now up 1-0 in this fight.
And we're seeing the same comp coming out for both teams. So I wonder what adjustments we're going to see from the bar here. Obviously, again, they were quite a bit behind the Rapidashers experience-wise that entire game.
All right, and it looks like our lane splits are going to be a little bit different this time through. Oh, perhaps we're missing... Oh, Bulbasaur's coming back up now.
There's Bulbasaur. And now, Bulbasaur, Mamo, top. So they're still going a 2-1-2 for the bar. Interesting.
Yeah, I want to watch the bottom lane play out this time. We watched the top lane play out reasonably against the Lucario. And we see that 3 bottom really get to bully here. They get to that center Dino, and we're not even contesting our own farm here is really interesting.
Well, you know, the tough thing is right here, and this Lucario could be going down right now. The tri lane, the reason it's so popular in the meta is just because when you're running two Pokemon against it's hard to get any of your farm. It's hard to do anything there. And if you overextend just a little bit, you're getting KO'd. I don't know if we saw them pop a focus band or if that was just steadfast on that Lucario, but they have a really
I believe
tough
it was
time.
a focus band, yeah. Yeah, and I've played a number of 2-1-2s myself into this 1-1-3, and you're basically taking the gamble that whichever two Pokemon you put up top are going to be able to get ahead against the Lucario, and that's not always something that's going to be a possibility depending on what your composition looks like.
Yeah, I would say I like the composition in the first game more than I do this composition in the second game. I don't know if Bulbasaur is as valuable as Pikachu was against this Lucario here.
Yeah, and we see the Greninja here for the blue team playing really well, pushing off the bars to Pokemon in the top, so Lucario is able to secure those bees. The big thing you want to look for in the early games of these Pokemon Unite games is who is getting the contested farm.
Yes. Yeah, it matters who gets that center Corphish, who gets that center Audino, and then if you have an advantage in lane like that tri lane, are you able to take their side, their farm, which they did at the beginning of the match, and that's just such a massive advantage so early.
And we see from the bar something that went better for them this game than last game is their Greninja is up a little bit here. It was able to, I don't know that I like this score when we could be fighting the Lucario. It feels a little aggressive, and then we got punished for getting in too deep with the kill.
That's, I mean, here's the thing. When you have one Lucario against three Pokemon right there, I think they win that exchange and actually KO that Pokemon. So I'm totally with you there, Jeff. I think that was unfortunately a big mistake for the bar there. That Lucario was probably going down in that moment, and their Greninja had not made their way there yet.
Yep. And then we saw the Mamoswine and Bulbasaur kind of overstayed their welcome up top. The Greninja went down, and then the other person was able to get top. And then now our player on the right here has committed what I kind of consider one of the cardinal sins that your jungler can commit in Pokemon Unite, which is the bees came up at 720, and the bar's jungler was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And earlier in the match, I saw it looked like there was some confusion as to which lane they were going to gank. I remember seeing them kind of in the middle jungle, right around first bees too, rather than being completely committed in that bottom lane. I wonder if they switched up the setup here because Pikachu and Lucario both don't evolve. So I'm wondering if that's why they wanted them in the bottom lane. That way, if they didn't get experience, they weren't so far behind. But wow, we're just seeing purple team Rapidashers is such a good position here for Dread.
You see that the objective actually ended up leashing and resetting, which is a big deal here. So if you pull the objective too far from the point where it spawns, it ends up walking back and fully healing.
Ooh, that Lucario is so low. So we're seeing an interesting split here. We have Greninja in the top lane by themselves for the Rapidashers, and then we have a lot of the members. Ooh, sorry, Mamo. Oh, and sorry, Venusaur too. I mean, that's just going to be tough for them. Right now, the Rapidashers are in such great position in both lanes. They take Dread right here, and Greninja completely secures that top lane by himself. It looks like he's taking Rotom as well. Yeah,
and we see kind of textbook good positioning from the Rapidashers here. We had Eldegoss and Lucario and Pikachu ripping the objective while the Snorlax moved to the right in order to block with both block and heavy slam to keep the opposing team out.
This Greninja right now from the bar was actually surviving in such an impressive way because he was in so much trouble. I thought he was going to get KO'd 5 times there, but he actually has a double KO right now. That's really impressive. Finally taken out by that Lucario in the top lane. And we just see Vashers here scoring at will, getting KOs at will in this top lane. Dominant performance by the Greninja on the Rapidashers here.
Yeah, we had a pretty close early game in the first game between these two teams, but this second game has just been a complete run over for the Rapidashers.
It's interesting. They're not going to be able to take this Greninja down. If they keep chasing, I actually think this Greninja is going to end up getting both of these KOs here, even though it is 2-on-1. It just seems like that Greninja was in a better position, especially with how low the Greninja from the bar was. And now he's taking all the farm in their jungle. The Rapidashers are saying, look, if you guys aren't going to take it, we're going to take it. We'll take the experience.
And again, the mid game is so important to be getting all of that farm. And honestly, you should just be backing up from these points where you're not going to win these team fights. Something that's important to note is that when your point gets broken, you see these extra pieces of farm spawn along the side, these Adinos that are a little bit safer for you to be farming. And it's one of Unite's many catch-up mechanics where your outside points get broken early. Now you have this extra experience that the other team doesn't have access to maybe help you catch back up if you utilize it.
One of the best pieces of advice I had gotten for playing this game was, if you're losing your lane, just back up. If it's gone, you know it's gone. They're dunking on it. It's over. Back up. Be ready to immediately farm those Audinos right there, because you're right. The amount of experience. Look at this. This Venusaur almost gets to level 10 just by taking 2 of them down right there. They are huge, and we do have Ice Fang, Jeff. We do have Ice Fang.
Sick.
Oh, I love it.
You know, I often hear people compare Pokemon Unite to, you know, other MOBAs like League of Legends or Dota, but I always tell people it's secretly more comparable to Stardew Valley. You're largely just supposed to be farming, and then there's a team fight at the end that eventually happens.
Just like Stardew Valley, there's that big team fight.
There's a little bit of combat in those farming games.
True. That's so funny that you bring that up. Literally, when I am streaming or when I am playing, I often say, like, I'm on my Stardew Valley right now. I'm farming. That's all I'm doing. I'm a huge Stardew Valley fan, so I use that reference all the time as well. And it is a lot like that. You're planting your crops. You're getting big. You're getting your money in Stardew Valley, and here you're getting your experience. And we could just see that level 13 Lucario, level 13 Greninja from the Rapidashers against that level 9 Lucario from the bar.
This is the big, you know, there's that point lead for our purple team, but the levels are really what tell the huge story. And here at 2 minutes and 45 seconds left, the Greninja on this team is already at level 14. You know, there's still level 8s and 9s for our orange team, so it's going to be an incredibly difficult comeback story from here.
Yeah, it would be very tough. Of course, Zapdos can change everything, but right now, the point lead is so huge that this is also one of those moments where the Zapdos, even if the bar is able to take it, it could easily just open up a position for the Rapidashers to counter score and still be ahead.
Well, yeah, and not only that, but even let's say they instigate a fight where they full flip a Zapdos, you not need to just full flip the Zap, you have to have people survive to dunk. And while you're trying to flip a Zap, the other team's going to be hitting you, and you're down so many levels. You know, again, we have a Piloswine coming into this endgame fight.
Get ready. I mean, here's the fight right here. I think that it looks like that the Rapidashers are just going to dominate in this bottom lane once again. We're actually seeing both rounds. The fight is kind of happening near the bottom and into the jungle of the bar. And ooh, oh man, this Greninja is just so brutal, so mean. Look at him go. Wow.
And if you're on the orange team at this point, you know, you're just kind of running out to your death. You have to, if I'm this Greninja, we got to back up a little bit unless the bird's going down, which it could be at this point. Nope.
I mean, it totally could be. The Rapidashers could be doing that, but they also know there's no reason for them to touch it at all. Yeah, if I'm the bar right now, I feel like the only call is we don't move unless we move as 5. We try to buddy barrier each other, and we have to win a big team fight. But of course, at this point, this match is so far gone. I hate to say GG with an entire minute left, but I don't see any way for the bar to come back.
I agree. We are firmly into garbage time here at this point. The game has ended, but we're still playing for a second here.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, an amazing performance by the Rapidashers the whole way through. Obviously, I still have my t-shirt coming from the bar. I love their strategy in that top lane. That Mamo Pika shut down that Lucario.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think from a game theory perspective, what the bar was trying to execute to start seems very reasonable. They just need to clean up some of that macro they had in the mid to late game especially.
Yeah, absolutely. Such an exciting first game. And I literally, one of the first things I said is, I want to see some variety. I want to see different strategy. And in our first match of the entire tournament, we see a completely different meta for lanes. We see a Pokemon that we rarely see, Mamoswine. So that was all really, really cool.
All right, well, congrats to the Rapidashers on moving on into our next round, continuing on in our top bracket. Let's take a peek at what all we have going on as our teams get moving along here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the brackets right now. Bad Macro Flipbird looks like they won their series 2-0. We've got Team 5 Stack. It looks like they've won their series 2-0. Good Morning beat Lucario's Bane 2-0. Imperial above beat Zapid Zod. Oh, Jeff, I'm an idiot. Zodiacos 2-0. So a lot of sweeps in these first rounds, which is interesting to see.
And that's one of the things, the way the bracket builds up, the stronger teams will eventually start running into each other. And I imagine we'll start seeing a lot more game threes in these rounds as we move deeper and deeper into our bracket.
Ooh, Millennium was against Tamagotchi Crew. I can't believe we didn't spectate Tamagotchi Crew. That feels like, I mean, we might have really missed it there. You know what? We actually have a team tied up in a series. We have War Legion Esports versus, what's this, Tachi Volanti? And they're tied in their series, actually, which is kind of cool to see. I think one of the only series tied.
Let's take a look and see if maybe we can get in on their third game for this round between those players.
Yeah, that might be cool to see here. A lot of sweeps. TTV swept their game 2-0 against Void. So, as expected, we have some of the top teams performing extremely well. I wonder what other Pokemon we might see that are not super high meta picks in the game right now. Machamp is one of my top on the list that I would love to see. Although I think
we actually have. Okay, so I'm gonna look.
Oh, we got it.
I have a match that's about to be finished with Machamp. Maybe we'll see if they move up. We can take a peek at them. One of the things I'm not quite used to yet on here is I'm looking at player names and team names are different, and not everybody has their captains flagged appropriately in here for me.
Oh, yeah. So we do have a game with a Machamp.
There was a Machamp as one of our team captains from a second ago here.
I see. And do they have a shirt as well?
I did not see which cosmetic they have on the preview screen.
No, I meant does our team have a team shirt that I could buy?
Oh.
Oh, we actually have in the bottom bracket already. We have a victory for Zodiacos against Lucario's Bane. So the bottom bracket is moving on as well. Very cool. I'm looking at these brackets, Jeff, and I got to tell you, I could not set up a bracket.
Thankfully, we have the wonderful software at Smash.gg to do all of that for us.
You're a pro, my friend. That's a great throw to that sponsor. That's incredible.
Great. So looks like we have rounds getting started for round 2. Even on some of these, we're waiting for matches to come up so we can jump into one from the start here.
Great.
We'll be ready here with some. We're going to throw to a short break here for a second while we get ready to pair up for round 2. Once the matches come up, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Thanks for hanging out today, folks. All right, folks, I promised you it would be a short break, and I've got an exciting game 3 for us here. Keep Running is playing one of my personal favorites in Jungle Garchomp, and they are going to a game 3 in the first round of our event. Let's take a peek at what's going on here.
Jeff, this makes me unbelievably happy to see Garchomp in this tournament, in the jungle. And I look at this team comp here. They've got Gardevoir and Garchomp. I'm losing my mind right now. How is this possible?
I mean, they are in game 3, right? So they have won a game in this series. I'm interested to see how they end up splitting this here and what their opposing team is looking to do.
I feel like I have played against this Gardevoir. I'm pretty positive. I remember the name Dravix. I think they're actually pretty dang good. So we have a 2-1-2 with Garchomp in the jungle. This is so off meta that I have to buy this shirt. I just have to.
You know, Garchomp and Gardevoir, not particularly impressive Pokemon in the early game, but they both scale really powerfully.
Yes. So you have to wonder, is this team's entire strategy like, look, we're fighting for that bird at the end. We're going to have 2 of the strongest late game Pokemon possible. Look at this. Look at this Gardevoir just going back and forth with this Lucario here. Wow.
Well, on the right, we have Team Takniche Volanti versus the War Legion. I know War Legion is pronounced.
I'm so sorry to cut you off. Look at that. They take out Lucario in this top lane with a Ralts. Okay, sorry, Jeff. I apologize.
No, and one thing that's really interesting to see here, in response to the 2-1-2, our team on the right here, the War Legion, has chosen to bring their jungler into the bottom, which is not very typical.
Wow, and we are going to see, I mean, this could be a huge domination. We have 4 people in this bottom lane, and then look at this. They're completely shutting down this top lane Lucario. It feels like this strategy is absolutely to counter the Lucario meta in the strongest way possible.
Yeah, and this is huge. You know, like I mentioned in the last game where we saw someone running a 2-1-2 into a 1-1-3, you're basically gambling that your top lane is going to get ahead, and Garchomp is level 6 here. And oh, this is interesting. So Garchomp has finished level 6, and now they are putting routes into the jungle for the second rotation, so it can scale appropriately a little bit too here.
Yeah, now that Garchomp has its dash and it has out-leveled the Lucario on the other team, it actually can compete with that Lucario very well. It can't steal the objectives as well, but one-on-one, that Garchomp's going to do just fine, and they have decided to move that Ralts jungle, let it evolve as well. This is a really cool strategy here.
Yeah, and we saw the Eldegoss started in the top lane, and now it's come down, and wow, this Gardevoir is cleaning up, dominating this bottom lane with their rotation, while the Garchomp up here is staying above the Lucario to start.
I think now I know why I remember the names, Jeff. I think they must have beat me mercilessly because I love this strategy.
Oh, and there's another kill on the jungler. And remember, this early game, while there's a lot of catch-up mechanics in Pokemon Unite, the team on the left here, the Volanti, they scale much harder than the team on the right does.
Absolutely. And, you know, their secure gets incredible once we start to see this Pokemon become Gardevoir. And we're seeing a future sight, which is interesting. I see a lot of the higher ranked players running Psyshock. So I actually love to see this. And of course, their thought is if we get that future sight upgraded, all of a sudden that move is on the smallest cooldown in the entire game.
Incredible discharge here from the Zeraora. Gets to get in and put up a ton of damage on absolutely everyone. There's a pick from the Eldegoss though.
Look at that. I mean, we have a double here on that Gardevoir. And then look.
Garchomp is level 9 in the top lane. It's already broken the point.
They have won this top lane with a Garchomp against Lucario. This strategy seems to be perfectly combating the very safe, predictable, and winning strategy from our orange team here of a 1-1-3.
Okay, we'll see. Is there some map awareness? So this team saw that, okay, they're not on the objective. We're going in for a full flip situation where the red team's up a little bit. Okay, the right side team does get the objective here while the blue team was kind of back off doing other farm.
Yeah, it looks like they wanted their Gardevoir to get 10 there. Unfortunately, it's right at the cusp. You see, it's like just needs one more hit on something to have its Unite move, and I think they were just hoping they could get that before that big fight there. This is really big for the orange team right now. They're pushing in right here, and we do not have a Unite from this Gardevoir, and here it comes. Now it's 10.
And now again, we always talk about the team levels are the most important thing. There is, even though the right side team got that Dreadnought objective, our Gardevoir is level 10, our Garchomp is level 10, and only the Zera is now level 10 on the right side team.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. It looks like we might have a team fight materializing a little bit up here in the top lane, or at least Zeraora is coming in and maybe getting themselves into some trouble here, unfortunately. But of course, Zeraora has some of the best escapes in the game, and ooh, is he able to make it out of there? Wow.
Something to really watch on the micro play from the Gardevoir here, playing excellently to keep back. Gardevoir is able to put up an incredible amount of damage, but does not have sustain inside of team fights and does not have any built-in mobility. So if you get jumped on and captured, you're going down.
I think I just saw a choice specs little extra damage pop off on Gardevoir, and that's, I mean, one of the best items for Gardevoir, in my opinion. You not only have the highest special attack in the game, or maybe one less now that Ninetales has it, but you get that extra pop of damage when it lands a future sight. That is going to be unbelievably brutal when it hits some of the carries.
I want to point out the map for the people at home. Look at how few yellow dots there are on both sides of this map. Those yellow dots represent the farm food Pokemon, and both teams are just doing a phenomenal job of getting as much levels as the board will allow.
So right here, we've got 4 members of the purple team, all 5 members of the orange team in this top lane, and we have their Garchomp sort of off-laning down there at the bottom. It can take Dread by itself, it can take that goal, but we have a big fight materializing here over this Rotom.
Yeah, we see Garchomp. One of the things Garchomp does really well is it's going to go ahead and solo this objective while the team fight happens up top. The question is, can the rest of the purple team hold this Rotom while they are down a player?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, but they do take that Garchomp, which means they all have shields, they all have more experience, and now you can see the orange team goes, oh, Garchomp was never here. We need to take this right away, and...
oh, complete disaster. Engage a coin flip there, and they end up losing it.
Wow, I mean... with one player down, the Garchomp down on the purple team, they win the objective, and that Garchomp secures Dread, scores 50 points in that bottom goal. Big plays there for our purple team.
And just, again, note the macro here from the blue team after they win that Rotom. They know that this Rotom is not about pushing points. It is about buying time so we can clear all the dots on the map and continue to get as big as possible for this ultimate fight before the Zapdos happens.
You know, I can't believe, Jeff, I'm geeking out so much over Garchomp and Gardevoir. I didn't notice we also have a Cramorant, which I feel like has fallen off the meta a little bit lately, but I love seeing a Cram inside a game. One of the, you know, most devastating Unite moves in the entire game, can zone an entire enemy team, huge for these big objective fights.
And we actually saw that Cramorant Unite come into play at the top, where it kind of zoned off the other team from the Rotom while the Garchomp finished the Dreadnought to give the team shields.
Wow, did you see? I can't believe that they lost that chase on that mime. Incredible Hurricanes and Surf. From
the CC Mac micro play from the blue team has just been phenomenal in these team engagements.
Wow, this is just such an impressive match to watch, because we're seeing an extremely competent orange team right here against, oh, here we are. I mean, they're zoning up for Zap right now. We have every member of our purple team in the pit, and the orange team is kind of trying to figure out how they're going to make their way through this middle area here.
And again, the biggest thing about these endgame team fights, look at the levels. There's 2 level 13s on both teams. We got a little bit of a 12 from the other side. So these teams are pretty evenly matched going into this end fight, with blue team being up slightly on points.
Now, I could be wrong here. I don't remember exactly what level it happens at, but I believe by 13, Gardevoir has that reset on its future sight, meaning anytime it hits with a future sight, its future sight is back up, able to do tons of damage, but they take it out right away.
This is a huge kill. Again, what we talked about a second ago, where Gardevoir is powerful, but if anybody gets on top of it, it just goes down very, very quickly.
We have 2 down for... oh, wow! That Lucario is absolutely going insane in this middle fight right here. We have 4 down on the purple team. Orange team is dominating this team fight, and they're flipping the bird, right? They're just going, let's take it now. Take Zapdos now.
What a disaster. We had the good macro position on board, and we just lost that endgame team fight incredibly. The Gardevoir got pounced on, and the rest of the dominoes just kind of fell from there.
The question is, can they KO anyone coming in from this orange team. And right now the score is really getting out of hand here for the purple team. I don't know what to do. Obviously, I've already placed the order for my shirt, so I'm still going to wear it. But wow, that's just such a disappointing final fight for our purple team.
Yeah, you know, and it's one of those fights where you gotta look back and think, I was like, wow, we were up on points, we had a good position. Like, could we have been in a better spot or protected our Gardevoir a little bit more so it doesn't die in that last fight, so we continue to put up damage?
Yeah, I mean, we saw I think very, very intelligent move by our orange team here to say we're going to focus down that Gardevoir. The longer it's alive, it's going to pelt us with these future sights, and we're going to take it out one of the first KOs in the entire fight.
Yep.
GG.
All right, so War Legion will be moving on in our upper bracket. And remember, this is a double elimination tournament, so our Garchomp and Gardevoir squad are not out, but they will be trying to progress their way up the lower bracket so they can compete in the grand finals later today.
Wow, what a match! What a match! I loved seeing that. Tachini Volanti, I love you. I hope we get to see them again. I really want to see them push.
Yeah, and again, just talking about from a macro perspective what happened in that game, it really makes me wonder, you know, what is there to explore? Because I feel like if they can just figure out what happened in that endgame team fight, their early to mid game was so strong with the double top, and then the Gardevoir moved into the jungle, and the Garchomp soloed ahead against Lucario. That's not something that happened by mistake. Those players were working and thinking this through and practicing and executing it before this tournament.
Yeah, this is without question, you know, one of the most exciting things that happens in a game when sort of the meta is established is people get to play against it. We see strategies playing against that meta, and that the Garchomp and Gardevoir strategy, the rotations around it, exactly how they set everything up, it was perfectly planned around the classic solo Lucario top, you know, Zera, Greninja, Cinder, etc. jungle. So that was really exciting to see, and I think for most of that match, the enemy team was absolutely on their back foot, not knowing how to handle that.
Looks like we have one more match going on in our upper, we have one more match going on in round one of our upper bracket.
Oh, I see that. Yeah.
Let's see if I've got their game 3 here. It looks like they are in currently.
Is this the Expendables against Victory Club? Is that what we're going to be watching?
Expendables versus Victory Club. They're, at the very least, we're waiting for them to finish.
Okay. Let's see. We don't have any matches finished yet in the second round here. TTVs against Positive Force, Bad Match.
Yeah, we're actually going to be holding second round starts until the whole first round finishes in the
I see.
in the upper bracket, I believe. Or at least that's what the players are supposed to be doing, so that way we can make sure we cover a match start to finish each round. So we don't want to miss any of the action that happens in each of the rounds of tournaments. And actually, it looks like our game 3 between our last two teams, they started 10 minutes ago, so they should be finishing up momentarily. So we're gonna go ahead and throw to a very short break while we get things queued up into our second round. Our players will be starting there momentarily. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. Reverse over Hooglandia Unite Open, sponsored by Metafy.gg. BRB, folks. how's it going? Welcome back to round 2 of the first ever Pokemon Unite Hooglandia Open here today. I am Jeff Hogan if you're just joining us, and my co-commentator today is the wonderful content cowboy Spraggles.
Hi everybody, how you doing?
We had an excellent question in chat when we were talking about kind of some general strategy overview during the last match that I want to talk about before we jump into our round 2 feature, which is what is the difference between macro versus micro gameplay? And at a top level, micro gameplay refers to how you mechanically play your character, you know, using your individual abilities at the right time, doing things like using your Cinderace dash to get out from underneath a fly on a Talonflame coming in. Whereas macro is kind of, what does the bigger picture look like? Are you aware of what farm and objectives are up on the map? Are you aware of where the Pokemon that you're currently playing is supposed to be based on your team composition at any given point during the match?
Yeah, and I'm glad you explained that. I knew what it meant, Jeff. I just wanted to make sure you knew what it meant, so I'm glad to hear that. But yes, that's I remember this from StarCraft. I was a big StarCraft player, and the big thing was how you're controlling your units in the fight. StarCraft is a real-time strategy game, so how you're controlling your units in the fight is that micro, and then you have your base and your resources and all this. How are you managing that? That is your macro. And now when you see a game like this where you're only controlling one unit, it's definitely your micro is how well you play mechanically with that unit, and your macro is what is your team doing? What's your map awareness? How do you handle the objectives? Where are you going next? What experience are you getting? Yeah. Incredible.
Yeah, and one of the things you're going to see the good teams do a lot of the time is you'll see these players, if you're watching their individual streams, there's a bunch of people on these teams individually streaming today, if you want to jump into them and multi-watch them with our coverage, is you'll see them pan their camera away from their character to see, okay, is the Dreadnought being attacked? Have they moved in to start attacking the Zapdos yet? Stuff like that, so they know, okay, do I need to be moving my character to a different point of the map based on what the opposing team is doing?
Yeah. And then, of course, you know, all these teams have an idea of what they want to have happen in these games, and things need to change on the fly, especially if you're using Talonflame. Pun intended. So the question is, can they adapt to the enemy team's macro, and can they adapt to what's happening inside these battles? What team are we watching next, Jeff?
We are going to be watching Carpe D's Rats versus Tire in the next round, and both of these teams we're going to be focusing on the upper bracket for our feature matches this round. So upper bracket are all of our best of 3 matches between our teams. It is quite the team names. It's, you know, Twitch usernames make me chuckle, and these team names seem to be a step up from those even.
Yeah, that is a very, very solid name. Tire's team is Red Love's team, right? We were mentioning this during the break here. I think they're a really solid team to watch.
Yeah, definitely. Red Love, Blackbeard, TV, Rex, Celestial. These are some players that you will see regularly at the top of the Pokemon Unite ladder.
Yeah, this is going to be a really cool match to check out here.
Our players are into their match. We are waiting for that short, brief delay so that way we're not catching them quite in real time. So we don't want to give away anybody's strategy to give any unfair advantages while we are doing coverage here for everyone today.
Part of, I think, the reason they have that delay is just to see how well you and I can vamp, Jeff. Just to see if there's any way that we can talk for 2 minutes before the match is ready to go. Red Love's team, I think, if I remember, I don't know if Red Love is running Venusaur right now, but I would really like to see them because they have won a couple tournaments recently. I think they're really rising in the ranks as one of the teams to watch. Yeah,
definitely. And they're, you know, one of the teams where when a new Pokemon comes out, they're one of the groups that people look to kind of say, okay, is this Pokemon going to be playable? Do we need to worry about this in a competitive? If we're not playing it, do we know how to play against it, etc.?
Yeah. I'm interested. We haven't seen any Decidueye in the games that we're on. I'm curious if Decidueye is making their way into any of these matches yet. I'm really interested to see what everyone's running.
And, you know, talking about new Pokemon, we are less than a week away from our next character. How do you pronounce this Pokemon's name? Are you familiar?
Well, when I made my first video about it, I pronounced it completely wrong, which I said is Tessarina, but it's I believe it's Zarina.
Zarina. I'm sure the YouTube comments were very polite when they let you know that you said it wrong.
You know, I almost think me pronouncing things incorrectly is part of my charm, Jeff. I'm gonna own it as part of my superpower and brand, I think. So
Yes.
yeah, that seems to be a really interesting Pokemon to add to the game. We need more all-rounders, and specifically, we need someone who competes with Lucario as an all-rounder. I'm wondering if that's going to be the case at all, because obviously Zarina could be a 3 evolution Pokemon. So there's a question as to whether or not it's going to fit that role, but it could be a tank, it could be a bottom lane Pokemon. It would be really interesting to see where it fits.
Yeah, and what you mentioned too is something that's critical too. You know, these Pokemon that evolve in Pokemon Unite, it's not just a cosmetic change when you level up with Pokemon in Pokemon Unite. These characters see large stat increases and power boosts every time they hit that evolution. So in addition to getting a new character model, your character also starts punching above its weight class a little bit. And Lucario being a one-stage Pokemon means that it has a more flat scaling and is stronger from the start.
Yeah, one of my favorite examples of this, I often find myself on the site Unite DB. They have all the Pokemon stats and
Excellent
builds
site.
and things like that. A great example of this is Ninetales, where when it's Vulpix, its special attack is 96, and when it evolves at level 4, its special attack jumps up to 219. So the evolution points that they have, they're huge changes in how strong the Pokemon are. So a 3 evolution Pokemon at points in the game can be pretty far behind.
Okay, Sprinkles, I don't want you, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but there is a Machamp on Red Love's team here.
You should have just told me to shut up. I can't wait to see this.
Ooh, and it's not just a lane Machamp. We are jungle Machamping here. And these players did win their first round. They are 1-0 in this tournament.
We have a Jungle Machamp. We have a Charmander from Red Love in the bottom lane. I mean, life is pretty good right now, Jeff. This is really great to see.
Yep, and we see, you know, Lucario's doing Lucario things up top. We're going to largely focus on our bottom lane here because that's where more of the action's going to happen early. We see our teams contesting these pieces of center farm. And this is something here I would like to point out that I think a lot of newer players aren't aware of. So when you are doing this triple lane, you notice these players, they left 3 monkeys in their lane before going to contest the contested dinos. And this is twofold for this reason. The first is this lets you get to lane faster to give you a chance to get that contested farm against the opposing team sooner. And the second is it lets you control who gets the lane monkey experience after you see how the contested farm plays out.
Yeah, it's so important to be at that fight early. And wow, they just completely that.
Every B is claimed by Red Love's team here, the tire on the right side.
Really strong moves. We saw Machamp up in that lane. I mean, Machamp clears actually really well with that karate chop. So yeah, super solid moves there from Red Love's team from Tire. And this fight is really interesting because we see, you know, it's really hard to secure farm with Charmander compared to some of the other Pokemon who might have, you know, better CC or something like that. But we do see Charmeleon coming into this bottom lane. So I wonder how this is going to stack up. I would say that the bottom lane from the other team is a little more solid, but actually neither team has one of the super strong CCers like Pikachu or Ninetales.
Yeah, and so something that's actually worth noting here, I was so excited by the Machamp on the right side of our screen that I actually didn't notice until just now that there are actually no Eldegoss for our team on the left side here. They are playing Blissey as their bottom lane support, which is an interesting choice.
It is interesting. I mean, Blissey combos so well with Cinderace that you always wonder if the two could pair together. And it also works great for someone like Venusaur, who's constantly auto-attacking. And, ooh, we have a big fight right here.
We have a jungle invasion here and kill the Cinder before it does the buff. This is huge. So not only did we get experience from killing the jungler, but we also took one of the buffs from the blue team, putting our red team incredibly far ahead for this endgame fight if they can get out, which they do.
And that entire time that the purple team was having to deal with that, the orange team right there was able to take those center Bs. So that was a huge win for Tire right there.
Yeah, definitely. And we see, you know, we saw the Charmander back off here, feeding this farm to the Machamp choke so it can try to get to Machamp. However, the left side team, they are ripping this objective. This is the big upside to having a Blissey on your team versus an Eldegoss, is Blissey's helping hand makes your team clear an objective like no other.
Yeah, Cinder's burn on objectives, the rate at which he chips it down is just so incredibly fast. You pair that with Blissy's helping hand, and it was gone before Tyre could even react.
Yeah, really.
Pay these rats.
Yeah, really excellent macro gameplay from the blue side here. Recognize that they got a little bit behind with that jungle invasion, but then leaning into the strength that their team composition allows with the Blissey to rip that Dreadnought and catch back up.
And now we have a level 8 Cinder, 9 Cinder. So we have Unite from Cinder, but we also have a level 9 Machamp. So Machamp is ready. Cinder is ready. We have a fight here over Rotom, and we have 2 Unites available.
You know, one of, I think, the best changes they made to Unite was they reduced the amount of experience that the Dreadnought gives at one point. And we see that really coming into play here, where our blue team got the Dreadnought, but the orange team here is not really down on experience.
Yeah, the change to Dreadnought is pretty massive. We did see a Unite from both Cinder and Machamp, but it actually didn't seem to affect things really either way. We saw Machamp unfortunately miss its big punch there, and Cinder's Unite was not able to secure Rotom. So we have Dreadnought taken for Carpe, and we have Rotom for Tyre.
But, you know, taking the Rotom in a spot like this, we're up a little bit of points on the orange team now, but we gave these side dinos to the blue side, giving them more experience, which means these levels are close, but now the purple team's going to be in a position to get ahead now because it has access to more experience than the orange team does.
Yeah, that's right. It's a reason that some teams actually don't like to take those early goals is because you are opening up the enemy team to catching up to you in level or surpassing you with all those big chunks of experience.
Yeah, definitely. I can't even tell you the number of games where like the opposing team captures a Rotom and the call for my team is just, no, just let it walk in. I want those side dinos so our secondary non-jungler can scale up. And again, just positioning to rip this objective on the back of this helping hand.
Here we go. We've got a fight over Dread here. Both teams are at it, and just like you said, ooh, we got Unites coming down. Venusaur's Unite. Did we see?
Ooh, it's huge.
Wow, Char. Charizard just destroying that whole fight.
We really seeing Red Love's team composition come together in that team fight there. Wow, are we gonna break this bottom point here too?
I mean, this is huge.
Yep.
This is huge. What a win for Tyre in that bottom lane.
The question's gonna be, can all of them get out? And it's looking like they might. Oh, Mimes may be trapped. Honestly, only losing one person. Is Lucario going down too? Mime is out.
Wow.
Oh, Lucario's just harassing. Okay.
Mime got out of there. Yeah, Lucario's just taking their jungle. Really,
and this is kind of a disaster if you're on the blue team here. So, you know, the punish for them getting aggressive and breaking your second point like that should be that you were able to jump on them and get a couple of kills. But actually, everyone got out for our orange team.
Yeah, that was just huge. And now look, they're trying to,
and they stole the Rotom. Yep.
Wow.
They're call the police. There's been a robbery.
Jeez.
You see our purple team correctly kind of pulling back, letting the Rotom walk towards point. It'll be interesting to see, does the red team decide whether or not they want to push here?
I feel like, you know, they could push. They're probably just going to eat every bit of experience on the map.
So something to point out here, we're at the 3-minute point of the game, and this is very critical to watch team fights once you get past that 3:30 mark of the game, because those Unite moves, those powerful move that every Pokemon gets, if you use that Unite move after the 3-minute and 30-second mark, there is a good chance you're not going to have it back up again for that Zapdos fight at the end.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There are only a few Pokemon that charge reliably fast enough where you can, you know, use your Unite after that 3:30 mark. You know, I mean, Talon is a good example of someone who might still be able to do it. But so many Pokemon, if you're using your Unite, it had better be for the absolute best reason possible, because you need it for that final Zap fight.
We see Lucario doing what I refer to as Lucario things here, just diving straight into that back line, eating a Cinderace for breakfast, and then getting out completely for free with no punishment.
You know, Jeff, you and I are cut from the same cloth, because I also consider that to be Lucario doing Lucario things. That
and
is
again,
exactly what I say.
As we head to this Zapdos fight with 10 seconds left, look at the levels on these teams. Our right side team has not only Machamp, but also Charizard at 14, Lucario's at 13, and there is one character above 12 on our left side.
Wow. Okay. I mean, purple team is split here. There's Snorlax. I'm not sure what's happening right
Yep.
now, but this is disastrous for the purple team.
Yep, our orange team, I will be very surprised if they don't clean this up while they are multiple to 1 here.
Oh, I have to wonder what was happening with Snorlax right there. It was so important for it to be at that fight, and because of that, we see an entire team KO basically.
Yep. Okay, and there's the Unite. So I would assume this Lucario's gonna die, and we're gonna melt this objective with this Unite.
They're gonna take Zap right now. I mean, it's maybe Cinder has a steal in him
Cinder
right
coming
here.
in, yeah, and you see great awareness here from Cinderace is the one that can come in. Let's go ahead and get them in here. Okay,
we've got
Machamp is low.
Move there by that Blissey, really saving Cinder here.
Yep, we see Machamp resetting here, which I think is very smart. Remember, our orange team does not need this bird. The little bit of attacks in the bird were just to pull that Cinder in, so it felt like it had to come in on its own.
Oh, and we see that Lucario there with 50 from Tyre. Just it could at any moment run into the center base, even if they're able to take that Zapdos from Carpe.
And we've hit what I like to refer to as garbage time at this point, where the game's basically been decided. At this point, even if our blue team manages to win a coin flip on this Zapdos, they've died too many times. They're not going to have a bunch of 50-point scores. The other team's going to be able to back cap, and I don't think there's a route to return here for our purple team.
Unfortunately not. You know, if they had all 5 teammates in the center, like you said, with enough points on them, there might be something. But yeah, this is a GG. Tyre, extremely solid play. I mean, when they had that full team KO in that bottom lane and they crushed both of those goals, this match was very, very hard.
Wow, incredibly rude play from our Charizard. Lucario and Venusaur are having a dance party if they want to, and Charizard's like, there shall be no footloose here this afternoon.
Yeah, that might be one of the most mean plays we see all day. The Tyre is without question the bad boys of Pokemon Unite.
Well, definitely, one of the things I would wager, if you go back through the coverage at the end of this tournament and you look at all of the matches, the number of times the team that isn't over-leveled doesn't win that Zapdos fight is going to be few and far between. Like, this fight was so stacked against our purple team going into that end fight with the double 14s and a 13 versus one level 13 at the end there.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people talk about how broken Zapdos is, and especially when you're playing the game more solo or duo or something like that, a lot of things are out of your control. But I think you're exactly right. When you are behind in level, heading into that final fight, especially if you're behind in level and your positioning is terrible because you just lost a fight, I would assume at high level play, the chances of you winning that are very, very slim.
Yep, and the Zapdos basically just serves as the catalyst for this game, where if the Zapdos didn't exist as an objective, the end game of Pokemon Unite would just be a bunch of people split pushing back caps in a way that really wouldn't be nearly as interesting, especially from a spectator perspective. Like, getting that big 5-on-5 team fight is awesome to see.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, one thing I think Pokemon Unite does very well, even for a short game, is they set up multiple moments where it's unreasonable for at least 4 people on each team to not be there. And that, I think, sets up some really exciting plays. And as we've said, that final fight is so paramount. If you don't show up to it and you just let the enemy team burn it, you lose. So you have to be there. Everyone has to be there to try to win this final match.
We had a comment in chat asking if this is an actual Unite spectator. Of course, Pokemon Unite has a spectator mode. Any full, reasonable game allows you to spectate matches. You can have awesome tournaments like this.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that they added that in. They had it really early in the game, which I was surprised with. I thought that was a great choice by them.
And for Spraggles, you probably don't understand that reference. The Magic game that we also run tournaments for, they don't have a spectator client. We had to do this weird ad hoc Discord screen sharing disaster. It's really not a good look.
Just assume that I don't understand any reference ever, Jeff. I think that's the best place to put me.
thanks everybody for hanging out today. By the way, great to see that we have a few hundred people in here for our first ever competitive Pokemon Unite tournament. If you're new to the channel, thanks for dropping in. My name's Jeff Hoogland. I stream full-time here on Twitch in general, as I just hinted. I stream some Magic the Gathering. I also do some Pokemon Unite content, some single-player story games, a ton of different stuff. If you enjoy my analysis of Pokemon Unite stuff, I do have a YouTube channel where I post highlights 7 days a week on there. My co-commentator, Spraggles, does some streaming here on Twitch, but YouTube is his primary platform. I believe I have a Spraggles command. I think I did that. Yeah, you can check him out there on YouTube. He posts daily videos as well, one of the best in the game for sure to check out, and that's why I'm super excited to have him here commenting with me today.
Very kind. Thank you very much, Jeff. I'm also a not professional at all skateboarder. So if you see me on the streets, that's me.
And maybe like give you a wide berth.
Oh yeah, give me room. Give me a lot of room. I'll hit a rock, I'll fall down, absolutely. But yeah, I post a lot of Pokemon Unite stuff on my YouTube. Very happy to be here as well. So far, we've had such an exciting tournament, and I'm so pleasantly surprised to see so many choices that are not what people would consider to be.
Yeah, this is awesome. Meta. We've seen Gardevoirs and Garchamps and Machamps and Charizards. So Charizard's not a super off-meta pick in the jungle, but like lane Charizard is mostly unheard of.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing, you know, more and more when Pokemon get tuned up just a little bit. Charizard got tuned up just a little bit with the last balance change, and all of a sudden we're seeing Charizard in competitive play. Same thing with Pikachu. It got tuned up just a little bit, and all of a sudden it's making its way into that tri-lane. We actually have a balance change coming up next week. I'm really interested to see how that's going to affect the meta as well.
Yeah, it'll be... I'm curious to see if there's any numbers they can adjust on Pokemon to push us away from this 1-1-3 metagame back to the 2-1-2, or if I almost feel like the 1-1-3 is largely based on the scoring mechanic more so than how the actual specific Pokemon tend to play out, with how little scores interact and score shield and the health and experience gain there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's not as much what they're going to be able to do with the Pokemon. I think the 1-1-3 is just kind of based on how mechanically this game runs. I think you're exactly right. But we could see different Pokemon possibly in those lanes.
Correct. Yeah, the new Zarina. You know, yeah. I've tried Blastoise up top. We have a new all-rounder coming to fill a role similar to Lucario, hopefully, that will allow us to have that be a thing that looks a little bit different up top. All right, it looks like we've got our players in the next round, and we've had a bit of a comp change on one of the sides. Let's take a look at exactly what we have going on here.
Let's take a look.
We have comp changes on both sides. Speaking of Gardevoir, this is really interesting. So we have a Gardevoir likely in the jungle. Celeste was our jungler on Machamp last round, and they've switched to Blissey potentially for their own objective ripping potential.
Wow, this is really interesting. I kind of love that there's been so much of a change here. One of my favorite Pokemon coming into this match, Sylveon, I love you.
Sylveon jungle? And, oh, this is interesting. So we're not only Sylveon jungle, but we're going 2-1-2 on the left side now.
This is so bizarre. I love this. This is exciting. I wonder, now that we're seeing Sylveon in the jungle, is this going to be a mystical fire Sylveon, or are we still going to run Hyper Voice? I'm interested to see.
Something else that's interesting to note here is that there is no healer on our left side team. So game one, they have, there's an experience share on this Cinderace.
Yeah, so it's up here in this top lane, and it looks like just to be supporting Lucario, basically. So I'm guessing it wants to let Lucario take as many last hits as possible so it can score. And then from there, it's just going to use that experience share to sort of stay in line level-wise. Really interesting strategy. We saw in the bottom lane there, obviously, you know, 2 against the tri-lane. They were having some difficulty. But we do have Sylveon making their way bot now.
Yes, there's 2 different fights to watch here. So on the bottom, we have the jungler coming to support against the triple lane. And in the top, we have Cinderace and the Lucario versus the Lucario and the jungler. And it looks like bees did not go particularly well there. Cinderace still below level 4.
Yeah, this is not a great start here for the purple team. One thing that I find so interesting that Tyre did is they won their last round, a commanding victory, and they changed what they were doing. So if the enemy planned on reacting to it, they said, no, you're not going to know what we're doing here. We're going to come with a different strategy. I kind of love that.
Lucario in fading while the Sylveon buys time on the bottom here. So gonna lose those really important jungle buffs that not only provide you with extra strength, but also an incredible amount of important experience.
Yeah, I mean, that's just such a big play there. When you notice that the enemy jungler is in lane, as we can see staying in lane right here, you have, it feels like it's your duty to take everything from them. I mean, no one's there. No one's there to
wow,
take it.
just incredible curveball pivot here in terms of positioning, bringing the Venusaur up top, breaking this lane. I wonder if we're going to see Tyre here just punt this Dreadnought and try and push this Rotom down to the home base eventually.
We absolutely could see that. I mean, when you lose that top goal early, I always feel like a great strategy is to actually switch your priority and go for that Rotom. It's just such a big advantage. But of course, the massive amount of experience early, it's probably the one time that Dreadnought matters most is this first Dreadnought.
Yep, definitely, because the amount of experience it gives kind of falls off as the game goes on.
Yeah, we've got 2 for purple in the top lane, 3 for purple in the bottom, and it looks like, ooh, they actually had a good exchange there top.
Yeah, they are pivoting back around here. So Red Love's team did decide that, agreeing with you, that this first Dreadnought is very important, bringing everybody but their Ivysaur down here.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's also, you know, especially when you have Gardevoir, you just go, we need experience, we need it bad. Nice Moon Blast. Wow, I actually thought they were going to get that Wiggly right there. They might still do it.
The top team does get the Rotom. And again, talking about how the Rotom does give less experience than it used to, something that's important to note here is that the purple team does have 2 sets of those side dinos on each side, giving them potentially extra experience if they can secure it.
Something I love watching of this Lucario here, OG was taken, was every time one of those pieces of experience on the map have popped up and been open, the jungle, those Audinos right there, he is there instantly to capitalize on it, trying to steal it from the enemy team. It's really solid play.
Seeing different play patterns too between the Lucarios. If you note here, this Lucario for Tyre is using the extreme speed mechanic to zoom past things and have a ton of mobility, while the Lucario for our left side team is power up punch. So that gives a little bit of resistance to CC and then allows it to get objective securing in.
Yeah, it's interesting because I actually kind of like the objective securing more from extreme speed, just because power up punch is a one target move. If you stand in front of Lucario, it is not able to secure an objective, but extreme speed hits multiple units. So extreme speed, actually, you can dash through an entire enemy team and still secure an objective. It's all personal preference. While I still love power up punch, for stealing objectives, I'm kind of an extreme speed man.
So something I would really like to point out is, you know, we talked about Gardevoir in the first match, and there were some very, what I will refer to as Twitch chatty comments about the quality of Gardevoir. And while Gardevoir isn't a top tier Pokemon by any means, this team on our right side here is doing things with its micro positioning that really allow you to leverage the strength of Gardevoir. You'll note in these team fights, this Gardevoir is never alone. There's a Venusaur glued to her side, there's a Blissey glued to her side, there's a Mime running along with her. When you have those other teammates that can body block for you or provide a little bit of crowd control, the damage output that Gardevoir can produce is obscene.
Yeah, you know, when I look at this team comp, I don't see anyone where I go, oh, we definitely want Blissey there. Because when I think Blissey, I obviously think, how is it going to benefit someone who does a lot of auto attacks? However, the positioning you get from Helping Hand, the mobility you get from it, will let you position that Gardevoir in incredibly good ways. So yeah, it's been a really cool.
Oh no, I missed it. I think Gardevoir's Unite might have pulled Rotom into the goal there.
Oh no, did it?
Yeah, because the Rotom went in while the Gardevoir was standing there, and Gardevoir had a buddy barrier.
Look, there have been times where I have, as a Cramorant, surfed a
Surfed it in,
Rotom into
yep.
my own goal. As a Talonflame, I have accidentally united something into my
And
own
here's
goal.
exactly what I'm talking about here. The Gardevoir was caught on its own for a second, and we saw Mime immediately have that macro awareness and come up and be like, Gardevoir cannot be left alone. She needs a babysitter so she can do her damage.
It's a close game right now, 276 to 200. Looking at the levels here, though, we can see that Tyre is a bit ahead.
Yep, and again, like, the scoreboard is kind of a resource in a way when you think about this game. And even though the score is higher for the purple team, I would say the orange team is ahead in this position based on the levels on the teams.
Yeah, and look at this. Look at the chase potential here with that helping hand, just able to chase Lucario down, and the massive amount of range that Gardevoir has. It's ooh.
Ooh, this pincer from the Sylveon is kind of big. Again, Gardevoir is squishy. If you get hit from both sides, it's tough to keep everybody off you.
Yeah. The nice thing is there's a lot of mobility here, and here comes that helping hand again, just able to let them reposition, and we have a big stun there. Oh, goodbye, Sylveon.
And helping hand, too. You know, we talked about how Gardevoir doesn't have any mobility. Blissey's helping hand gives you movement speed, again, mitigating one of the drawbacks of these Pokemon. And this is one of the things that's going to be more interesting as Unite continues to add, 2-3 Pokemon a month. The team building depth, how you're able to support these Pokemon that are bad on their own, is going to increase in complexity in a really interesting way.
Yeah, now we see, I mean, this Rotom is obviously such an important fight. You could burn a Dread in 10 seconds, but the Rotom right before Zap is big, 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 and we see Tyre really collapsing on it here. A lot of damage coming out, and they are able to secure it.
Okay, and there's a kill. Are we gonna get another one? There's another one.
Wow, a double. Big.
These death timers are low. I would bet we're gonna see Tyre go right down into the Zap pit, because now
I think they're gonna do it.
Yep, on the purple side, they have to decide, okay, are we letting the Rotom go in, or are we giving up the Zap? And in this spot, I think they're supposed to let the Rotom walk, and they do.
Yeah, they do. And now we see the wonderful moment here from Tyre is they're able to really do whatever they want here. They can start attacking Zap. They can peel off and fight them. They put themselves in such a great position for this final fight.
Yep, Cinder Ace is down while Gardevoir is still alive. Again, the Mime just providing excellent support for this Gardevoir. Pushing off the person that normally would have killed it.
Ooh.
Oh, again, the save from the positioning on the Mime. There's a Sylveon chase it down. Is this going to be the end of the road for our Gardevoir player finally?
I don't know.
Oh, an incredible Moonblast. What amazing micro play for our Gardevoir player here.
With the final hit there? I think it might have been.
Okay, and we see our orange team turn this around. So they originally were down points here, but they won that team fight, and instead of choosing to flip the objective in the middle, they have instead chosen to backcap and get in here.
Oh, wow, and look at this. That Venusaur. Venusaur is just such a brutal monster. It's so hard to fight.
Our Gardevoir resets and gets back. We pick up another kill. We are 3-4 in the middle, while we are also up on points. Just an incredible spot. Look at the Sylveon just get deleted by this Gardevoir.
And the unfortunate thing is that Sylveon has Calm Mind, and it just didn't have it activated at the right time, because it would have tanked that Moonblast so perfectly, but it couldn't do it.
Yep, and we see this just chasing around. We're just buying time at this point. We know we're up by over 100 points on the orange side of the board. We're just picking people out where we can and making sure they don't get backcaps to catch back up.
Yeah, unfortunately for Carpe D's Rats, they don't have a path to victory anymore. It's too far gone. I like the move by that Sylveon there. If there was some way to get that score, maybe they could convince Tyre to kind of peel off and start Zap or something, but instead of going into Zap, they tried to find some positions to score in, and it just wouldn't have been enough either way.
Yeah, pretty close games going into the end fight both times. I think our Tyre was a little bit ahead in terms of levels and really paid off, but the micro gameplay at the end of that game from not only the Gardevoir themselves, but also the teammates positioning with it to make sure that the Gardevoir could be maximized was really impressive.
I mean, I just love the fact that they won and they said, we're changing our strategy, because we're not going to let the enemy team react to us. We're going to keep them on their back feet. We're going to do something they don't expect. They might do something to beat our original team comp, and we're not going to let that happen. I love that decision. What a cool move by Tyre.
Let's see if I've got a game 3 from any of these teams that are still playing in our upper bracket here.
So everyone knows TTV beat Positive Force 2-0. Good Morning beat Imperial Above 2-0. Bad Macro Flipbird has beat Team 5 Stack 2-0. Genetically Gapped over Victory Club 2-0. So a lot of sweeps in this second round as well.
Okay, so we are heading on into what should be a game 3 between these two teams. This is going to be Millennium versus War Legion, who we watched win their first round as well in the tournament.
Great. Yeah, we have the first round was won by Millennium. Second round here by War Legion Esports. Got Greninja in the jungle for both teams. Lucario top for both teams. The only difference, we have a complete mirror matchup except for... Oh, never mind. We actually have Mime, Ninetales, and Eldegoss bottom, and we have Jiggly, Venusaur, and Eldegoss bottom. So not a complete mirror.
Got our junglers going on here. We got our typical Lucarios up top. How is our bottom farm going?
Looks like purple team got the best of that.
One of the things you're looking for if you're not familiar with these bottom lanes is the Pokemon that evolve or hit their power spikes at 4. How much does each of the teams have? So we see here Wiggly getting their first level 4 here on the bottom, while both Ninetales, Mime, and Eldegoss all not quite there yet here.
Interestingly, oof, and they're all slightly there. Each one of them becomes so much better at 4. Ninetales evolves. Eldegoss evolves. Oh, sorry.
Really surprised to not see the Ninetales be allowed to get the last hit on that back grab there to be level 4 before these bees.
I actually think it thought its experience was so close that just being in range was going to do it, and unfortunately it didn't. And because of that, they lost those bees so hard.
Yeah, not only did they lose the bees, but they lost one of their teammates in the fight, right? Like, they lost the farm and they got farmed. Wow, just the sleep from the Swigglytuff. We're going to get 2 more kills here?
Oh my god.
Might see 2 more. And Dunks.
Oh,
this is huge disaster in the bottom lane.
Wow. Whoa, this is just so bad for War Legion right now. Jeez.
Yeah, and this will show you how these early lanes can really snowball.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, that's so unfortunate. The fact that they didn't have Ninetales there, that fight completely changes. But Jeff, as I was mentioning there briefly, Mime gets its confusion at 4. Eldegoss becomes Eldegoss and gets Leaf Tornado at 4, and then Ninetales becomes Ninetales at 4. The fact that they were all 3 is just devastating for that fight. And
it's really one of the things that's honestly hard to manage in these tri lanes that the better teams manage better than other people is getting your farm to the right people in those early so you can guaranteed get as many to 4 as possible. Because we saw our right side team had a bunch of people at almost 4, but none of them had hit that actual power spike yet.
We actually, Jeff, we have a really controversial choice in the bottom lane there. We have Wiggly with that hipster Hollowware, the bonfire style, instead of the sleepy style. And I got to admit, they're both incredible Hollowares, but I think we might have an off-meta Hollowware choice that some people are going to find very upsetting.
As we head on into this dread fight here, one thing we're often talking about that you want to look at in these team fights is the jungler's levels. So our left side player here is at level 9 already, and that's a big deal. They've got their Unite move on this Greninja while the opposing Greninja is only at 8.
Jeff, I'm watching this match. My hands are over my face and I can barely watch right now because the advantage that happened in that bottom lane early has snowballed so incredibly right now.
And it wasn't even just a bottom lane advantage, shoot. We look top, and we've got a Lucario that's up almost 2 levels on the opposing Lucario here. We secured a Rotom. We broke their point up top. The game is snowballing here for the Millennium.
Yeah, Millennium is just crushing it right now. And if I'm on the orange team, if I'm on War Legion, my thought is we need to play safe. We need to get all of our experience on the map, and we need to hopefully let Millennium push in a little bit here, and we catch them, because right now they are really far behind. Ooh, we have this Lucario just waiting.
As we often talk about, both these teams are doing something really well, which that is clearing the farm. They're waiting for contested farm like bees. The jungles are not up. The buffs are getting cleared instantly. The blue team's even farming the orange farm on the map very cleanly in these fights.
I mean, this is just so hard, and you see that they've actually waited quite a bit to break this goal.
And
They
again,
let it stay up for a long time because they didn't want the orange team to get that farm.
good awareness too on who's getting what points. Something that's very common, for example, in these team comps is the Wigglytuff will have a score shield, which means when you can secure a safe score for your jungler like that, they made sure that Greninja was able to cap there and get that experience and get its points in, while the Wigglytuff's going to save theirs for later for a more risky score that the score shield will enable.
So, Jeff, if you are on the orange team right now, I know you're a bit of a team captain. What is your call for this? Is it full dread? Is anyone going towards Rotom? What's the plan?
I would put all 5 of us into the dread, and I would say, okay, they're probably going to send one person to the Rotom. We're going to hope to win 4 to 5 and then get back to push the Rotom off our second point on defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes the most sense, just being so far behind in level. It feels like they need to win a fight here. The question is, are they going to believe that enough of them are at Rotom for them to burn this here? And is there any chance that Greninja on the purple team steals
I
it?
don't like the positioning here from our red team at all. I think that, okay, they did get the objective, so I like that they were all here, but I really would have liked Lucario and Mime, maybe even Eldegoss, to push around to the right side there to get more vision on how many enemies that they had.
Yeah, you know, it was interesting. We saw just two members of the purple team almost fight off the entire orange team here. And I mean, they might actually end up securing the entire KO here. Do they catch Lucario before he goes? No, Lucario stays for this fight, actually.
So while this fight was happening at the bottom, we were talking about what my call would be. I liked that they pushed on this Dreadnought, but what did not happen was they took a fight to the enemy's point immediately afterwards, which lost them their top point and let the Rotom walk home.
Gosh, this is just, you know, that early advantage in that bottom lane. It just shows how important it feels like. Oh, yeah, you lose an Audino here or there. We're one level behind. You can see how massively important that was.
And you saw from the blue team there with what their macro looked like, what happened in these fights was exactly what the blue team wanted to happen, in that they sent 3 people top to secure the Rotom. They got the Rotom, they broke the point, and they walked it home. They didn't care about that Dreadnought.
Yeah. Boy, orange team has got a match in front of them. You know, they know that it's zap or bust in such a big way. The level advantage is daunting.
Yep.
They need to get lucky, and they need to play very well in this final fight coming up.
And again, as always, the quick overview of how far behind are we. Our Greninja on the right is 12. The Greninja on the left is 14. And remember, the higher the level you get is the harder it is to get up. So the difference between 12 and 14 is a lot bigger than the difference between 10 and 12.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, again, these power advantages, they're not insignificant. When you are a level 14 and you see a level 11 Ninetales, you will eat its bones for lunch. It's so easy to take it down.
We mentioned the Unite DB site earlier. It's an excellent resource for Pokemon Unite stuff. If you haven't done so before, I would really encourage everyone at home to go look at the stat differences between level 13 and 14 and 15 Pokemon. The numbers that you increase going to 14 and 15 are just massive.
I mean, look at that. And just as I was saying, that Greninja just walked into Ninetales and Eldegoss right there.
And it's like
domination in that
you
fight.
got the Rotom, but at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, it cost you the game. The question is, do they take Zap here? They don't need to at all.
Nope.
No.
And in fact, they're strong enough that they wiped their whole team. The Lucario's soloing the Rotom that got coin flipped. This Frog's just like working its way up to 15 casually on this center farm.
Yeah. It's gonna take a big fight here, but the question is, how many Unite moves went down? We do have a Unite from Mime coming down. Do we have a Unite from that Ninetales as well? Okay, here we go. Venusaur's pump. Oh wow, just everyone is throwing everything at this fight.
Every color in the game,
and
that's a full team wipe. Yep.
Wow.
And again, just like look at the numbers. Look at the levels on these Pokemon. There's 2 level 13s on the right side team. We've got 2 13s, a 14, and a 15 from the blue team.
Huge GG. I mean. It's so interesting because even with such massive catch-up mechanics in this game, this match was won in that bottom lane right near the start.
Yep, and honestly, it's not even just about the bottom lane to begin with, but after you win that bottom lane, the purple team also played really well to not give the catch-up back. Because remember, when you get ahead, if you die, you're going to give it all back, and the purple team played very defensively at every point they needed to play defensively to after that.
Yeah, I think it was an extremely impressive match for our purple team, which is Millennium, correct? Yeah.
Yep.
Extremely impressive match here from Millennium. They knew exactly what to do with that advantage, and they expertly, pushed the pedal down on that bottom lane, and then just like you said, they made really smart strategic decisions throughout the rest of the match.
And look at the score here, right? Like the purple team or the orange team could literally have every one of their players put in 100 points and they would not win this game.
Yeah. I don't even know math, but I bet they could put in 110 points and they still wouldn't win. Wow. Dominating performance. My heart goes out to the orange team because we've all been there. We've all been in those moments where we're like, wow, we really lost that lane and we're just having so much trouble here.
And remember, we are watching upper bracket matches for our coverage here today. So this is a double elimination tournament for the orange team. If you are a fan of them, they are not down and out. They're going to be able to climb back up, potentially re-challenge this, whoever is going to meet them at the top of our winner's bracket here today.
Wow. Big win from Millennium there. And now we're going to see Millennium go up against TTV in the next round. That's pretty interesting because we just saw them have a huge win, and now they are facing off against the one of, if not the top team in Pokemon Unite.
In fact, speaking of top Pokemon teams in Unite, this tournament today is sponsored by Medify.gg, who would love to help you up your game. If you'd like to work one-on-one or have them coach your team, TTV is some of the many awesome people that you could find on Medify that would love to help you up your Pokemon Unite game.
Jeff, I'm really impressed. No one can throw to an ad like that. I mean, you're just...
It's all about the organics, Sprinkles.
You're one of the best, my man. You're just able to go, you know what? Speaking of that thing you just said, you're the king, Jeff.
All right, so our players, do we have... I think our round 2 looks like they are completely done. So we're going to see if we've got our round 3 matches ready to go yet. We might need just a second.
Is random gaming and hidden ability? Oh, no, it's done. Sorry. Mine had not updated yet. Perfect. So let's take a look here. Bad Macro Flipbird with another sweep, genetically gapped, has won their second game here. So they're going to be going up against Bad Macro Flipbird. Good morning against Get Money. Get Money. Good morning, Get Money. Oh, man, that feels like a good mantra. Random Gaming is going up against Tire, and then TTV up against Millennium in our winner's bracket here.
Okay, since we watched Millennium in the previous round, I think we're going to go ahead and jump to the top of our bracket for our feature for the third round here. We're going to take a peek at genetically gapped and Bad Macro Flipbird here.
Bad Macro Flipbird is a team of just some of the most dominant players in Pokemon Unite. Every single member of that team is incredible. My personal favorite to watch is Chris Heroes, who streams a lot on Twitch, and as a solo duo player, climbs the ladder extremely well. He's just such a dominant player.
Oh, I might have spoken too soon. Looking at the backlog, our genetically gap might actually be having an issue with one of their players. I'm going to wait and see if that's happening. Maybe we will peek in at TTV if they're going to be.
Well, I take back what I said then. Let me talk about TTV for a moment here. But
the beauty of live television.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, TTV, obviously, if we are going to be watching them, Goof, Zugrug, Lutano, Indy, Toon, the most dominant team in all of Pokemon Unite. I've said this to TTV. I'd say it to their faces if they were around. It's more impressive. It's a bigger feather in your cap to beat TTV than to win an entire tournament right now. That's how dominant they are as a team. So,
yeah, I think at one point they had won like 16 out of 20 of the early tournaments that they had played in.
Yeah. And in a game where everyone, fully acknowledges, the catch-up mechanics and how things work, they are a team that consistently wins with all of that. They're so incredibly solid. You actually got to play with 2 members of TTV, and so did I in a recent tournament we played.
Yeah, and just the way that these players think about the game, even someone like myself who has played a ton of Unite and has a lot of gaming background, it's just different than other people. They understand the game and they're able to call out what positionally you should be doing based on what's happened just quicker and more readily than anybody else I've ever played with.
Yeah. One interesting thing that was said to me at one point, I remember asking them if they thought it was a disadvantage that they are so heavily viewed. You know, they're probably the most viewed team in the entire game. People know what their strategy is going to be, and they said, "No, we've actually talked about that, and we know that if we play correctly, we play the best strategy possible, the enemy team can know what we're doing, but we're going to play that strategy better. It doesn't matter. We're going to make the best choices possible every time."
Yeah, and you know, we talk about the catch-up mechanics a lot, but the catch-up mechanics are still skill-based, right? Like, they exist to punish you if you make a mistake, and those catch-up mechanics aren't relevant if you just don't make a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. As we saw in that last game, there was no mistakes made by Millennium when they were ahead. Not a single one. They played that flawlessly as they were leading in that game.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so our players, we're going to watch TTV and Millennium. They are getting ready to start their game. So we're going to be back with them in a couple of minutes once it gets queued up. We're going to take a short bio break for us casters here. In the meantime, we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Thanks for hanging out today, folks. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to round 3 coverage for the tournament here today. We are going to be diving on in to a match of Team TTV, one of the most dominating teams in the early esports scene for this game so far, playing against Millennium, who we watched very decisively win their match earlier. So even though TTV is good, this is not going to be free eats for them by any means. So let's dive on into our round 3 feature game 1 and see how things are about to go here.
We've got a very classic TTV comp, except Goof is on Pikachu. I've often seen Goof switch between a few roles. Venusaur, Pikachu is pretty new for him, I'd say. Sylveon is a common one. And then we have a very solid combination, almost a mirror matchup here from Millennial.
Yeah, and we'll see here, just to talk about for people that are newer to Pokemon Unite, what roles we can see happen is it's pretty typical where you'll see these Lucarios in the top lane, something like a Froakie or a Cinderace in the jungle, and then the bottom lane is basically always a split of a tanky character like Mime, Wigglytuff, or Snorlax, a healer like Eldegoss, usually sometimes Blissey, and then the third character changes a little bit depending on what your composition's looking to do. Pikachu is popular, Ninetales, Venusaur, lots of different roles that fit into that mage slot the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. We got that attacker roll in the bottom. Look how aggressive TTV is being here. They kind of won that first Audino, and they are not letting up here. We saw Zug actually use its is it defense curl? Its first move. It's not rollout yet.
Yeah.
To move towards the enemy team there, which was a really interesting call. And they're mean.
Yep. And to talk about the difference between these compositions here to start, since we just have a one Pokemon difference to begin, we saw Goof's team here, the Team TTV on the right, be extra aggressive there, and that's because of their Pokemon choice. So we saw them be able to push more because Pikachu is stronger early than Venusaur. Basically, by playing Pikachu, Team TTV is saying, we're going to win the early game and we're not going to get behind in the late.
Wow, and I'm sorry I missed it. Did they KO this Lucario in the top lane for Millennial?
They did, yep.
Okay, wow. And now here we have once again. Whoa.
This was a big fight down here. We're getting killed at the point, and Pikachu is squishy. This turnaround is huge.
This is exactly what Millennial did in the last game, dominate early in that tri-lane, and they are doing it again against TTV right here, and we can see both of them making the very controversial Hollowware choice for Wigglytuff. I don't know what to say about that.
And again, like, TTV really needs to kind of get out ahead. The first Dreadnought is always the tipping points in these fights in terms of overall experience, but this Venusaur versus the Pikachu is going to scale so much harder in the late game if it's able to get out ahead of this where Pikachu is at.
Yeah, you know, Pikachu is one of those Pokemon that I really want. Did we just see a Pollen Puff Eldegoss, by the way?
We did, yep.
Whoa, so that is a really interesting call. I feel like you never see it. Interesting.
Yeah, so Pollen Puff versus what Leaf Tornado we see here from Indie Bear, for those not familiar, is Leaf Tornado gives you a little bit more securing power in terms of last hitting on farm, but the Pollen Puff gives you the ability to heal more. And I kind of like this choice from the Eldegoss on the right side because Venusaur makes their team a little bit tankier than TTV, which means they have more sustain in these long fights with Puff plus the other healing move.
It's a really interesting play. The amount of not only last hit potential, but also movement speed you get from Leaf Tornado, I feel like is unbeatable, but I can't wait to see what happens because of this Pollen Puff choice. And you can see it right here, everyone getting healed. So we're going to have 2 healing moves from the Eldegoss on Millennium.
Yep, and to talk about a little bit of the micro positioning this game here, we saw the Greninja not only come down, but also hide in that grass until the bees come up, so it being there and them being 4-3 could be a surprise for that bees fight.
You saw it right there when that Leaf Tornado came in. It gave TTV's entire team the ability to advance very quickly on the enemy position here. So we have all 5 for both teams in this bottom lane. Venusaur making its way back down after getting KO'd.
And again, just to continue pointing out what matters in these early games, you'll note that Toon here is level 9 and has already ripped a Unite, whereas the Greninja on the right side here is only level 8.
Ooh, here we go.
The right side team wins the flip.
And now they have that Unite. They're coming in. This could be I mean, we could see multiple members of TTV going down right here. They're going to lose this point. They need to back off of it. It's definitely done. Are they going to lose Toon as well? No.
They're not. And this is, again, you know, good awareness from the TTV team. Expect nothing less from the, okay, we lost this fight. We should not also throw our bodies into here and give them additional experience while they break our point.
Yes, what people are calling a classic Spraggles move, which, you know, I take offense to, but sometimes I do end up throwing in that moment.
And it's one of those things where, you know, it's one of those things where something doesn't go your way, and you need to make sure you don't double down on things not going your way further.
Boy, that's a good life lesson, Jeff.
It applies to more than just Pokemon Unite for sure.
Both goals being taken out here. Wow, look at that thunder by Pikachu. Oh my gosh.
And again, great awareness from Millennium here that Lucario could have broken that goal, but recognize that, okay, I have Score Shield, my Venusaur does not. I should let Venusaur get in here to claim this experience.
Yeah, I mean, right now we've got 2 goals up for Millennium, and we have 2 goals down for TTV. So TTV is going to have that extra experience, but right now, map control and I think level-wise too, we're looking at a better situation for Millennial Light.
It looks like we're maybe catching up in levels a little bit. See, TTV has a level 11, but we are dying here. Like these kills are huge.
Yeah, Lucario going down there in the center.
See, another Dreadnought coming up. While we've talked about the advantage of losing your outside point, giving you those extra dinos, when it comes to objective securing, losing your point is a big deal. So Millennium is close to parity on levels, but they also have this point to fall back to should this Dreadnought fight start going bad, which gives them a huge positional advantage on the map.
Oh, wow. And we actually have Zug just walking right in there. I get maybe they didn't know that that's exactly where they were, or maybe that's what they expected to have happen, but there are more members of Millennium here than there are TTV.
And we see Pikachu working opposite of the rest of TTV here while Millennium 5 stacks this Dreadnought. Basically, Goof just hedging the team's bets that, hey, if we lose this Dreadnought, I want to get ahead elsewhere. And if we win the Dreadnought, like we did here, TTV winning the coin flip this time, essentially, but getting cleaned up in terms of kills, it looks like.
Wow. This is... Wow. I mean, I'm just so impressed with Millennium's play in this bottom lane. I feel like watching this bottom lane has been really educational as to how much you can dominate in that bottom lane and how much it can affect the rest of the game.
Yep. And we see here again, Lucario just doing what Lucario is best at, which is get in and get out, harass the opposing team's friend. I mean, interested to see how much TTV wants to chase or not. There's a lot of yellow dots up on the map here currently.
Yeah, and we now see Millennium take that Rotom uncontested. They're going to just let that push in, and they're going to be able to take any experience over the rest of the map.
And we saw this earlier from them, you know, they recognize, okay, this Rotom is just an objective we don't want coming at us. Let's clear it, and then let's go clear all of our yellow dots. That way we can get as big as possible, as quickly as possible.
I wonder how impactful the Venusaur choice over the Pikachu choice has been. I mean, there have obviously been many moments that Millennium has played very well in this, but I just wonder if that Venusaur is maybe a more solid choice than Pikachu. As you said, Jeff, it really does start to fall off as the game goes on as well.
Yeah, and I don't even know that it's so much to fair that, say, Pikachu falls off as much as Venusaur just scales so much harder, right? You know, you compare Pikachu to other things like Cramorant or Ninetales, it's very comparable, but these 3-stage Pokemon in Pokemon Unite, because they get that second power spike when they evolve to that top level, they just gain bigger stat increases as the game goes on than something like a single stage like Pikachu does.
Yeah. I also think we see a Pokemon like Venusaur who arguably is still, you know, it would be fair to make a YouTube video thumbnail that says broken OP with Venusaur, because that Pokemon is just an absolute monster with Petal Dance Giga Train.
Yep. And, you know, that was one where we saw, you know, it was overtuned for a little while, and they've dialed it back now to this point where it's just pretty reasonable. Now, we are a little bit pretty even on levels here.
We see Lutano really going for this Greninja here, but we got Unites coming down. Is he going to be able to Unite? No! He is CC'd out of it. Zugrug trying to stop them here. Wow. All right. Lutano down for TTV. Toon being chased out of this fight. This is really interesting.
Yep. Okay, and there's Zugrug down. Our Greninja is very low, though, and there's Toon just coming with the... I didn't notice that Toon had been playing Surf.
He is a Surf smokescreen Greninja, and look at Millennium. They're burning Zap right now. They're saying, no, we're going to take it. You guys left. It's ours now. Toon coming back. He has Surf. This could be a 5 KO. Oh, look at Toon go.
Oh, whoa. Okay. Millennium gets the Zap, but so many of them are dead here. We need these caps.
Look at Lutano.
Another one goes down.
Running for a counter score.
That one goes down. Lutano's running for a counter score. Okay, Orange team is up by a little bit, but it's only a single cap. Can Greninja push off here? They're
Yeah,
able
I
to,
mean,
thanks to that. Okay, and the orange team's coming back up here. You know, this is everything.
look at everything here in the bottom lane. This is a huge team fight. If they can win this team fight, if they can score here, someone with a score shield, Zug trying to score right here. Oh,
Pushed off just barely. And you know, honestly, if you said, Jeff, what is one thing TTV does that any other team in the game? It's put points in at the end of a game like this.
Yes. They're incredible at it, and it's so important because games are often decided by a smaller
Look at
amount of points
Wigglytuff.
than you think.
Wigglytuff is running to the top, and the entire orange team is here. Wiggly's getting their points in. We are about to be in the lead for Team TTV.
This Venusaur needs to run. This Venusaur has to run as fast as they can.
And we see Greninja knows. Greninja knows this is what's happening. And look, they're all already back.
Wow, and that is the macro play that we talk about. That just the high level. TTV lost that zap. They were losing that team fight. They were behind multiple points in that game. But look at the awareness of TTV right there. Great play.
You know, I gotta say, I'm really glad to be biased. I'm glad TTV got that capping, because it would have been really embarrassing if I said they were the best at it and then they didn't do it.
Yeah, I would have been like, "What are you talking about, Jeff? They couldn't do it. They tried the whole time."
Yeah, and that's one of those things where, you know, it's tough to both manage the micro of your character in the moment like that, and then also be aware, oh crap, where'd the Wiggly go? Inside of that chaos and that 3-4 or 4-4, whatever's going on in the bottom.
I love that move by TTV, and the thing about TTV that whole game is, even though they were behind and they lost a couple fights throughout it, they kept it really competitive with score, and even when they lost Zap, they didn't lose. They had enough members down from the other team that they weren't able to completely lose the game there, and they didn't lose their heads either.
Yep. Yeah, there's no panic. There's no suddenly, you know, everybody's played a solo rank game where the zap dies and you can still win, and then suddenly the surrender thing appears in the corner. You're like, come on, squad. We're not like, we were winning this by a lot. We can put some points in. It's, you know.
I see people surrender they try to surrender every time they lose anything in Pokemon Unite when you're playing in solo queue.
All right, so our players are queued up for their next game. So we just have a quick, short delay here while we wait for their thing to pop up in the spectator for us. How's everybody doing at home? Great to see a few hundred people in here for the chat today. If you're new, welcome to the channel. My name's Jeff Hoogland. I stream full-time here on Twitch in general. I do Pokemon Unite content. I play some Magic the Gathering. I do some single-player story games as well. Always a ton of great stuff happening here in Hooglandia. I'm joined by Spraggles, the one, the only, the content cowboy, who is your primarily Pokemon Unite content, right?
Yeah, I would say that's 99% of what I do. The rest of the time, Jeff, I'm a father. I'm a husband.
Those are busy jobs, speaking from experience.
They really are. But thank you so much for having me, man. This has been a blast. Yeah, you can find me over on YouTube, youtube.com/whatever else you need to put /Spraggles.
Yeah, so Spraggles is there. It does daily content on YouTube. If you enjoy my personality, I also have a YouTube channel that's dedicated to Pokemon Unite 7 days a week. I post a 2-match highlight there where I talk about the Pokemon that I'm playing, the team composition that is being played in, and then I show off 2 matches that either highlight that Pokemon or team composition. Well, usually I try and play a different Pokemon every single day there, so there's a lot of variety of the content there. Usually try and play some off-meta stuff too, experiment with a lot of 2-1-2s into 1-1-3s, for example.
I know you're a big Blastoise guy. What would you say a few of your main Pokemon are?
I'm a big fan of the dad bod Pokemon. I've got Blastoise, we've got Mamoswine. I like me a thick man, okay?
Yeah, that's great. That's awesome.
How about you? Is there a particular role that you tend to gravitate towards in Unite?
You know, no one will ever give me jungle when I'm playing solo, so I never even try to take it. But if I can, I like playing Talonflame.
Yep.
I love playing Sylveon in either lane, top or bottom. And then if I'm just filling on the team, I'm a big Eldegoss, really any support. Eldegoss, Mr. Mime, Wiggly, they're all so fun to play. Defender-wise, I'm a Greedent man. You can't nerf him enough. You can't nerf the Squirrel, he's too good.
You know, speaking of solo queues, I actually think the best Pokemon to solo queue up with, that's a question that's very common, is how do I get better in solo queue? And you know, you said the jungle is a very popular role, but macro awareness for people that want to play the jungle is often poor. So I actually think the best things to be soloing up with are the ones where you can play okay in lane early, things like Venusaur, but then you can rotate and start taking the jungle when your jungler inevitably starts ignoring it.
Yeah, and they will do that. That's a great point. Yeah, they're going to leave that for you at some point. Venusaur is incredibly good. It snowballs incredibly well. That's an awesome Pokemon to lane and then switch to person who eats everything all over the map.
I often say you learn a lot about your jungler after the first Dreadnought fight, because the people that understand the game go back into the jungle and the other people run directly up the middle and play the game on the other side of the map for the rest of it.
I often say you learn a lot about both of your junglers. When two people are trying to fight over jungle, half the time they start spinning around each other and then go AFK. That's when I think you really learn a lot about your junglers in solo queue.
All right, it looks like Goof is sticking on Pikachu for this game. They were successful in the first one. Looks like both teams have kept their team compositions the same. It was an incredibly close game right up until the very end there, so not really surprised to not see any change-ups happen.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm both of those teams, I would find it hard to want to switch our strategy there. It felt like Millennium played extremely well, and TTV played a textbook, super strong TTV game. Yeah, I think, you know, it just kind of landed down that TTV won that one, but that one could have went either way.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how the mid game goes again, because I do feel like Millennium was solidly ahead in that mid game. Like, they got that first Dreadnought on kind of a chaotic fight, and they recovered really well from Pikachu bullying them in lane.
Nice, and it looks like, was it Millennium that got that? It looks like it, yeah? Looks like their Jiggly got that, and now TTV just moving back towards their side of the map to go ahead and get their farm. Are they going to try to steal here with Pikachu and LD? They are! Nope. Not able to get it there and just being pushed out. That Razor Leaf.
We see Indy Bear and Goof looking to harass here, while their Wigglytuff gets harassed on the other side. You know, this is not completely free. These teams having awareness of how everybody's looking here. Oh, it's gonna net go up here. There's a net and a kill. Sleep is huge.
That's big. If that sleep comes down a half a second earlier before Venu goes down, that entire team fight goes the other way.
Okay, we spent a lot of time watching the early lanes in the first game. Let's take a look at how our top lane plays out here. Our first Bs are going to be coming up at 850, and these kind of set the tone of whose Lucario and such gets ahead. And actually, Lutano is down here, so we've got a level 5 Lucario already for Millennium to start.
Wow, this is really interesting. But, you know, they're not... Oh, here comes the Power Punch! Oh, man, that was really close.
Really good micro from Lutano there. Expect nothing less. Able to quick attack out from underneath that Power-Up Punch, no problem.
Yeah, that could have been a very, very bad turn of events for TTV, but Lutano, he's actually getting a lot better with Lucario.
Yeah, so one of the things to note here, these Lucarios, if you've watched the minimap at all throughout these fights, is that they kind of just play on each other's side of the map in these games, largely ignoring each other, just dunking points in exchange.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really interesting lane to just see them consistently kind of... They kind of punch at each other a little bit, and then they head over to the other side and start doing some scoring.
Now, to analyze what happened on the bottom here, you'll note that TTV down the left side is level 5, level 5, level 5, and we've got 3 level 4s for the bottom lane, now a level 5 finally. So definitely up in this early game on the TTV side.
Yeah, they, without question, they must have gotten almost all, or if not all of the Bs there at 720.
850, 720 beads will become up here in 15 seconds for us as we have fights being engaged
Jeff.
again.
I'm a stupid man. Thank you.
There's a lot of numbers up on the screen. Can't say I blame you.
Ooh, and then we got that Leaf Tornado here. Do we still see a Pollen Puff from Millennium? I'm wondering.
Okay, see them kind of dancing around both Wigglies, trying to kind of zone off the other team. Wiggly for Orange getting pinched here. And there's this Greninja on the bottom again. This is something Millennium did in the first game that worked out very well for them. Greninja came down early, and they used the advantage that it gave them on the map to kind of push the Dread.
We see that Greninja is a little behind the Greninja from TTV, and I do think I saw a Leaf Tornado from the Eldegoss here on Millennium, so it looks like they've switched that strategy up. Yeah.
Okay, and there's Greninja getting slept, and then there down goes Greninja. Yep. Wow, this might be a complete disaster.
big wins there for TTV. Oh boy.
Is Pikachu gonna go down, or are we gonna get out of it without any deaths?
Oh,
Not
man.
a single death for TTV inside of this fight. Now, Millennium's death timers are pretty short early, but we see here they are just giving up this Dreadnought. They know at this point they cannot get back down to contest it, and they are rotating back up to the top here to see if they can do something about this Rotom.
Yeah, I mean, that's the strategy without question, is move up to that Rotom. You lost that fight. You're not going to make it there in time. It looks like TTV, they all have enough points to score in bottom, and they are keeping that goal up.
Yep. Yeah, and this is, you mentioned this earlier, some of the better teams choose to do this. By leaving the point up on the bottom, you don't give the opposing team those side Dinos.
Now, I love this play. They crash this goal so that they can hopefully push this Rotom in. Either way, they don't waste that Rotom on that frontline goal. TTV is going to have to deal with it here, but they need to back up and not lose after such a nice win in that top lane. Ooh, there goes Greninja.
Yep, and we see Pikachu and Venusaur kind of dueling it out down here in the lane for this contested farm. Now, the Venusaur is 2 levels underneath Pikachu at this point. Which,
oh boy.
Oh.
And here comes the Unite here from Goof.
Love the Unite here. Like we've mentioned, the catch-up experience is just so high in Pokemon Unite that dying as a level 9 to their level 7 is just something you want to avoid at all costs.
Wow. I mean, Pikachu, it's really hard to fight Venusaur. You even saw with that level advantage, it still was pretty close. Pikachu versus Venusaur there, but a great Unite by Goof.
And we mentioned
now they have broken that goal.
We mentioned a second ago that they left the goal, but you'll note they didn't just leave it on a bunch of points. They left it so that a Wigglytuff with its Score Shield could break glass in case of emergency if they needed to push them off for a positional advantage like we saw there.
Yeah, absolutely. I really plays like that. Analyzing plays like that. If you're a team trying to get better at this game, knowing when to make those decisions to say, we are not going to break this goal right now. We're not giving them that experience. That is an extremely high level decision by TTV.
Interesting macro positioning here. So our team on the right is under-leveled, and they're going, okay, TTV is going to get this Dreadnought. We cannot contest this Dreadnought. We are going to go to the opposite side of the map and try and do what we can there to push our advantage on this top lane.
Well, and you saw right there in the bottom, Zug and Goof both scored in that bottom goal because they knew they weren't there. I mean, just another great move there by TTV. They recognized that Millennium's going to be heading up to that Rotom there, so they're going to say, not only are we taking Dread, we're going to be dunking on your bottom goal.
To talk about good positioning from Millennium's side here, you'll note that the Lucario was not helping rip that Rotom, and instead was off to the left to provide vision should TTV come running up. A lot of people, they talk about, oh, the last hitting's so terrible, we just flipped it and there was nothing we could do, but you can often be positioning in games like we see these better teams doing to prevent steals from happening.
See a lot of Unites coming down here. It looks like that Pikachu's going to get caught. Oh, Goof's going down here. And I mean, there was a ton of action there. It makes sense. They were at about 330, 340 when a lot of those Unites were coming down. If you look at the, when you are going to be using your Unite moves in this game, if you don't throw a Unite out around 3 minutes, 45, 4 minutes in the game, you have to hold it all the way until Zap.
Now, points are up for TTV's side of the board, but more importantly, levels are up. We've got a level 13 Greninja for Toon here. We've got just now getting to level 12 off their jungle buffs for our teammates, our players on Millennium.
Yeah, and we see that Eldegoss still 9, and we've got the Eldegoss Indie Bear is up at 11. I think he's running an experience share, and that seems to be, being really beneficial for him. Yeah, running that EXP share, and he's keeping up in levels.
Talking about the advantages and disadvantages from having points, we see those bees spawning on Millennium's side of the map. That's another disadvantage you put yourself at when you choose to break their point. Not only do you give them the safe Dino farms, but now the bees spawn further away and are harder for your team to contest.
Now look at this here. We've got Dread coming up, and there's enough time where someone could actually take this Dread. So Goof is just watching it here, but he's recognizing now no one is mobilizing for it. There's a fight about to happen in the middle here. Lutano scoring right. Oh, almost
got pushed off. Yep.
Here we go. Big team fight here. It's all happening right around this top lane. Everyone's positioning themselves for this fight.
Yep, we see
Lutano still looking for that score up there. You can see him. He's going to sneak it. He's sneaking up for that score again.
Yep, Lutano just trying to cement the lead they already have. You feel good if you're 100 points up. You feel great if you're 200 points up.
Yes. And now we see Millennium. Oh, caught out here. Venusaur taken by a leaf tornado.
And then if you're on the side for Millennium, you're kind of hoping to trickle into 13 on this Greninja before you have to take this fight in the middle. You want your second attack
so
upgrade.
Close.
And there's the Unite. Fully baited that frog into the point there and just walked him into his death.
And there's Lutano taking those points in the top lane. This is a huge swing for TTV. Zap is now essentially necessary for Millennium here.
Yep, not only is Zap necessary, but we're at a minute left, and our jungler is down for 5 more seconds. So, we have to start the fight in the middle before our jungler is up, and we also have to have enough people survive. Yeah, just a disaster here. This is...
I mean, you saw that when I saw that power-up punch charging on that Venusaur, I thought, oh no, there he goes. One of the big reasons to run pup on Lucario is when you're against people like Venusaur. It really destroys them.
Yep, there's three down for the orange. We're about to have fourth down. There's just a Lucario left. Lucario is 3-1, but again, even if the Lucario kills all 3 of these people, there's 20 seconds left and this game is over.
Yeah. GG. That is the game. TTV really commanding performance inside that final fight there. I mean, they had them in every moment. And what a wonderful bait to take that Greninja there. The Greninja was right. If it was able to get that Wigglytuff out of there, that would have been huge. But unfortunately, he was baited right into a Unite.
Yeah, and that's one of those reasons, we saw earlier in one of these games, like Zug ran into the bush as Wiggly. You almost never want to run into those lack of visions as the squishy character, even if you think you might have someone.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand that Greninja's, urge to chase there because that's such a big moment if they can chase that. But at the same time, probably the smarter play, obviously we have a lot more information than them because we can see everybody, but probably the smarter play is back off a little bit, know that Wiggly's really low, maybe it has to base and then regroup with your team.
Okay, it looks like we are going to be jumping right on into another round 3. This is a game 2 of this round, and Sanji's team that's going to be on the right side of the screen is currently up a game. However, Kid Tans is regularly one of the rank 1 players on the ladder, so this is not going to be an easy game for either of these teams.
Great, let's take a look here. We've got Greninja heading into the jungle. Pretty standard tri-lane there. Eldegoss, Mime, Venusaur. You see a lot of that. We've got Eldegoss, Mime, Venusaur. Oh, Jeff, stop me before I notice. We have a mirror matchup.
We are 5-5. I think this is kind of like the meta team at this point, right? I think if you look at a lot of the top teams, these are the 5 Pokemon they are choosing to jam with.
This is very, very common. All these Wigglytuff actually just gaining a little prominence lately, but if you were to write down what you most classically see right now, this is probably it. Greninja actually, maybe over the last couple weeks, really outpacing Cinder. You really see almost no Cinder lately and tons of Greninja.
Yeah, and I think part of that too is the 1-to-1 matchup for Cinder into Greninja definitely favors the Greninja because you get on top of them and then your boosted autos where you melee across really cement the fight for you.
Yeah, something I say about Greninja a lot, and I'd say it to his face, is that the outplay potential for Greninja is huge.
Yes.
And when you have these great players, you want someone that, given the chance, you can make some incredible plays. Cinder feels a lot more, basic 80 carry. You are just dealing tons of damage, but you're not doing anything surprising.
Yes, you press A and you try and hit your skill shots.
Yeah. And even if you're me and you miss all your skill shots, Jeff, you're still doing good pressing A.
That's true, because your skill shot gives you another boosted auto, so you still do extra damage even if you miss.
Yeah, that's great. It's great for me. Woo! Wow, Sanji with a double in that top lane. They really won that exchange, and they
again,
are going
not only getting the
forward.
kills, but also getting the experience from putting these points up in.
Yeah, taking that A-Palm. Their Greninja's taking the top A-Palm here. Bad start for purple team in this top lane.
Okay, they're doing okay on the bottom, maybe. We're getting some beat up, and we're really ahead on levels in the bottom. So we've got a level 6 to a level 4 Bulbasaur here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is really, really big. And look at that Hollowware. Beautiful.
One thing to note here as well is that the jungler for our left side team, Kidtans, they were able to clear their jungle first. So they've actually invaded here a little bit, but they've lost the one-on-one. This is a huge miss.
I love the invade, but I feel like if you lose there, boy,
Yep.
was it not worth it.
Correct. Yeah, you could have been in lane helping your team win their lane harder, and instead you died in their jungle. It's a high risk, high reward payoff.
Yeah, but you know, when you're winning, some teams when they're winning, they feel like they go back to a much more methodical, let's get some experience, let's, secure this here and there. It's some really, really almost defensive plays, as they say in football, defense wins games. And then other teams really want to step on the gas. They say, if we're winning, we are going to stomp the enemy right here.
Yep, and we see that Dreadnought doing the leashing that we talked about earlier, where it walks a little bit too far away, and then it sends itself all the way back to where it started.
Yeah, here we go. All 5 for both teams in the bottom.
It looks like we might have a full flip situation here.
Wow, look at that extreme speed just making its way through the entire enemy team. And here comes a Unite. Oh my gosh.
And we see, our good morning team on the right side here. They chose to start that Dreadnought, and the purple team was like, nah, I'm not flipping this turtle with you. And they dove right onto orange and wiped them out and guaranteed they're secure on that objective.
Really big. I mean, I can't imagine how much damage that Lucario just output there. He was extreme speeding through the entire enemy team, who was all right next to each other. That was huge.
Yep, Venusaur moving right on up. Interesting to see the jungle just being kind of skipped over by Kidtans here as we move towards this objective up top.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that they're guessing that the enemy team here is just going to all move top, so maybe they just really want to be here for this fight. And we see Unites coming down, so yeah, I think they just wanted to punish the enemy team, assuming that's exactly what they do. This feels like one of those, I know you are going to do this.
Interesting little micromanaging the scores here. Venusaur stopped scoring there to allow the largest overcap possible to get them ahead on just that outside point.
I mean, so many games are won by small amounts of points. And if you don't make plays like that, by the end, you could be kicking yourself.
Yeah, definitely.
We've got Lucario just kind of here alone in this bottom lane.
CNG is about to get dove. And again, something we see the good players do consistently is this Rotom was a distraction. The Rotom was captured, and then the blue team immediately pivoted all the way down to break this bottom point. So now they have a positional advantage before the Dreadnought.
Oh, we've got they're going in on this Greninja. He's gone. They deleted him, Jeff. Oh, here we go. And can this Lucario fight back against these 3? I mean, the short answer is probably not. Oh!
Okay, there's a mime, there's a Venusaur. This just could turn into a disaster here if they can't get it.
It could. It's one of the most dangerous things that you can do in this game when you're pressing your advantage and when you're under the 5-minute mark. The timers are still really, really low, the KO timers, and people are landing right on your head.
And not only are the KO timers low, but it's important to note that the further back the enemy's point is, the more it heals. So that second point heals their team faster than the first point does. So it's even harder to push your advantage and kill an opponent there if you don't have a ton of damage.
Yeah, you saw a 3-on-1, and it was actually able to survive long enough for someone else to come in there. So yeah, that's a great point.
It'll be interesting to see. And again, they started the Dreadnought, and we saw them do the same thing as last. Oh my gosh. What a disaster. Just a giant flurry of Unites and colors as the purple team just gets deleted off of the map.
I mean, as I was saying earlier, Jeff, this is when you do it, right? You're 4 minutes, you're 3 minutes, 45 seconds. You're not going to have these Unites up for the next fight here, and they're trying to manage the score right here, too.
Yeah, this is, the purple team managed the score on the top, but there weren't any enemies there. So they tried to manage the score and ultimately ended up getting nothing in that instance because the enemy came to push them off.
That's so unfortunate, too, because without question, they would have scored there. But people were pulling back. I think there must have been a lot of conversations on comms. And yeah, now no points are put in.
It's worth pointing out the priority that the purple team picked here. They could have started this Rotom sooner, but they're like, no, securing these bees and getting the contested farm is more important than this objective.
And you'll notice that they still have that goal up in the top. So even if they say, yeah, if we lose this Rotom, what's the big deal? It's just going to push into that top goal. That's kind of fine at this point.
In fact, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this Rotom just walks in. Maybe they'll push it off, but if it walks, it's not a big deal.
Exactly. So their Greninja right now is taking it out. Totally fine. They don't want to give up the goal, but at the same time, they could, and it's really not a big deal at all.
And again, when you're evaluating games of Pokemon, you can focus on that score at the top, but the score does not tell the whole story. While the purple team is up by over 150 points here, this game's actually incredibly evenly matched with maybe a slight advantage to the orange team when we look at these levels. 2 13s and a 12 already over there for them, and only a single 13 for our purple players.
Yeah, it's a really close game. We're heading into Zap here. The point advantage is really nice for the purple team right now because they're able to play the Zap a little differently than orange, but both teams are going to kind of be fighting here for the same kind of objective. Obviously, you see the zoning. You have Mime top and Lucario bottom. They're watching those goals. Here we go.
Now, something to note here, talking about levels, the Venusaur is back farming here still for the orange team, trying to hit that break point of level 13 where it gets a second upgraded attack before they take this fight.
Ooh, this Mime is just doing a great job zoning out this Lucario. And now Lucario's up against Mime and Greninja up there, but orange team is coming down here to fight the Eldegoss Venusaur. Here we go.
I'd really like to call out the macro play from our orange team here. They knew what their Venusaur was doing in terms of hitting that power level spike, and they explicitly chose not to take this fight until their 5th team member could get there.
I love it. We got 2 down for the purple team. This seems to be smart. And you know what he also could have been doing is something we don't know in spectate mode. He might have been farming his Unite there too.
Sure,
so, Here we go.
Here's a killing Eldegoss maybe? Yep, okay.
Yep. Wow.
So now the purple team is coming back up at this point, though.
Here we go. They're taking Zap right now. They're going for it.
Flip situation, and they got it. They got it, and all 5 of them are alive.
Big plays right there. Wow.
Yep.
I mean, this is going to be hard for the purple team to come back from, but they do have that point advantage, so it's definitely not a game over situation yet. We see the orange team pushing
Frog gets in. Oh, man, that
Ooh.
Frog was so close to dead.
Yeah. You obviously want to chase those squishier people after a Zap, right? When I see a Ninetales, a Cramorant, or something like that, chase that. You're not going to be able to stop the Venusaur, probably. You're not going to be able to stop the Mime, but those Greninjas, you can stop someone like that. And now
this game is done. It looks like Good Morning is having a good match, winning 2-0 here over Get Money.
Wow, there were some great plays from both teams throughout that entire game, but what a solid final fight there. Get Money.
Again, really just an excellent highlight of how the scoreboard wasn't what mattered, and the character levels are the thing that mattered. And again, I can't commend the orange team enough from just that awareness of our Venusaur's in the back. We can't take this fight 5-4 until Venusaur gets here, and then Venusaur got there with its breakpoint, and they took the fight and they won it.
Yeah, it's one of those moments I always am very stressed out when you have a comfortable lead, but you are zoning multiple goals. It's almost like if they would have let those points push into that top goal, if that Rotom actually would have taken that top goal, they wouldn't have needed to zone top so hard, and they would have had more of their team sort of mid-bottom purple team. I'm wondering if actually having both goals up was a huge disadvantage for them heading into that final fight.
One of the things you'll see other teams like TTV do in an instance like that where they're still ahead is they'll look for a back cap to start, so that way they don't have to defend both their goals and the opposing team can get a back cap and still be behind.
Yeah, I mean it's a great move. It's an art, not a science, Jeff. I'll say, because that back cap, you have to know when to peel away. You have to know how many people for the team that's trying to defend it, how many people to send up there. If you send 3 people up to stop a back cap, the 2 people who are left sort of in the middle near Zap are completely done. You are now setting yourself up for a horrible team fight after those 2 are KO'd. So yeah, it's a very smart play, and you have to execute it perfectly.
So we are actually going to be heading on into this. That was actually our quarter-final round for our upper bracket. So we have 4 teams remaining that are currently undefeated in this tournament. We have Bad Macro, Flip Bird, Good Morning, who we just saw win a very solid match. We have Team TTV, and then we have one last game waiting to be decided between between Random Gaming and Tire, it looks like here.
Yes. Ooh, taking a look at the chat here, Jeff. They're saying we have my name spelled wrong in this.
It's been spelled wrong the whole time?
This is going to be bad,
no.
Jeff. I didn't want to do this, but I'm actually going to sue you. I'm going to take you to court. I hate to be like this, but I feel like if I don't immediately say that I'm going to defend my position in court, then I might lose.
Oh, what?
Yeah, Random Gaming versus Tire still. They're still fighting over it here.
I want to go. I want to.
I'm noticing now that Jeff has a child named Jacob. I'm wondering if that's named after me. It's unlikely. Given that
I do have a small child. Can you wave hi, Jake? All right, coolio. Okay, Jake, I love you. If you need help, please go ask mommy, okay? We'll hang out after I'm done, okay? I just need a little bit, a couple more hours, okay? Love you, dude. Wave bye.
Why are you level 2?
Level 2, because this is a coverage account. We don't play on this account.
What coverage count?
It's what we do spectating stuff with. All right, my dude. I love you.
What a hero.
I'm here for it.
Can't believe it. I believe it. It looks like I am now. It's possible that I have become the godfather to Jeff's child. It's possible that that child is my namesake. I don't know if it's one of those situations like that movie where she learned the language of the aliens and kind of was able to go back in time. It's possible that that's how Jeff's child was named. Somehow Jeff knew to name it after me.
Are you Jacob Furlong? Or are you just?
I am Jacob Furlong. Yep.
Okay.
Jacob for short, Jacob Furlong. So let's see here. Down in the bottom bracket here, we're now going to have Get Money against War Legion. So War Legion climbing up that bottom bracket. We have Sucker Bunch moving up that bottom bracket. Millennium now put into the bottom bracket, and we could easily see them again in the finals. They are such a solid team. Tacchini Volanti also climbing up that bottom bracket.
I want you to know that my wife has DM'd me to let you know that she disagrees with your take on Wiggly's Hollowware.
Whoa! I can't believe I'm suing your entire family. This is crazy, Jeff, at this point. All right, fair enough. I think Sleepy Hollowware and Bonfire Hollowware are both very, very good. But I believe I did a poll in my community, and I think Sleepy Hollowware won. I think the people have spoken.
The people have spoken. You do have one of the larger Pokemon Unite communities, so there's a good chance that that's representative.
Let me take a look here. Maybe I'm even actually wrong. I might be incorrect, actually. Hold on. I'll see if I can find it. I do too many polls. Polls are so fun. Don't you just like clicking a button? Like, that's what I think. Let's see. Oh my gosh. I didn't actually do a poll. I asked people, but I didn't poll it.
Jarrett's with the incredible, very generous biddies in chat. The kid missed his cue for the context chill, so here's to train him up for the next one. Thank you for that. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. It's awesome. This is our first time doing a Pokemon Unite tournament. If you're not familiar with my stuff, I stream here full time, and I've done tournaments for other games before. This has been a ton of fun working with Spraggles for the first time. Has been great. Hopefully we'll be able to do more of these here. Shout out to Metafy.gg for hosting this event. If you are a Pokemon Unite player looking to up your game, get coaching from some of the players in this tournament. In fact, 2 of our 4 teams that are in our semifinals currently undefeated today are players that coach on Metafy. You can work with Zugrug, Lutano, Chris Heroes. There's a bunch of them that are up there that would love to work with you through Metafy.
You know, Jeff, something I'm seeing here, we're moving into the winners semifinals right now. We have Bad Macro Flipbird against Good Morning, and we have Random Gaming against TTV. And correct me if I'm wrong, but we have not seen matches yet from Random Gaming, but they were able to defeat Tire, who up until this point had swept both of their rounds.
Yes, yeah, Tire was the Red Love team that had been played Charizard and Gardevoir and all sorts of other crazy things, taking a loss in the quarterfinals. They're not done though. Our tournament is double elimination.
We may see them again. Very possible to see them again.
So for people that aren't familiar with the tournament bracket, the tournament was free to enter. You just had to have a squad to play with. Prizes are being paid out $500 in cash to the top 4 finishing teams. It is best of 3 for our top bracket. It is best of 1 for the lower bracket up until we make it to the losers semifinals, where we will move back to best of 3 once we get to there.
I'm going to be starting a poll on my channel right now to figure out which Wiggly Hollowware is best.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to link that in chat so everybody can let them know that they agree with my wife.
No, all right, fine, but I understand you're going to influence this in such a mean way, Jeff.
Listen, chat, Christy is always right.
That's smart. That's a smart way to do it.
I ain't new. I've been around the block for a while. All right, our players are getting loaded up into their lobby. We're going to go ahead and throw to the shortest of breaks to give our voices a quick rest. We'll be back with Bad Macro Flip Bird versus Good Morning here in just a couple of minutes. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. While you're waiting, go vote in the poll. Spraggles is thrown up on their YouTube channel here. Thanks for hanging out today, folks. All right, welcome back. We're heading on into our winners semifinals here. So these players are one match away. The winner of This match will play a winners finals, then we'll have a grand finals pairing up against the bottom bracket as well. So we've got Bad Macro Flip Bird versus Good Morning here. Let's get that record updated. They are 0-0 here as we head on into our first game of our upper semis.
I mean, this is just, I mean, two awesome teams facing off, obviously. Oh, we are actually seeing Chris running Venusaur. I actually thought he might be running Pikachu here in this bottom lane because I see that a lot for them. But Venusaur is really popular in this lane right now. We have almost a complete mirror except for jungle.
Yeah, and we had talked about that difference earlier where, you know, some people have been moving towards Greninja, and while I think Greninja is a little bit better one-on-one Greninja versus Cinderace directly, there's also not going to be a lot of altercations where the junglers are one-on-oneing each other.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just how you want your jungler to perform in sort of these bigger team fights here. And Cinder is a tank shredder. Any tanky Pokemon, Cinder just is one of the only people who can actually delete them.
Yep. And also, too, I think one of the big advantages that Cinderace gives over Greninja is Cinderace rips an objective a little bit quicker. So you're able, once you clear a team fight in the early game, especially at that first Dreadnought, to pivot that team fight advantage into an objective secure.
And we saw the Eldegoss actually from Bad Macro being taken down, correct?
Yep.
Bad Macro purple team? Yes.
Yep. That being said, if we look at the numbers on the bottom, both mine and Eldegoss got to 4 on the bottom already, which is pretty good pacing.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like both teams are very, very even still. Actually, we've got that. Eldegoss just needed a last hit there.
Yep.
Okay.
Desperately needed that to get that evolution, hits it, so pretty much at exact parity on the bottom. As far as junglers and Lucarios go, it looks like the Lucario for Sanji here, yep, is a little bit ahead over Dexter up top.
Yep. And the interesting thing, you know, I actually have not seen a lot of experience share run in this tri lane, and I'm happy to see that all of the big teams are running it on their LD right now.
Yep, you know, usually someone in this bottom lane when there's 3 people with minimal farm is going to end up starving, and if the person that's starving has an EXP share, it hurts a whole lot less.
I wonder, you know, because of its secure, I'm sure I'm wrong here, but I'm thinking, man, if you put that EXP share on someone like Mime, it's never going to be gated by an evolution, but at the same time, Mime secures pretty well, so it probably won't be behind.
Another thing to consider, too, on the EXP share that I don't think a lot of people consider is that EXP share actually gives you a 3.5 to 4% movement speed increase, which is probably a little bit more valuable on your support to get around the battlefield where it needs to be.
Yeah, absolutely. You see here just a lot of even fights here in this bottom lane. No one seems to be making any big mistakes, and no one seems to also be making any, you know, big plays either. Just a lot of solid performance from both teams.
Really kind of an interesting split in the bottom here. Those Bs came up, but while the Bs were up, both teams were kind of splitting, contesting Dino simultaneously as well.
Ooh, I think they were able to steal that here, but now we've got 5 in the bottom lane here, and they're going immediate Dreadnought right now.
So
good morning.
If you look at the levels on the junglers, the right side team, Sanji's team, had their Greninja come down at level 8 after the top Bs, whereas Cinderace was only level 7. So Cinderace decided to make a pit stop in the jungle to try and get caught back up in levels, and Sanji's team appropriately recognized here that they had an advantage, and they wanted to push it to get this objective before Cinder could show.
So they're crushing this goal here. Obviously, Cinder is just burning that Rotom in the top lane. Will it be done by the time they get there? Probably. Yeah, he takes it right away. One of the nicest things about Cinder, if you leave him alone for just a second on an objective, it's gone.
Yep. Something that we saw here, while Sanji wasn't able to do it successfully in this instance because he was pushed off, is after that goal broke, Lucario immediately moved to start pressuring that safe farm for the purple team, trying to deny them the advantage that they should be getting from losing a point.
I really love that. It's such a high level play there, and if it works, not only did you just take their point, not only do you take part of their map, part of their ability to heal at the next Dreadnought fight, but if you take all that experience too, they are really far behind.
Yep, we see our players just looking to contest that kind of shared farm with those Bs. Lucario going down. Again, this death, not the biggest deal. Oh, interesting. There's a guard swap on the Mime here.
I was just gonna say that, and we see them putting it on the Greninja. So guard swap is such an interesting move because it will literally swap the defenses of your Pokemon, Mr. Mime, who has some of the best in the game. And if you throw that onto certain enemies, you're actually kind of putting yourself at a disadvantage. However, if you put that guard swap on someone like Greninja, all of a sudden you have taken one of the squishiest Pokemon in the game and given them the defenses of one of the tankiest Pokemon in the game.
Yeah, Mime has that, is flagged as a supporter in Pokemon Unite, and guard swap's really one of the ways that it excels at that.
Wow, that was such a nice little ambush there from Good Morning.
We see just note the micro and how this Cinderace plays these fights, just being at all the way at the back, never wanting to expose itself, trying to stay as far back from the enemy Lucario especially as possible.
Yeah, and the longer Cinderace is alive, the worse it's going to be for Good Morning. I mean, it just sits in the back lane, and now we can see obviously Greninja getting close enough.
And we talked about that Greninja versus Cinderace one-on-one matchup, and we really see it play out there exactly how you want it to play out if you're Cinderace. And the left side team with the Lucario steal here is a big deal.
Yeah, if you have a power-up punch Lucario anywhere near that objective, it's just at any moment, if it gets an opening, you saw it looking for daylight that whole time. If at any moment it has a clean line, it can take that.
Yep. And look at how little these good teams value this Rotom. They all could have gotten here faster, and they're all just like, no, there are all these yellow dots on the map. If the other team gets it, we can push it off our second point, no problem. The levels are what matter. Do the farm.
You see that Cinder, again, was basically there by itself for 90% of that Rotom, and it just burns it so quick. It's one of the quickest at taking objectives. It doesn't have an amazing, final hit. It's good.
Sanji, run!
Oh, wow. Wow.
And again, look at how the good teams not only prioritize Rotom, but also how they play it. I don't think we've seen any of these teams try to push a Rotom into a second point at any point during this game. And if they do, they see anyone contesting it and they immediately back off.
And you saw who they let take that point was Cinder, someone who has a really hard time scoring in this game. Cinderace is not someone who's going to be scoring a lot of points. So I thought that was a really, really, high-level play there to let Cinder be the one to dunk 50 on that goal.
Yeah, and not only does Cinder get to put their points in a spot where they normally wouldn't, but you get experience when you cap 2. So the Cinderace is working towards its 14. Anytime your jungler is 14 before Zapdos, you're super happy with how the game has progressed. God forbid your jungler get to 15 before Zapdos. The opposing team probably had a really bad time.
Yeah, and we see both junglers. We have Greninja and Cinder both at 14 here. Levels very similar for both teams.
Yep, and we see both teams kind of in the same spot where we don't want to rip the Dread, but it's also important that we make sure we don't lose it.
This guard swap on Greninja seems to be, a big part of their strategy here. I wonder if they're going to be able to apply that in this big team fight.
Yep, we see incredibly close scores. So we could have a Zap fight here, but we also could just see a single back cap change the texture of this game and how the teams are playing.
We got this power-up punch being charged up. Confusion and the wall out for the Mr. Mime on the purple team. Here we go. This is the fight here. Cinder taking out that Lucario. Big Unite's coming down right now. Everyone's getting their barriers. We have this... Oh, he's chasing this Greninja. He really wants this KO here. Greninja with the Unite move now.
There's Unite. Cinderace is down. There's 2 down for the orange team, but the main DPS is down for our purple team. Oh, and there Greninja goes down. Really going to swing this fight, I think.
There we go. Yeah.
And whose Venusaur dies first here? They're the remaining damage dealers in the scenario, and the orange Venu is bigger. They both go down together. Oh man!
Time.
And this exchange of Venusaur for Venusaur here favors the team that's ahead, right? Like,
yeah.
The purple team is ahead. They are happy to trade even in these fights because they're the ones that are winning.
Yeah, both teams don't have an open goal, so it's going to be hard to make a back cap happen. But of course, they want that. We see Sanji is thinking about that. Like, can I make that happen?
Okay, Cinder is level 15 now, and it gets... Oh my gosh, the button to catch it. Cinder at 15 is such a huge threat, but not if it's dead.
Yeah, that's one of the things I always say. If they're dead, they can't do anything anymore, Jeff.
20 seconds left. They can melt a zap and get a dunk in. Maybe they can.
This.
There's
someone
two underneath.
Going to peel off here? That's the question. I mean, Venusaur can make it without question. Can they stop it? Here's the Leaf Tornado. No,
the Leaf Tornado do it. 10 seconds. Somebody's got to get in.
Venusaur's going.
Somebody's got. I think we're gonna be good. This Venusaur's got to go, right? We're good.
Yes. Okay, Venusaur has it, and
wow.
There we go. Wow.
Man,
right at the buzzer.
That is down to the wire. Gosh, if you're on bad macro flips bird side of the board there, like your Cinder Ace dying on that respawn was just so incredibly huge. It getting picked off while exposed up top was just, you know, it was 2 levels up on most of the enemy team. It was a level up on their jungler. They should have had an advantage in that second fight.
That was a great fight. We saw, you know, it still wasn't over. That Leaf Tornado was a great secure, by the way. I feel like a lot of zaps get taken out by that Leaf Tornado. It was just a hair off there. And you're right. That Cinder going down, that level 15 Cinder, it was all alone. It was on an island up there. And unfortunately, it got gobbled up by 2 members of the enemy team.
Yep.
Really unfortunate for Cinder.
I think that was the closest one we've seen today as far as like down to the wire with scoring goes.
Yeah, not only down to the wire with scoring, but also just insanely good play from both teams at that final fight, and just that one moment takes it. Bad Macro Flipbird now down 1. I think they have swept every single game up until now.
Is that their first loss of the set?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And the interesting thing is, in that game, I would say they had good macro, didn't flip bird. I don't know what to make of that.
I feel like maybe they need to have worse macro so they can flip the bird in the next one.
Perhaps. I wonder if that's the conversation over there. Do we need worse macro right now? It's very possible that that's what they're thinking.
Or at the very least, get the Cinderace so it can secure a little bit. It's tough, right? Like the micro and where you're positioned in those end game fights is rough, because like you don't want to be in first to Cinder, but you also need to make sure that they're not in there flipping the bird before you can get there.
Yes, absolutely. I don't want to prematurely call anything because we only have 500 votes in for my poll, and usually these polls on YouTube they'll get up to, you know, like maybe 14 or 15k votes because people just love clicking buttons. But right now, Jeff, Bedtime Wiggly is really dominating Bonfire Wiggly.
Wow, that's incredibly sad.
I don't want to cause a rift in your marriage, and I hope this has not done that. But I just want to prepare you for a possible blowout. Let's see. Do we have reporting yet on how TTV is doing in their game? Not yet. They're still going. Looking at the losers bracket here. Millennium still climbing. Get Money, who just got dropped to the losers bracket, has taken out War Legion Esports.
Well, slow and steady. The brackets are moving along.
Tire. I wonder if Tire is going to keep going. Tire versus Millennium in that losers bracket's an exciting match as well.
So our players, our players have started their second game. They'll be coming back up for our spectator here once they are 2 minutes in. I'm going to be interested to see if we see any team composition changes in this next game. You know, that spot where Cinderace got picked at the end there is probably a spot where if you're a Greninja with a smoke screen, you get out.
Yeah, I think Greninja would get out of that situation. You know, not only does Greninja have that better dash than Cinder, it also has a Unite move that moves you as well. So if you're really in a tough position and you know it's your only shot, you have that as well. But Cinder only just has, you know, a big ball of fire that it kicks.
Yep. Thanks everybody for hanging out today, by the way. Great to see a bunch of people in here. If you're new to the channel, welcome. My name's Jeff Hoogland. I'm joined today by none other than the content cowboy Spraggles. This is our first time doing a Pokemon Unite tournament here on the channel, but I've streamed a ton of Pokemon Unite. I have a YouTube channel where I post daily Pokemon Unite highlights, try and feature different Pokemon there every single day. Feel everything from solos to 5 stacks on occasion, so it's a great place to learn strategy and the macro and micro gameplay of different Pokemon in the game. Spraggles posts daily content as well up on his YouTube channel, so be sure to check him out as well. This tournament today is sponsored by Metafy.gg. If you're someone that's looking to up your game, another great way to do that is with their plethora of very talented coaches on that platform there.
And we do have TTV now up 1 in their game as well. Good morning up in theirs, TTV up in theirs here in the semifinals.
Okay, and it looks like we've got a game, so let's go ahead and jump on in and see if Bad Macro can actually flip their bird this time through.
And we have no change-ups. Everyone's sticking to their guns here.
And this doesn't surprise me too much. While Good Morning did end up ultimately winning that game, I think it was just one small positioning mistake from the Cinderace that likely cost the game there. So with slightly better positioning at the end there, I think they would have had a very good shot.
Yeah, I totally agree. You know, when I'm watching this Venusaur here, this is just, for me, I think the end game value that people are getting out of this Venusaur is so much bigger than that Pikachu. I'm not surprised to see a mirror here in that bottom lane. It's just, we saw that Venusaur on both sides just absolutely crush those late game team fights. So I'm really not surprised to see this sort of be really popular with these top tier teams, to see Venusaur in this bottom lane.
Yeah, and it's not to say that the first 8 minutes of the game don't matter so much as the first 8 minutes are the preparation for that ultimate fight. The Zapdos exists to force all 5 team members generally to be in that same spot, and being ahead for that big fight before the bird is what you're trying to do in these games.
Yeah. Like top lane, are they getting kind of beat up there near their goal? What's happening here?
They are diving really deep there. Kind of an early rotation up from Gosu here, coming up at not quite 5 yet. And now the bees are coming.
They're late for bees here, but it didn't look like the orange team started. Oh, okay.
Well, and I'm not sure how much top lane Lucario versus jungler you've played, but there's this kind of awkward tension where you don't want to be the one to pull the trigger to start because you want the second burst to actually kill them.
Yeah, you're kind of both like, we're gonna do this? But we actually see the Lucario go down for the orange team here.
Yeah, and that's the kind of catch-up we definitely needed from the purple team to catch back up here. They're a little bit behind, but getting that kill there means they're definitely ahead on experience at this point.
See, bottom lane, things are almost equal in the bottom lane here. So we got that Mime at 5 here for Bad Macro.
Something to note here, you know, one of the things you want to be watching for measuring who's ahead is these levels are determined largely by who's getting the contested farm. And in this instance, the Cinderace got all 4 of those crabs in the middle. This means it's going to be a little bit later getting back to lane for contesting the second bees, but it also means when it gets there, it's going to be bigger than the Greninja is. Yeah,
and I'm wondering if we're going to see... No, we do not have a guard swap. Oh, when does Mime get guard swap? Hold on.
I believe it's 6.
Oh, 6. Okay, I was like, we do not have a guard swap.
Then we Confusion at 4.
Okay. Yeah, right. Confusion at 4.
And we see here exactly what I talked about. You know, they took, this is a disaster for the orange team. They pushed an advantage because the Cinderace was back later, but then the Cinderace came back bigger, and it got a kill on the jungler.
Yeah, it feels like Good Morning is really having some trouble in this top lane here.
And Cinderace is going to get these crabs here, and they're going to hit the bottom here at 9 at this point. And now what we saw last game was the Greninja come down early ahead and then rip the objective. And it looks like that's what they're trying to do here again, but Cinder doesn't have to jungle rotation this time. We're going to get to come in and rip this Unite, I would bet.
Yeah, and here comes this Unite from Cinder. Where is it at? There it is. Boom. I mean, this could be a full team KO right here with the Cinder coming in.
And this you can see Bad Macro Flip Bird have really good macro play here. They know they don't have to flip this Dreadnought. They are just going to go ahead and massacre the enemy team before they get to go ahead.
Disaster for Good Morning in that bottom lane. Wow. And look at this. They're going to leave it with 10. Either that or they're going to overdunk with this Venusaur. Nope, they're taking it. Okay. They're over. No, they pull back. They're leaving it. Leaving it with 10.
Okay. One of the other kind of interesting dynamics of not only giving the opposing team, not giving the opposing team side dinos, is if you leave this point here, all 4 of the dinos in the bottom here continue spawning. So you can contest those as farm to continue to get levels at an even rate.
Yeah, and, you know, if they keep that goal all the way till the end of the game, you get a much bigger overdunk if you peel off and score there, and it makes the enemy team have this point very close to Zap that they also have to continue to watch out for, something we talked about a little bit earlier. It might be a big disadvantage to have that point there still.
Yep. We see Lucario choosing to go ahead and heal by capping here. That being said, they waited on this. They secured the objective easily. I wonder if Gosu's going to dunk their points. I don't know if this Rotom's going to walk. It looks like they're backing it off here, which I think is smart.
Yeah, I mean, they've had the same play each time with this Cinder, and it works so well. It's up there in that top lane, ready for that Rotom. It can take it by itself really, really fast here.
We've talked so much about how important levels are in this game. Look at the Cinderace to the Greninja here right now.
Yeah, it's huge. 12 compared to 9. Greninja's going to get as much farm as it can. It's going to start leveling up here, but that is a huge discrepancy.
Yep, and not only that, but we also saw Cinderace intentionally play further back because this Cinderace correctly recognizing that, okay, I'm huge, but if I die, that's really bad, and I'm going to give up my advantage that I've accrued.
Yeah, the longer it can be around influencing that fight just from the back line, I mean, every single time you tap that basic attack, it is chipping away huge amounts of damage.
There's about to be a lot of colors on the screen. We are at 4 minutes and 30 seconds. This is an excellent time for all of these Pokemon to use their Unites, so that way they get to be up before the Zap again. Everybody's going to be looking for the opportune moment to make the board pop off here.
Here we go. Venusaur unites. Mime unites.
One thing to note for people that are newer to Pokemon Unite, you'll notice as all these Unites pop off, those big white shields go up on these Pokemon. Buddy Barrier is so key to why these Unites are important in these fights.
Oof. All right. Here we go. We lost 2 here from bad macro, but they're still in this fight.
More importantly, the jungler went down for Good Morning. So while we lost people on both sides, the more important Pokemon, higher level Pokemon, were lost for the orange team.
And it looks like this Dreadnought is still up. Everyone's making it back to lane, and they're just burning this as fast as they can right now.
Yep. Love it. And again, you saw Lucario rip its Unite to kill that objective. You know why? It's 340. You just want to get some amount of value off of this so it can recharge so you have it for that fight at the end of the game again.
And now, interestingly enough, now they have taken that bottom goal. So before they left it, and I think they were just wanted to deny the enemy as much experience as possible. And now they're saying, you know, we're getting close to the end here. We're going to take that goal. 2 goals still up for bad macro.
It is 3 minutes in the game, and Cinderace has already cleared level 14 for bad macro. There is a real chance that we go into the last 2 minutes of the game, and Cinderace is already 15, which would be an incredible advantage if they can get it.
Yeah, this Rotom, if I'm Good Morning, I really don't want this Rotom walking back towards us, but I know it's going to be really hard to stop.
And this is one of those awkward timings on Rotom. So, like, if you're Good Morning, you want this Rotom to not be hitting to your base. Wow, the steal there is huge.
Nice steal.
Mime is quite the smiter.
I totally agree with you. Honestly, you want that Rotom to go now. Get
Correct,
it now, so it's not anywhere close to Zapdos. And not only did they get it now, they got it for their team. They got a great steal there.
Yep. Last objective of the game is going to be this Zapdos. If you're Chris Heroes, you're going to be looking to try and get your 13. Gosu's looking to try and get their 15. Probably see 15 pop off when the first kill happens in the team fight. It's so tough to get that last level. It's so much experience. We might see them run back into the jungle here to try and secure it to get into the fight a little bit late. Yeah, I really like this.
These are both amazing buffs, too, for Cinderace. I mean, blue is great. Red is obviously huge for a ranged auto attacker. And there's
look,
15.
Look here on the Mime, by the way. Bruv knows that his teammates are farming their 15s and 13s. He's like, all right, I'm just going to walk over here to the choke, and we're going to put up the barrier, and you're going to wait until my people are huge.
Yeah, and we have the entire Good Morning team mobilizing here in the top lane. Ooh, they just caught that Lucario in a big way. Let's see. Venusaur running into this fight.
Okay, there's a mime ult from Bruv. And again, just like look at the level discrepancy between these two teams in this fight.
The longer that Cinderace is around, just the more damage is going to be put out. It's so powerful. It's so powerful. It's going to help stop a Venusaur. That's how powerful it is. Can this Venusaur actually stop? Venusaur is just such an unkillable monster. And it's going after Zap.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah. Whew.
the
It does not surprise to see me pull off there a little bit. Lucario and Mime are coming back. Remember, both of these Lucario are power-up punch. Excellent micro from both players there. Cinderace getting to fade that power-up punch in a big way.
Well, and now we just saw that Mime back cap there in that moment. So at this point, I mean, the score, it's just too much for Good Morning to handle. It's Zap or nothing right now. They need it big time.
Yeah, it's looking like we're gonna get a game 3 here. And honestly, I feel like I know we're 1-1, but our right side team won a very close game 1. This has not been a particularly close game 2.
No, absolutely not. Bad Macro has dominated this game. That's such a funny way to word that.
I think that's why they chose their team name. If I had to venture a guess,
I would say so. Yeah, it's a killer team name, and that is GG. Great performance by Bad Macro there. GG. Now, does either team change what they're doing here? I don't think Bad Macro is going to. The other team won the first round. Maybe they just say, hey, we missed a few there, and we're just going to keep it the same, run it back for a third game.
Yeah, I'm expecting Bad Macro to definitely run it back, lose a close one, win a dominating one. You're pretty happy with your performance. I wonder if we could see the other team maybe switch over to a Greninja, or from Greninja to Cinderace, perhaps, trying to match what Bad Macro is doing.
Yeah, that Greninja, it's interesting because they're both the same kind of role. They're both those 80 carries, but they really play so differently that I think if you're pretty used to that Greninja, I don't know if you're going to want to slot that Cinderace into your team comp. But at the same time, that was a pretty big loss there for Good Morning.
That's one of those ones, anybody who's played a tournament at any point, you always end up down at some point in your tournament. You just gotta, the difference between good players and bad players is like we talked about when you lose to Zapdos, right? How calm and collected are you when you're behind and down?
Yeah, you need to know those moments where you go, okay, we were up by 150 or so, something like that. Peel off, take a KO here. You definitely have to be calm, cool, and collected. Know what your strategy is for winning that game still. And yeah, in every tournament, you are going to find yourself down. And I always wonder, when a team is down, are they going to switch it up? What are they going to do? Are they going to change anything in their roster? Or are they going to say, it's not a roster problem, it's not a strategy problem, we got unlucky, this play didn't go so well? There are a lot of decisions to make with that. I was in a tournament recently where we had to switch our entire comp around because we just realized pretty early, oh, this isn't actually going to work out for us at all. We need to move players around. But that's on an uncoordinated team.
Yeah, these teams that we're seeing here especially are folks that have been playing 5 stacks together for a while, and I wouldn't expect anything that extreme, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Pokemon change like this, especially from Good Morning, because, the Bad Macro team didn't really change anything up because they lost a close game, so there's no reason to go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see TTV is now up there 2-0. TTV continuing to sweep their way. They're going to be making it to the winners finals now against either Bad Macro, Flipbird, or Good Morning. And what a winners finals that's going to be. Both teams really dominating through this whole thing. Good Morning, completely undefeated. Bad Macro, Flipbird, completely undefeated. Now going against each other 1-1. Either one of them is going to go up against TTV. These are going to be huge matchups.
Okay, it looks like we are going to have a game 3 between these two teams. However, they had a disconnect issue in their third game to start, so the players are going to need to wait for that match to time out and then remake the lobby. So we're going to go ahead and throw to a short break because I don't want to jump into another match. I really want to see how the game 3 plays out between these two excellent teams. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. we'll be back in a bit.
All right.
All right, sorry for the brief delay. Our players have remade their games, and we are heading on into a game 3 between Bad Macro, Flip Bird, and Good Morning. Let's see if anything's changed in their lineups here.
Of course, and just an update on the polling. Bedtime is still beating Bonfire. I hate to break it to you, Jeff, but I really think you're going to lose this one.
Chat, I need you to go vote. I'm going to need you to put the link in chat again so people can go help me out.
I'll put it in the chat again. Guys, it's just so devastating to see you lose like this, Jeff. I'm so sorry. Here we go.
As we expected, we are seeing no roster changes between the two teams. I'm going to be interested to see if Good Morning is able to play this early to mid game a little bit different, because they ended up very far behind from a pretty early spot in that second game.
Yeah, they definitely did. I mean, Bad Macro had a very solid game 2. And this is what you really love to see, is both teams having a chance to adjust and seeing who gets to win this final game. I love it when a team doesn't sweep their series, because I think it really starts to prove who is going to adapt to the other team better.
Yep. We see these teams, again, just like this is how these tri-lanes tend to go. We see them poking at each other, and then someone will secure the farm on their side of the map while others go to harass here. This early game is all about who gets the last hits on these farms, so you can have that early level advantage.
Yeah, looks like everything is pretty close here in this bottom lane. We have our junglers making their way to the top lane here to support their Lucarios. Both Lucarios still at level 4.
Junglers at 5 as expected when they come out of the jungle. That being said, winning this fight here is pretty big. Though I guess we still have 5 seconds. So the advantage to kind of winning this push off here is now they're going to be low for when these bees come back up. And again, you see Lucario notably not using its burst attack early to start. You want to use your burst second so that way you can get those last hits.
Yeah, yeah. Depending on who your jungler is, absolutely. It all depends. You know, Greninja and Cinderace both don't have super strong secure at all. Then again, if you've got a jungler like Absol, Zeraora, Talonflame, you could see that burst very, very quickly from Lucario.
And again, even if you don't catch exactly who's getting the last hits on things, you can always kind of tell from these engages who comes out ahead based on the level. So up top, we had Orange's Lucario getting to 5 first. On the bottom here, we've got 2 4s and a 5 for Good Morning, and we've got a 3, a 4, and a 4 for Bad Macro Flip Bird. So this is good for Good Morning. They are getting ahead in this early game where they fell behind last time to start.
Yeah, and now we have Ivysaur and Eldegoss coming out for Bad Macro. So even though they're behind, they're kind of catching up right now.
You see, I didn't catch which of the junglers got those center crabs. It looks like they're both similarly leveled up top. Oh, this one's a little bit ahead here. Slightly closer to 8, but not by a lot. Very close game on the top side.
Interesting play. They're looking for this right now. They were looking for that Greninja, hunting him right there.
Yeah, the Greninja kind of costing Lucario some of their health, giving away that position in the bush because they didn't realize that Dexter was down in the middle of the map there.
Oh, and just taking a pyro ball straight to the face there too as they were trying to take that core fish. Here we go, fighting over these bees again here. Pretty close still. You know,
it is close, but our frog came down ahead. It's going to be interesting to see. So in the first game, Cinderace tried to do the jungle, and Good Morning just ripped the Dreadnought before Cinderace could get there. So I'm interested to see if Cinderace takes us. Yes, we're just doing crabs on the way down and getting here so that we can try and contest the Dreadnought.
All right, we've got our first big fight here, and everyone has made their way to this bottom lane.
Greninja's actually playing back a little bit. Wow, that was a big confusion slam. And Greninja,
big confusion.
We had a Unite first, but we got the Dreadnought. Is Blue going to get cleaned up, though, thanks to Greninja's Unite?
Wow, and there goes Venusaur there. Lucario was down as well. Very good exchange for Good Morning in that fight right there. But what a confusion. I thought that was also honestly going to change the entire context of that fight.
Yeah, and the balancing on the Dreadnought, giving slightly less than it used to, really showing off here. So the left side team, our Bad Macro Flip Bird, secured that Dreadnought, but their jungler's still down levels here on the Greninja because of the kills that they got afterwards.
Yeah, we do have a Unite available from Cinder now, and we don't have one from Greninja, so this could be an interesting fight up here for this Rotom.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how much we value the kills in this fight. Are we going to Unite here with Cinder, or are we looking to instead save that Unite for the next Dreadnought?
You saw Good Morning steal that. I believe that was with that Leaf Tornado from Eldegoss there.
Yep, and again, you know, talking about what these teams value and what's important, Cinderace is saying, okay, it's actually not that important that I use my Unite here. We don't care if we have to push this Rotom off. My Unite's more valuable for getting the team experience later when we want to secure the second Dreadnought.
Yeah, I mean, we've got... I wonder if it's coming up in this team fight here. People are kind of being caught out in the middle right here because there is this feeling of if you're not using that, your Unite at some point, you're kind of losing it. Not literally, but you're just using an opportunity, losing an opportunity, excuse me, to fight with it. And there we go.
Yeah, and honestly, the fact that Cinder hasn't used its Unite yet mean this will probably be a 2 Unite game for it as opposed to a 3 Unite game if it had used it earlier.
Yeah, it's possible they throw it quick here, but we got second Dread coming up, so he's going to have it for that, and the Venusaur for Good Morning will not.
Yeah, and things, I imagine, you see the orange team moving their positioning down. This fight's about to get real colorful. This is everybody who has a Unite is using a Unite, and basically everybody on both teams should have it at this point. Maybe Greninja doesn't have it back just yet.
Ooh, and we see they just let that get leashed back to the center there and get its health back because they recognize too many people are coming down for this right here.
Yep,
and now the fight.
Yep. And we see again here, similar to what we saw, the protection on Gardevoir early for one of the teams, Mime, really doing an excellent job here for Bruv, keeping the pressure off of this Cinderace so it can continue putting up damage.
Here we go. And the question is, do we push forward with this? Is there a Unite coming out at all from this Cinder?
Yeah, there it is. Yep, I would say about that 4-minute mark, you basically rip it on most things. Oh gosh, the rest of the team fell back.
Yeah, interesting. Oh, and here comes that Mime Unite. Oh no!
Cinder probably needs to bail here. Maybe we can kill this Venu. Nope. Yeah. And this is...
What a devastating fight. Oh my gosh. It feels like every single part of that just went wrong for Bad Macro.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about... they lived up to their team name there a little bit. They got that Dreadnought, and then they gave it all right back by all dying.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you really have to look out for is that you take this advantage that you just got and you throw it all away. And not only did they throw it all away, they threw their goal away at this point now too.
And, you know, thinking about that second game that was really dominating for Bad Macro, Cinderace was 14 by 3 minutes in that last game, and it is only halfway to 13 at this point.
Yeah, this is big, and I think they're just, you know, letting this Rotom kind of push back here, fighting it here at goal.
Yeah, and again, as you will consistently see with the good teams, we're not walking with this Rotom. We're just using it as map pressure so we get to do other things. And again, if you're a player at home looking to get better at this game, look at this map. Look at how few yellow dots are present on this map. Both teams just doing a superb job keeping it clear.
So we have a fight in the bottom lane. We had a back cap from both Lucarios, and we also now have one from Cinder destroying that top goal.
Looks like we're going to have 15 seconds on a Dreadnought. I will bet you that this will probably be one of those Dreadnoughts where both teams kind of try and get vision and make sure there's not a rip it scenario going on. But I would be surprised if this Dreadnought actually dies before it despawns.
Interestingly enough, no one from Bad Macro is interested in this Dreadnought at all.
That could give our orange team the clear. Yeah, you don't see anyone. I like taking this here.
Yeah, I do too. And we've got that Eldegoss there just looking for a possible Leaf Tornado steal. Oh my gosh!
Oh no! Oh no! Okay, I mean, the levels are still very close, but remember the Dreadnought comes with the shield too. So now we have a little bit of a thickness advantage in this last fight because we had a little bit extra health to start.
So, Good Morning up in points, but this team fights everything. We have Unites coming down from every single member of the team. Here we go.
Which pretty colors? All of them. All of the pretty colors. Explosions?
We saw Mime Unites. We saw Venu Unites, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I saw any Eldegosses up in the air, but honestly, I don't remember.
And something to note, too, here, when you're thinking about this fight, our orange side team, Good Morning, is up points. The onus is on our purple team to either get caps or start this burden secure. We see Lucario positioning around the top here with 18 points, trying to farm some up and put some in, but even this 22 doubled up will not be enough here. They need a team fight.
I like the position they're in with that bottom goal, at least. If someone can peel off with 50, the game changes. But yeah, right now, ooh, Cinder taking this Mime out.
Okay, we lost to Lucario, though. Okay, that's... Lucario is running up top, and the Cinderace is just starting this objective. There is a minute left. Here comes Venusaur and Greninja, though. Lucario capping is not going to be enough here.
Oh!
It is a close game. We need another cap. Is Cinder gonna die? Cinder could die to this Greninja here. Nope.
No.
Excellent micro. This is huge.
Bye.
Go put your 100 in.
That's 3. Do they take Zap or do they just peel and score?
Yeah, I think walking back up could cost us here. Can we get this 100 in before people get back down?
Here we go. They're moving.
We need this cap.
Good Morning moved center instead of moving down to the bottom there.
So really small micro thing here from Bruv. You'll notice Bruv started capping their 28, knowing that they wouldn't cap before Gosu's 100 went in, but they wanted to be there in case the opposing team stopped the Cinder cap from happening.
Yeah. And no, not able to score there in the bottom. Wow. Wow. Great final fight there.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've been juked a little bit. They're called flip bird, but there has been no bird flipping in these games, Spraggles.
I think the bird flipping might be another kind of bird, Jeff.
Oh, no!
It really hurts my heart to say it, but I think that might be flipping a different bird.
Oh, yikes! I know. After watching these games play out, I don't know that you're wrong.
Wow. I mean, that was a great fight. Incredible positioning, incredible play. And that Cinder, as we've said before, if that Cinderace is alive, what a monster in that fight. The longer that thing is alive, the more Pokemon just get burnt to a crisp.
Yeah. I know I've been plugging the sponsor all day with Medify and telling you that they have the best players, but would you believe that the 2 teams that have people that coach on Medify are the 2 teams in our winners finals here today? These teams are not here.
I refuse to believe it, Jeff. There's no way. There's no way.
Disregard all of the complaints you hear on forums like Reddit. Unite actually has an incredibly low amount of variance in it, and a great way to up your game is to work with some of the best in the game and help them help you understand where your positioning is going wrong, what micro things you can be doing. So be sure to check out some of the excellent coaches for Pokemon Unite on Medify, medify.gg, who is the sponsor for this tournament. Wouldn't be able to be here today without them. They are supporting the prize pool and paying for our caster staff, so thanks to them.
Thank you. Wow. We're heading into a winner's final. Bad Macro against TTV. I'm going to be honest, this is the matchup I have wanted to see all day. Both of these teams are incredible. They've both gone back and forth. Recently, I saw Bad Macro have a very good series against TTV, so I'm really excited to see this.
And then
down in our losers brackets, we've got Get Money against Sucker Bunch. We still don't know the results of that. Millennium was taken out by Ticini Volenti, and Good Morning is now going up against them.
Now, the winner of this match here that we're going to watch between TTV and Bad Macro Flipbird, they get an easy in quotation marks. They had to beat a lot of good teams to get here, but they're going to get the easy win into the grand finals. And then the loser is going to fall down into, I don't want to say the wrong spot. I believe it's been a while since I've looked at a bracket. So yeah, the loser of this one will be in the losers finals, who's going to play against a team that had a much longer road up. So the lower bracket has been long and hard fought, and we're going to get to watch this upper finals, and then we're going to watch the semifinals, losers finals, and eventually we're going to crown a champion here today. So thanks everybody for hanging out, and don't go anywhere. We got a ton of Pokemon Unite coming up. Let's see if we've got our match here for our upper finals. Not quite yet. They just got started, so it'll be in just a minute.
The interesting thing about this is this upper finals match, we could see a repeat in the grand final if one of these teams loses, like you said, gets dropped down to that bracket in the bottom. If they happen to win there, we might be seeing these teams go at it again in the grand finals.
Rapid Dashery in chat commenting said that they've used Medify coaching in this game, and it was a great experience, and it helped their gameplay. That's awesome. That's fantastic to hear. Spraggles, you said you've done some coaching through Medify as well, right?
I did, yeah. I was coached by Goof from TTV, and it was a really great experience. I actually have a video up on my channel. I think it's my most recent video of a little bit of that experience.
That's awesome. You want to drop that? Let's drop that in chat.
Oh, sure. Let me find out. As we're conveniently not talking about the poll anymore, where you're getting absolutely destroyed.
Listen, I'm just going to pretend the poll doesn't exist, okay?
That's fine. Bedtime Wiggly crushing it. No big deal. All right. Yeah, if anyone's interested. course, after this tournament. Maybe you could check it out. But it's me and Goof, and he gives a ton of great tips. I've always considered myself, Jeff, I don't know where you find that you fall, but I think I'm a pretty darn solid player, but I don't play competitively with a 5-person team. So being coached by someone who has just a completely different level of experience, a much deeper knowledge of what's happening in the game was really beneficial.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, we both got to play on Twitch Rivals teams with some of these TTV players recently, and just like getting to play a game with these folks and experience their knowledge through the game is just, they think, and the way they process the game is just, it feels like it's on a different level, even for someone like myself that has played a ton of games and a ton of Pokemon Unite. There's a reason why they are at the tops of these tournaments.
Yeah, I play a ton of Pokemon Unite. I've played just about every MOBA you can think of, but I'll be the first one to admit that there are a lot of players better than I am, and these are some of them. It was
we are entertainers, Spraggles.
I've always said that about us. Yeah, we are entertainers. We're personalities.
Good. That's the nice way to put it. It's super positive.
Yeah, whenever someone gets in a game with me, they're not like, "Ooh, what a good player." They're like, "Hey, what a personality." I'm gonna beat him. I'm gonna beat him pretty good.
Good. I think we rolled it over. Perfect. Let the bad macro begin.
Here we go. Bad macro. TTV.
Our winners finals here. These teams are 1-1. Team TTV will be on the right side of your screen. Bad Macro Flip Bird will be on the left side of your screen. Most notably here, we have Pikachu still for Team TTV. They're undefeated in this tournament so far with this Pokemon. Let's see how they leverage it in this matchup here.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, we've got the Mr. Mime, and the TTV is running Wiggly, which Wiggly kind of fell off a little bit, but all of a sudden I'm seeing it more and more in tournaments, and we've seen those moments in this tournament where that sleep has changed an entire team fight.
Yeah, so I think it's kind of, as with all things is the case, you get a little bit of give and take on what you're trading off with your team composition selections. And Mime, I think, smites early better than Wigglytuff does, but Wigglytuff's Sing gives you a little bit more of an advantage in those late game team fights.
Yeah, and then we've got the same here. We've got Pikachu, which I think really dominates early compared to someone like, Bulbasaur, but at the same time, late game, that Venusaur is just insane.
Yeah, and I think those are considerations these players make when they're trying to figure out, okay, which Pokemon are on our team. On the left side here for Bad Macro, we've got a late game monster in Venusaur and an early game Smiter in Mime. And then we've got early game Pikachu and late game Wiggly for TTV.
Here we go. Eldegoss coming out for Bad Macro. We do not yet have Eldegoss for TTV in that bottom lane.
What is our Frog doing? Okay, so Frog is nowhere for bees currently, and we're ganking in. We're gonna try and get some kills here. Let's see if this pays off. Can they get a kill 3 to 4 here? That would be huge. Focus Band. Pulls Mime out with a sliver there, and then Eldegoss heals it right back up. That was a little bit of a gamble, and it feels like it did not pay off. You'll note here, Cinderace is now level 6, having secured more bees up top, and Greninja did not get a gank and did not get any bees there.
Yeah, interestingly enough, they said our Lucario is going to be fine alone in that top lane, and he was, clearly. So they tried for that move. I love that play. It feels like I just watched someone try to do a Zerg rush in a tournament. It just didn't work.
Yep.
That's a StarCraft reference for everyone who has no idea what I'm talking about.
Lutano is a little bit ahead on the Lucario up top here still, which is expected. Lucario, all of the players in this game and this tournament that have made it deep are obviously very talented players, but I think Lutano really feels like he is the gold standard for Lucario in this game currently.
I would say so. The other day I was recording a video and I realized instead of saying Lucario, I said Lutano at one point. I was like, oh my gosh.
Okay, so Greninja choosing a more traditional path here for the second, choosing to come top. But again, we're almost a full level under the Cinderace at this point because of the gambit that we ran on the bottom to start the first game.
It is so interesting to see TTV run things like Surf Greninja still. It's just so different from what you see in the meta. You do not see Surf Greninja at all anymore.
And honestly, there's some value in even if you think something else might be a little bit stronger from a raw power level, there's value gained from having experience knowing your matchup and them not. So, you know,
Absolutely,
if the opposing
yeah.
team is used to playing against Venusaur and not Pikachu, you have a little bit of an edge. If they're used to Mime and not Wiggly, again, a little bit of an edge.
All right, we've got everyone down here for this first Dreadnought. Is Bad Macro starting it, or are they posturing around it? Let's see. We've got Zug here getting pushed back. Ooh, they were going for it. Yeah, they took it there.
Wiggly backing up. And again, they're just leaning on that advantage they already had, right? And you'll note Greninja didn't even come down for it, right? We knew the objective was gone. We didn't want to int in there and also get ourselves killed on top of losing the objective.
Here we go. Cinder making its way to the top lane. Lucario already there. Are we going to see a fight for this Rotom? It's about half-life right now.
Killing it very slowly. Nobody using any of their charge attacks. That is a Unite. Okay, and a Secure.
Yeah, big Unite from Lutano there, going in right after with that power-up punch.
And just, again, talking about experience metrics here, Lutano very close to the jungler in terms of experience, just getting ahead with this Lucario in the best way possible.
Yeah, and we're seeing, you know, that Surf from Greninja, it really helps you secure something like those bees. I mean, the secure speed of a Surf Greninja is incredible when it comes to something like that.
While it is easy to focus on just Lucario because it's such a crazy mobile Pokemon, it is worth noting that Team TTV is down in terms of scaling in other areas. This Venusaur is 10, while Pikachu is still just hitting 8 now. And again, Venusaur, when it hits that third evolution, it gets another power spike, and it's just so crazy strong in these late game fights.
Interestingly enough, we have almost no points scored from Bad Macro. Even their Lucario has not really scored anything, which is odd. Now some more points coming in, but that Lucario has 7 points scored. That just feels so incredibly low.
And we see again here, this is actually really good macro positioning from the Venusaur here, choosing to back off the point and allow them to get scores rather than get killed on the point 4-1.
Yeah.
You don't want to double down on something that's going bad for you by staying there and dying and giving more experience. Because like we just mentioned, the Venusaur is high level.
Yeah, we see Indie Bear going down for TTV. So their Eldegoss is down while everyone else is at this fight. And we also have Goof running back as Pikachu here. And they're able to just take that. Yep.
We saw all the Unites come in here again. You know, that 3.5 to 4.5 minute mark where you expect these players to start putting that up. Lutano extending their lead on points, however, though, with the big dunk there.
These are some really interesting plays. And I wonder if Bad Macro is just deciding not to score for the most part so that they keep this fight in the bottom lane where they are winning most all these engagements.
Look at Lutano up here. The number one thing these players value, getting levels and getting ahead. There's these bees that are contested. He knows everybody's brawling on the bottom, vision on a lot. And again, there's an objective on the map. Who cares? There's farm on the map. The farm is so much more. Lutano, I'm going to walk away from this, and we're going to go clear these side dinos. Pikachu's clearing the side dinos. Just get all the yellow dots gone as quickly as possible.
Yeah, both teams are completely ignoring this Rotom. They're leaving it. They don't care.
Yep. At some point, you will eventually care, but the timing on this Rotom is important too. If we were sub 3 minutes, this Rotom threatens to crash into your base near a Zapdos spawn, but because it's so late, this Rotom dies, you very easily push it off on your second point, and it's just not a big deal.
Ooh, and we're seeing them turn away from this Rotom, get in here for this fight. They want that Cinderace really bad. Cinder goes down, and that's big.
The Cinder actually made it out alive. But it did, however, expend the resource of its Unite move at 3 minutes, which means depending on how the Zapdos fight goes at the end of the game here, Cinder won't have a Unite to start that fight.
Interestingly enough, we see that Bad Macro took that Rotom, and TTV has basically let it push all the way back to their goal. However, they are going to stop it here. So if they were to be able to get that Cinder, that would have been huge. Lutano was really looking for it.
This is actually really big for the Cinderace too here. You saw the rest of Bad Macro allowed Gosu to farm all of those bees up top. You regain 6% of your Unite move for every piece of farm that you last hit. So that Cinder used its Unite move kind of late, but it's likely going to have it back because it's clearing these dinos. It cleared the jungle. It cleared those bees. Really excellent macro from Bad Macro.
It's also possible that he's going to be 15, right? He's taking those dinos in the top. He's got to be so close. Oh my gosh, the sliver away.
We are going to get this. And blue buff too, you know, people forget about these buffs a lot in the late game. Remember, blue buff has you do more damage to things when they're low on HP. So you're in a flip bird type situation. Having a blue buff means that you are more likely to win.
Wow, we just see Lutano going down there. Lucario's out of this fight. And look at, I mean, this is a level 15 Cinder coming in with the Unite.
There's 3
They're
dead,
going for Bird right now. They're taking it. I mean, Zugrug's coming in with the sleep. Can they stop it? No, they cannot.
Nope. And that's almost a full wipe. Goof has no points at this point. You know, they can maybe get a kill or 2 here, but their squishiest character is Gosu in the Cinderace, and it's level 15.
I think I think this is a GG here. I don't see a way around it. They would have to be able to stuff some of these people. It's nice to take this Cinderace out though. There's still a minute left, so
I mean, I have said the thing that makes Lutano team, the TTV team, better than everybody else is they can put points up at the end post-zap, but man, 600 points is a tall order.
I was going to say, do you know the point difference here just looking at it? Of course you do. You can see it right there, almost 600. That's what sets you apart, my man, that level of math. And they're trying for it.
Yep, I mean,
I respect it.
Yep.
Respect the hustle. I don't know if they know how far behind they are.
You see Lutano doing Lucario things on this side of the map. I'm up 600 points, but we could be up more than 600 points. Oh, sorry, that was Dexter. I flipped him. Dexter was doing Lucario things.
Yes. You know, Lucarios, no matter who's playing them, they have a habit of doing
Lucario things. Yep.
It just seems to happen. Wow. No. GG. Really strong first game for bad macro.
And one of the things that like my mind goes back to in this game, and obviously there's a lot of little things that happen in these games, but you know, think back to that first Bees gank, right? Like we had Toon try something kind of different and try and gank the bottom Bees and just was not rewarded at all. We did not get any extra bee experience. We did not get any kills, and Cinderace up top was a level and a half up because of that sequence.
You know, it's interesting. I wonder how much of this kind of thought process goes into the thinking behind a play like this. When you start your first game going for the surprise gank down there in the bottom lane, is that almost a play kind of similar to running Surf on Greninja where you go, I don't think this play is as good, but we might not only be fighting this person in the winners finals, but in the Grandmasters finals. We want to set up a tone for these matches that they don't know what to expect from us. I wonder if you start with plays like that in game 1 so that bad macro always has to go, I'm actually not sure where TTV is coming from right now.
Yeah, and I definitely think, and like, I don't know, like, I'm highlighting that play at first Bees, not because I even think it was bad. I think it had risk to reward, mostly just to say, like, this didn't pay off and maybe things snowballed from here when this didn't pay off. Because, like, imagine that play goes a little bit differently and they kill Mime, and then once you kill Mime that was at a sliver, you're 4-2, and you dive that point and everybody scores, and then you're super far ahead in the bottom lane.
Yes. Yeah. If that play goes well, it's one of those, it's just one of those incredible, miraculous plays. And they really didn't lose anything in their top lane for it. Lutano was still doing incredible in lane. One thing they did lose is a little experience. They were a little bit behind the jungle Cinderace.
Yep. All right. Our players have started their second game. We just need another minute and a half here, and then we'll be able to dive on into, some more games here. It'll be interesting to see, can TTV turn this around? Are they going to change anything, I think, is the big question here. Are we going to stick with Pikachu? I know Goof has played a lot of both Sylveon as well as Venusaur himself in that bottom lane. You know, does Zugrug try and play Mime to match Mime? Because, you know, we mentioned one of the appeals of Wiggly was maybe having better late game team fights, and that Zap fight did not go well even with Wiggly having Sing.
Yeah, it is really interesting, right? You know, my experience tournament-wise, personally, as a player is very limited, but playing Pikachu in that bottom lane early, I think it is so beneficial. And I'm not one of the top players in this game, so I can't speak to how they play at late game, but boy, Jeff, I would rather be a Venusaur after that early laning
and
phase.
so one of the things to comment on too there, and I don't think I mentioned this at all, is if you watch the loading screen of that first game, Venusaur for bad macro is actually playing full heal, which mitigates some of the upside that Pikachu's able to provide early, because if you get netted, you don't get picked, you just tap your full heal and you back up.
That's a great point. I didn't even notice that. I can't believe I didn't notice that. God, I'm just too obsessed with this poll and everything. I've become a maniac now that I'm winning this poll. That's a great point. That's actually a great call out there. Yeah. I don't know, are either Lucarios running full heal? Because they're both pup Lucarios in this, aren't they?
I think they were both on button. Usually if you're on Power Up Punch, for those not familiar, when Power Up Punch gets upgraded, you become unstoppable while charging it, which means the anti-CC is a little bit less important because you have it built into the rest of your kit already.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. This will be really cool to see. I do wonder if they're going to change something up here. I kind of feel like both teams are going to keep it the same, but I would be interested to see. I think if anyone's moving their position around, it's probably Goof if they want to try a different attacker in that tri-lane.
Toon's range is really strong as well. Like I wouldn't be incredibly surprised to see something like a Talonflame out of Toon in a second or third game here if they feel like that could do okay into the opposing team composition.
Yeah, and then also, Snorlax is always a possibility for them as well, because they play a mean Snorlax too. So we could see something different, but I wonder if they keep it the same here in this second round. I'm curious.
All right, we've got an answer for you. It looks like our teams have decided to keep their comps exactly as is. Let's see if TTV is able to execute something a little bit differently. Like, I'm interested to see, like, does Goof go bottom again? Or does Toon go bottom again? Or is he going to show up top like you typically expect with this comp?
That is really interesting, because now bottom lane might be expecting it a little bit more, but it's almost a rock, paper, scissors situation, right? They're going, there's no way they're throwing scissors again, right? It's kind of a tricky play there. By the way, Jeff, I think scissors is the trickiest of rock, paper, scissors. I don't know if you can tell. Okay, here we are in this bottom lane fighting over this. This is it's so crazy that this first Audino feels like it's so big. And I think Eldegoss grabbed that snow points there.
Yep. Yeah, you can see the Eldegoss getting to level 2 or level 3. Usually that means the Eldegoss got it because it doesn't get any last hits on things on the way down because it has experience share. These lanes are just utter chaos with 6 Pokemon hammering trying to get these last hits.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of moves coming out very, very fast. But interestingly enough, and I'm sure you can attest this from playing it as well, you're all kind of knowing exactly when you're going to throw your secure move. Like, it looks chaotic, but everyone's pretty clear about what's happening.
Yeah, and there is a little bit of we talked about this game being a high skill cap, but the variance in the game definitely comes from the how exactly timing comes on last hits, especially when there's just this many Pokemon.
Here we go. We've got Zugrug with the Sing. This is so big for this Bees fight right here.
And this is one of the reasons to play Wiggly here. You get that Sing early, and then it gives your team a chance to secure those Bees while everybody else gets pushed off or is asleep.
And we did answer the big question, what was going to happen with Toon, and Toon did head to that top lane for the gank.
Okay, and we see here things are a little bit better for Toon in this instance. Last time, because Toon came bottom, Gosu was level 6 and Toon was level 5. Now they're both close to level 6.
Cinder's in the bottom lane. This is surprising.
Interesting.
So I guess just because they lost that Venusaur, they wanted him in the bottom lane for a second, heading back to jungle. I was going to say, is this like are we looking for a gank here? Wow.
Yeah, little quick bit of support just to make sure TTV can't push the advantage that they acquired from knocking out one of the Pokemon. Levels overall on the bottom pretty even here. We've got 3 5s for TTV, we've got 2 5s and a 4 for bad macro.
Let's see, top lane still Lucario, Lutano's Lucario still dominating a little bit in that top lane.
Looks like we're actually pretty close to parity here, right? Both at about almost identical experience. Whew, that was a good power-up punch to escape there.
Yeah. And we've got this fight coming up for 720 Bs. Heading back to do some farm here. Lutano running back to that secondary goal to heal because they don't have berries.
Again cool on the Surf for the Greninja, which honestly makes securing Bs a very powerful. Remember that Surf resets if it kills something. Yeah. So we get to see that Surf come across there.
Oh! There it goes. I mean,
even when it kills opponents. Yep.
Why they took that Surf, that was pretty huge. Pretty huge.
Interested to see how quickly we try and get on this objective here. Fight breaking out in the bottom lane over these bees. Zugrun getting a bit of an advantage, up to 7 already on this Wigglypoof.
We are really wanting, I mean, you could tell that the Greninja wants 9 here for this fight, but they weren't able to get it making their way down. Really close, trying to get this Unite. They've got it now.
This Unite gets ripped right in here, I assume? Nope. And then we see the Cinderace doing exactly the same thing, like, oh gosh, they're 9. I need to get back and get 9 as well.
Here
you know, Greninja got stunned there by a mime. Looking
There's
for a
Unite.
pick. Okay.
Here we go. Unite's coming down. We don't have a Unite from Cinder yet.
1 kill for Cinder. They're going to get a Unite, and it's going to swing this fight.
Wow.
All right, we trickled into it. Oh, gosh.
And
I missed that they were crushing the objective.
Yeah, they went on Dread hard. And then even Cinder throwing this down here. So the interesting thing is, how many are they going to be able to take on their way out? We got 1. They take Wiggly down, and that looks like it's going to be it.
Something really noteworthy here. Again, this is good macro from bad macro. Venusaur here in the jungle. They got behind in that lane early. The Cinderace is needed for its Unite to help push off and defend this point. It's just important that someone be clearing that jungle. Remember, your jungle comes back up on a 60-second timer. So if it just sits there, you're just getting less farm than the opposing team is getting.
Yeah, and woof, that Pikachu.
Speaking of not getting farmed, Cinderace had a real bad time there contesting last hits.
Yeah, it really did, and now it's behind Greninja for TTV, and this Thunder from Pikachu is just, it's really mean. Oh no, here we go.
All right, these barriers are just like making a maze over here, and there's the Unite. Love, love, love that we kited back away there as Pikachu to pull them off the point, and then ripped that, and the stuns melted them.
Yes, and we're also seeing here, we had the opportunity to break bottom goal, and TTV said no way. They had Wiggly with the points there to do it, and they are not breaking bottom goal. They're not giving that experience to bad macro.
Yep, there's a Rotom steal. This will give us a little bit of pressure here to maybe push this point, or more importantly, secure a kill. You know, they upgraded the damage that this Rotom deals, so it kind of counteracts the bonus the team gets on the point a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
And again, we see someone here in Bruv just being like, okay, my jungler's otherwise occupied. It's important that someone on my team clear this farm. Let's get the farm done.
We got an interesting kind of like back and forth posturing there in center, but no one takes the fight. And yeah, everyone's just peeling back to get whatever experience is available for their team.
And again, in a game like this that looks relatively close in terms of positioning on the board, look to the levels. Try and get a read of who's ahead. We've got 2 level 11s for TTV. We've got 1 level 10 for bad macro here.
Interesting. With this Lucario situation, you know, Lutano and Dexter, they're similar level. Lutano's up by 1, but score-wise, Lutano's been able to deposit a lot more for their team. And now we have everyone mobilizing in that bottom lane again here. Are they burning Dread already? I see that Greninja looks like it's on it a little bit there. Let's see, Lucario running down, trying to make it. Venusaur taking out Wiggly. And yes, TTV is able to get that. Let's see here. Lucario just continuing to fall, running into this fight. We have a Unite from this Lucario. It's going to take out Goof. There goes Goof. What else can this Lucario do? I was going to say that Mario was able to catch it, but no. Still a great fight, even though they lost that Dread there. Oh, and we have Lutano in a bad spot here. Yep, looking for that KO, and he gets it.
Dexter is putting up work here in this brawl on the bottom. Cinderace up top looking to do some farm. Again, there's this Rotom objective coming up, but there's a lot of yellow dots on the map. Got to get these dots cleared so you can get those levels to catch back up. Macro's a little bit behind, and they need to catch up in these levels.
Yeah, is he leaving that? No, that was just
we thought the burn was going to kill it, and didn't quite.
I have seen some teams leave it for their allies who just really need a little experience there, but I would guess Cinder wants it more than anyone.
We see all of Team TTV condensing in, wanting this this objective up top.
Oof. Here we go. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. We got Zap coming up very soon. And we have Rotom just sitting there waiting for someone to take it. We have 2 top goals and the bottom goal open for TTV. So TTV is going to have a lot to defend here, but they are able to take that Rotom. The question is, what does bad macro want to do right now? I mean, how much do they want to defend this point pre 2 minutes with this Rotom here?
Yeah, and if the Rodam goes in at this point, it's going to open up a window for a 100-point dunk to go in overtime. That Rodam time lasts a long time. There's a Unite from the Venusaur trying to push this Rodam off, but yeah.
Oh, no. Oh,
what a
boy.
disaster. And
Here
here's
we go.
Here's 100. Okay, and now TTV is doing what it does best. They're playing well ahead.
Yep, they're way ahead right now. Bad Macro needs to flip Bird.
Yep.
Here we go. TTV in just such a comfortable position here. The only thing that's a little
Toon's about to hit 15
points.
Yep. But I mean, like, you know, we've got a 2-level advantage on the jungler. We've got a level 13. We've got a bunch of 12s. Okay, only 1 level advantage on the jungler. Something to note here, I don't know if you noticed, is Bad Macro's Venusaur used its Unite trying to defend against that Rotom that it still failed to defend against.
I did see that. I know it was hoping to survive longer, but with 4 members of TTV there, it was not able to do it here. And here comes a big fight here at Zap. Ooh, they're catching. Oh, but look at all those buddy barriers coming down. That Lucario is completely done. Here we go. Oh, Venusaur.
Toon gets out here, which is really valuable because if you die at 15, you are dead basically forever.
Wow. And we see here 2 down for Bad Macro. Bad Macro is in such a tough spot here. Possibly looking for a back cap, but then deciding no. I need to run back.
TTV looking to extend their advantage.
Oh,
even if Lutano dies at this point, it's really not that big of a deal. We've now hit the point of the game where we can no longer flip Bird and still score. And even if we did score, we'd need, what, 300 caps to come out ahead?
Yeah, they have to put everything on Zapdos right now, but even still, it's just taking too long.
Yep,
luckily, we have close goals. They have really close goals, but you know we're out of time.
Yep, and we need more than those close goals, right? And TTV gets the zap that was the last-ditch effort that probably still wasn't good enough. And we're heading to a game 3.
GG. 2 great games, and I would assume, given what we've seen in both these games, I don't think either team's really going to switch anything up at this point. They're both playing extremely well. Bad Macro got the better of them in the first game, and TTV had a more solid performance in that second game.
Yeah, definitely.
And really, you know, it's interesting because we had that sort of, it's such a small moment in the grand scheme of the match, but we had that sneaky, you know, little gank from Toon in that first game. We don't see that here in the second game. And it actually looks like Lutano had a much stronger showing in the top lane. It won its top lane in the last game, but it seemed to dominate it a little bit more in this game. More points scored, higher level through most of the match.
All right, we're waiting for our players to get into their lobby and get their game started, so we're going to have at least a 2-minute break before we get into our game 3 here. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick bio break. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out today. Thanks for the tons of follows, by the way. There's been a ton of new people. Welcome to the channel. Thanks to my regulars who have resubbed while we're here. I know I haven't been as involved in acknowledging the chat, but I appreciate all of y'all being here. A lot of production to do on tournament days, so we'll be back in just a couple with game 3 of our winners finals here in our Hooglandia Open. BRB. All right, welcome back. We are heading on into game 3 of our winners finals. The winner of this tournament will be into the grand finals. The loser will get a chance to redeem themselves in the lower bracket, but once they crawl back up, whoever wins this tournament is going to have to lose twice to lose the tournament at the end. This is a double elimination tournament through and through. No lineup changes, which doesn't really surprise me here.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Not at all surprised. Both teams played amazingly both games, and now they're just going to try to adapt to what happened to them and win this match. TTV had a very strong game too, so I'm interested to see how this goes. Yeah,
and like I said, I think that first game largely was based around the fact that we had a little bit of risk that didn't get paid off when Toon came bottom. We saw Toon go top and be at parity or a little bit ahead, and then they were able to snowball that appropriately.
Looks like TTV was able to get that center Audino here, and now they're pressuring them near theirs. Are they able to steal that too? It's close. We got the double slap coming out.
Yeah, I think Pikachu or Wiggly did that.
I think Indy got it there because he's got 10 right now. He's got 10 AOS energy.
Oh yeah, looking at the AOS energy is good too. Yep.
Yeah.
So we're 2 out of 3 dinos that have been completed so far. They are moving on over. Nope, Chris did not get that one with the Razor Leaf, unfortunately. So we're at 3 out of 5 now, and that's 4 out of 5. This is huge.
And look at this. We've got a level 4 Wiggly, a level 4 Pika. We're going to have a level 4. Oh, wow.
Lutano might have griefed a little bit up top after a strong start.
Oh, interesting. And what's going on here?
What happened with with Toon?
I was just thinking the same thing. He was nowhere near bees and he wasn't leveled. Was there an invade that we missed or something? What happened?
I don't think so.
Interesting. I'm really curious as to what happened there.
I wonder if there was like a disconnect issue or something, or some type of drop off. Yeah.
Wow. Interesting. Well, TTV dominating here in the bottom lane, all of them 4. So they had a really good showing, obviously, here at Bees. And it looks like from the AOS energy, it looks like Bad Macro really has not gotten much at all.
Okay. Pikachu and Eldegoss up to 5, but Eldegoss finally getting to evolve for Bad Macro. Wiggly is getting close here. We'll get their 5 easily off of this.
All right. And we see Lutano in that top lane, still scoring a lot, but it must have been during a score moment, having that Cinder there, just took Lutano down.
And you can see the junglers here and the Lucarios almost at exact parity. So the small advantage that TTV has amassed on the bottom so far probably puts them in the lead going into the Dreadnought so far.
Yeah. We're going to see how everyone's going to group for it. We got level 7 on Greninja, level 7 on Cinder now.
Yep.
So everyone's just getting ready for this fight. We got 720 Bs coming up. Both junglers heading to the top lane here.
Let's take a look at how this top lane is going to play out. Who can get a little bit more ahead? Middle Crab there, secured for Gosu. Level 8 now. Greninja does have Surf to get in here.
Ooh, yeah, and he's taking a lot of it.
Yep, and that could be the reason why we see Surf on Toon here. Being able to secure those bees is huge. It means you come down more likely to unite first for this Dreadnought fight.
Yeah, which is extremely important. It's interesting how just a level here or there changes so much in this game, but having your Unite move for the first team fight is paramount.
Okay, and we see here Team TTV letting Toon farm these back dinos to get that 9 because it is just so important that we have this here. And now we're going to get to come in on this Unite. We're going to see the Frog right in on a star here momentarily.
There's our Unite into the back line here, going after that Cinder.
Yep.
They're able to take it with Pikachu's Thunder there.
I don't know about flipping birds, but there's been a lot of Dreadnought flips from our left side team in this set so far.
Yeah. A lot of big moves here. And the fights around Dreadnought this tournament have been really, really interesting because I'll say, in sort of the solo duo, you don't see as many 5-person rotates to Dreadnought anymore. But in this tournament, we've seen a ton of it.
Yep. We see here, again, the Bad Macro trying to rotate up and secure some of this farm. Be interested to see if they try and take this fight here while they are down on levels.
Cinder's got its Unite here. The question is, will it be using it? We've got the Mime down there just to defend that bottom point. So they've got a player advantage in that top lane if Ivysaur makes its way top.
Yep. They don't have the level advantage, however. You know, the Cinder is only level 9. Greninja is level 11. And it looks like we're getting closed in on this road time. Oh, not looking to secure it just yet, though. Again, not really super excited or worried about this objective. There's other more important things on the map.
Yeah, and especially with both close goals up, it's just not that, you know, it's not that exciting to get this Rotom.
Rotom is much more valuable in the late game, and there's a steal.
Yeah, there is a steal. Almost got that Greninja, too, interestingly enough. Lutano up at level 10 right now, as opposed to the level 8 Lucario for bad macro.
Cinder maybe getting a kill here?
Yeah, this looks like... It's like
still down 2 levels on Toon here. Oh, can we get this kill?
Yeah, there it goes.
Oh, that was an incredible Unite. The catch-up experience there is huge.
Whoa, and another KO.
Another one goes down as well. Okay, we're giving them side dinos here.
They're taking
the points in, get the experience. Yep. There's 5 seconds till a Dreadnought. What's going to happen down here?
That's what I was going to say. We got that Dreadnought coming up right now, and, you know, both teams need to get there. We have 2 members of both teams, but it looks like Bad Macro is going to get there a lot sooner, and they're actually off-laning Lutano, their Lucario, in the top lane. He is not joining this fight.
Yeah, this is that 420 Dreadnought, and we're going to see a lot of Unites get ready to blaze it here, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Here we go. Fighting over bees. You know, we've got that Venusaur in there now, which is just so dominant.
Here's the first Unite of what will likely be many. Everybody that's got their buttons going to be pushing here. The Dreadnought resets, making the rip be incredibly slower.
Yeah. Oh, there goes Wiggly.
Okay.
And Pikachu once again with that Dreadnought secure. Another Thunder secure from Pikachu on TTV.
And if you're watching TTV play, you're just thinking they can't keep getting away with it. This 4 to 5 Dreadnought flip ending in their favor is just such a huge advantage when Lutano is opposite of the map, also getting advantage there.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really solid for TTV. Obviously, those moments are really huge. You really want to be able to get that last hit. You really want to get that secure. And Pikachu's done it multiple times now.
And again, you know, there's 2 different stories of the game. There's the score at the top, where TTV is a little bit ahead. But if you look at the more important numbers, these levels, they are ahead on levels yet again. We've got 13s, we've got 11s, we've got 12s, and we've got just a 13 and 11 for bad macro here.
Yeah, I mean, every Dread you get is giving team-wide experience. Of course, it used to be, before Dreadnought recently got, you know, nerfed a little bit, it used to be so much bigger. But in general, team-wide experience is so unbelievably important.
Yep.
And we see, it looks like TTV heading up. They're going to take this Rotom. No one's there to contest it.
Yep. And Greninja, you know, not quite as fast as Cinderace at ripping, but still pretty quick. And again, we see what we saw in other teams doing earlier, where Indy doesn't have crowd control, but is pushing over to the left just to make sure there's nobody coming in so Greninja can secure this without having to flip for it.
And they're just going to be able to take that Rotom out pretty easily in the top lane there, but they do have to fight against it, which means TTV is going to be in a better position here for Dread and can take some experience around the map.
Okay, and again, TTV looking to push in and secure some of these dinos as farm. It's really important that people like Toon and Lutano don't die at this point since they're so overleveled. Surf providing excellent securing power here. Honestly, the Surfs looked pretty impressive. I feel like one of the things people don't do often enough in this game is like they'll buff or nerf an attack and people just like be off it without playing it more.
Yes, very, very common. You know, Surf used to be the go-to for Greninja, and then after the Water Shuriken buff and the Surf nerf, you know, it kind of dropped off. But here we go, this fight around Zap. This is a big one, and we have the Lucario. Lutano is just hiding in that bush.
He's just chilling. And again, like, watch the macro here. The team TTV, they're ahead. They're under no pressure to take and engage here. They are super happy running in circles for the next 90 seconds.
And there we go. Now Lutano engages here.
Yep.
Pulling back, though. Everyone's playing this pretty safe. This match is so incredibly close that I think everyone just doesn't want to make the first mistake. Yep.
And again, like, the person who needs to be pressuring is bad macro here. They need to get a cap in, or they need to win this bird.
Ooh, big Unite.
All the pretty colors are going off.
Yeah, we have it. Okay,
Chris is low. Bruv is dead. Cinderace is squishy.
Here we go. They're going after this Cinder. This is big here. Who's going to win this exchange?
Oh, they both go down. Okay, but that's Venusaur down.
So now we have 44 seconds.
Lutano's putting up 100 points.
Yes,
This is huge.
Is huge for TTV. So now bad
now
macro
they
feels
need
like
the bird.
Need bird.
They need the bird, and their people. The Cinderace is down for 16 seconds, and there's only 32 seconds on the map.
Yeah, what can you do here?
I think we're in garbage time.
I think
they
so.
need 200-point caps on characters without score shields, basically.
Wow.
Goof is going down here. Oh my God, Goof survives. What is his life total? That is. They can't keep getting away with it.
I can't believe they survived that, but they do, and TTV is able to pull it out. Incredible fight there at Zap. And you know, one thing that we didn't really comment on was the fact that all the time where people are kind of moving back and forth and getting ready to engage, you are also burning the clock. This game has a very set clock, so the longer it takes bad macro to engage, the more of an advantage TTV is going to have.
Yeah, and I mean, you even called that out, right? Like, Lutano sat there in that bush while people walked in front of him for a while, and a less experienced player would have dove out of that bush and started a fight. But Lutano's like, look, if you want to dance for 2 minutes, like, we're ahead. We'll dance for 2 minutes. It's like, you're the ones that are under the pressure to actually make a move here.
Yeah, and I think that was such a smart play by TTV. It's hard to put it into words, but yeah, that the more time ticks down, I don't know math, Jeff. I can't even do the 600 500 point thing, but the more that time ticks down, the chances of bad macro winning drops percentage, like boom, boom, boom. If there's a minute left, they have a lower chance. If there's 45 seconds left, even lower. And then by the point it gets to 30 seconds left, the game's over.
I think
From the chat, who lives? Yeah, that Pikachu. He survived with maybe 1 HP.
This.
And what do we got here? What match are we looking at?
I think I'm trying to read my bracket and figure out where my players are at or if they've started. I think I might have a match that hasn't started yet.
I see down in our losers bracket here, the semifinals, Random Gaming, Good Morning. I don't know if they're already playing.
Yes, I think they were told to start. And it looks like they've completed. It looks like they've completed their first game already.
Oh, okay. So once we get to the losers semifinals, they're back to a 2 series.
Yes. So yeah. So the lower semis and finals. So the bottom bracket was best of 1 up until the semifinals at that point.
I see. Okay. Cool. So we're going to see another match between Random Gaming and Good Morning.
Yes. Yes. They are going to get to. Looks like we had a game reported. So Random Gaming and Good Morning are going to be playing a best of 3 series. It looks like. I don't have a score yet.
Interestingly enough, I mean, Good Morning has played so well throughout this tournament, and they gave Bad Macro a run for their money here. So I'm really interested to see if they get to run up against Bad Macro again in the losers final.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like Good Morning has won the first game in Random Gaming versus Good Morning. So we'll be jumping on into coverage of their second game in the lower semis. For those of you just joining us, welcome. We've got a lower semis, a lower finals, and a grand finals. So we've got 2.5 rounds of coverage here still today. If you're new to the channel, welcome. My name is Jeff Hoogland. I stream full-time here on Twitch. I do some Pokemon Unite. I do some Magic the Gathering. I do some single-player story games. We're currently playing through Mass Effect. There's always a ton of great stuff going on here. We also host tournaments on occasion. It's our first time branching out into Pokemon Unite, and it's been awesome having all of you here today. I'm joined by the wonderful Spraggles, the content cowboy himself, who does full-time Pokemon Unite content over at YouTube. You can check him out there. You know, it's funny. I had your name misspelled on the overlay earlier. I actually had it right in chat.
Oh, that's good.
My command was right from the start.
Oh, well, perfect. Well, it's actually still misspelled.
Oh, is it? Am I wrong?
Well, no. It's
I lied. I lied. It's wrong in chat. It's right. No, I had it wrong everywhere. Oh, I lied. I'm such a liar, Spraggles.
I was just gonna say I was gonna call you a liar, Jeff. And no, it's that
I looked at
on the thing. I have an apostrophe there, and there's no apostrophe. It's not Spraggle, and I'm owning something with the apostrophe. But
someone in chat put the apostrophe earlier, and I just believe Twitch chat. Chat, I've been doing this for almost a decade. I should never believe Twitch chat.
It's all right, Jeff. We all know you're a liar, okay? I was going to call it. You called yourself out. I appreciate that.
Caught live on twitch.tv.
I can't believe you got caught in 4K. Are we in 4K?
Twitch actually doesn't support 4K.
Oh, we can't catch you in 4K.
We only have 1080s here.
You got caught in 1080, my guy. So this match is coming up. Good Morning Random Gaming here. Obviously, Good Morning had Sanji as their Lucario. They were a really, really dominant team throughout this entire tournament. This is going to be interesting to see if they make it back to the losers final and face off against Bad Macro. For sure, TTV's in those grand finals.
And remember, TTV already has kind of this advantage from being, you know, one of the most dominant teams in the game. But the grand finals, they're in the upper bracket. They're going to have to lose twice to not be the winners of our tournament here, which beating them once is even an accomplishment, much less trying to do it twice.
So you're saying, Jeff, and it's hard for me to trust you after all the lying you've done, but you're saying that if a team makes it back up into the grand finals match, well, one will, not if. When a team makes it back up into the grand finals match, they have to win 2 best of 3 against them to win?
That is exactly what I am saying.
Okay, I'll believe you for now. But if you burn me again, I'll never trust you.
I'm out of chances. All right, it looks like one of the players on the teams that we're waiting for is taking a restroom break really quick, and then we're gonna have to wait 2 minutes for them to get queued up. So we're gonna go ahead and take a quick 2-minute break here so I can grab a snack. We've been casting for about 5 hours, so we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with game 2 of the lower semi. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. BRB. All right, chat. I'm going to level with you. We've got a lower file. We didn't get to see the first game, so, like, I guess it's not that big of a deal, and I'll yell at players once they're done playing, but I can't contact any of them while they're in the middle of the game. But Sanji, who was the team captain for one of these teams, added my coverage account to the friends list on their wrong account. So I have a Sanji account on the coverage friends list, but not the one he's playing on. So we're going to recast some of Sanji's stream here.
Boy, it feels like you're rewarding him for bad behavior, Jeff.
I am rewarding for bad behavior a little bit, yeah. So,
okay.
And then to be fair to the other team, apparently whoever the captain is there didn't add me at all, and I missed that they hadn't added me at all. So Sanji added me on the wrong account, and whoever was on the other account, I don't have them on my friends list currently, so...
Well, I think that I would want to reward Sanji in this situation.
He did slightly better than the other.
He did a little bit better, and here we are in the last almost 2 minutes of this game.
No! Spraggles chat is pointing out that I've lied again when I said we'd be watching. I didn't say we'd watch all of Game 2. That's not technically a lie. Technically, I told the truth here.
I can't believe the chat didn't expect you to lie. I never believed you for a second, Jeff. Okay, here we go. We're at 2 minutes, 13 seconds here. They're actually going to be burning this dread. It looks like they're going to try to take it. Ooh, no, backing off from it here. And we are looking for Zap. I'm not positive where we're at score-wise, but the goals are pretty similar. It looks like Orange Team's actually up now that they've dunked that top goal here. So Sanji's team is going to need to win this fight here at Zap. Knight's coming in. I love this extreme speed. Lucario, and look at how much damage it's putting down. Big confusion there.
On cooldowns here for the Lucario. You know, it is one of the upsides of watching a stream versus the spectator. We get to see when the moves come back up. Lose a little bit of vision here, though.
We have 3 down on Sanji's team and only 1 down on the Orange team. Sanji's team is Good Morning, correct? Am I crazy?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, and they're down. I believe Good Morning won the first game, by the way. Let me double check the thing.
That's correct. Yes, they did.
Okay.
And now we see it looks like they are not going to be winning game 2 here. Going for the surrender.
Okay. I will coordinate, and we will have a spectator for the third one.
All right. Now, the chat, I don't know if we can do polls in the chat. I think you might need to do a poll as to whether or not they believe that's even going to happen, Jeff. Because at this point, I think the trust is gone.
There's no trust. All right, let me give both of them, because that's not bad. I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. I had no idea how today was gonna go. This is our first time running a tournament for this.
I think it's going great, honestly. I mean, I've seen a lot of Unite tournaments that are not moving along at this kind of pace at all. So just getting the teams together, actually having them play their matches, I think that's going pretty incredible. Oh, Good Morning. Good Morning won twice?
No, I think there's a misreport on the bracket there. Good Morning, definitely. I want to double check there. Yeah, Good Morning is Sanji. There's definitely going to be a game. Now the bracket's lying to you, too. Spraggles is never going to come back, chat. Everything in Hooglandia lies to him.
I don't know why people do this, because I put myself out there and I'm open-hearted and honest, and I just feel like everybody takes advantage of me for that. But it happens. This is what happens, you know. We can expect them to be amazing players at the game, but we can't expect everyone to be logistical wizards like you, Jeff.
All right, I've got, and just to show all of you at home, this is the game screen. I've got 2 Sanjis now. I've got Sanji 4 TTV, and then all the way down here online 4 hours ago, I've got an underscore.
Okay. All right. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I don't think Jeff's faking this right here. I believe him.
See, look, we can build the trust back up, Chet. It'll be a slow process, but we'll get there.
I think by the end of this, you're going to be celebrated. You know, I really do.
I'm not the villain all the time.
People are saying they're unsubbing. They're demanding refunds. Oh, Jeff. It's catastrophic.
This tournament, it'll ruin me, Spraggles.
I can't believe it.
Absolutely destroyed.
This is what destroys you. This is going to be really interesting. So we have a 1-1 series here in the losers semifinal. Random Gaming won. Good Morning won. We just watched Random Gaming win that second game. We don't know what happened, obviously, in the first game, except that Good Morning did win it. Both great teams. I mean, I thought we might be seeing Good Morning here in the losers finals, but this is anyone's game at this point.
Yep. And remember, after they win this match, there's another best of 3 waiting them for the finals of the lower bracket. And then they have Team TTV, who's currently just like getting a snack, relaxing, resting their fingers for a little bit while they wait for the finals here.
I wouldn't be surprised if each one of them is getting a massage at this point, getting them really ready for this game, possibly taking an ice bath if any of them have injuries from their previous games. But they are ready and waiting for whoever is coming out of this losers final. It's either going to be Bad Macro Flipbird or one of the two, Random Gaming and Good Morning.
Real prize pose, the trust we share. Okay, I'm going to make chat happy. My wife is currently in the process of setting it up, but for people in North America who play Pokemon Unite on the Switch, my Pokemon Unite company rep, shout out to the Pokemon company, has sent me some codes for 33,000 Eos gems that we're going to do a giveaway in chat. And that's probably going to happen during the finals. So we're going to have 10 3,000 Eos gems to give away to folks in chat that are watching.
Jeff, you couldn't, there was no reality where you come back from the mistakes you made today, and then boom, you come with this Jeff,
you just gotta bribe people. You gotta bribe some people.
Incredible. Jeff, I'm blown away by how well you handled this situation. At one point you had lost your entire audience, and now you're the hero once again.
All right, we are, in fact, I have Sanji on the friends list. We are waiting for them to get started. They have just said they are ready. We'll have a game 3 between these two teams, the decider for our lower finals here in just a minute. Are these lower finals? Maths. This is 1, 2, 3. So all of the teams remaining in this tournament are guaranteed prizes at this point. So we are paying out top 4 teams in this tournament thanks to Medify.gg, our sponsor for the tournament.
That's
Check
awesome.
them out if you'd like to up your game. The team waiting in the finals of the tournament are some of the lovely coaches you will find there on Medify. They did not make the finals of this tournament by accident. They would love to work with you to help you up your game for any of your future Unite endeavors.
That's true. They're all really great players. I can't believe you won them back, Jeff. This is just pretty incredible. Look at the chat. They're saying their morals are gone, but they're satisfied now. It's the democracy, money talks. You did it, Jeff.
Life is sometimes complicated, other times not so much. It's very easy to get from point A to point B.
How do people win their gems?
How do people win the gems? I think we're just gonna do a really straightforward put exclamation point command in chat, and we'll pick a random one at the end during the finals.
Very cool. So that means I can enter because I am part of the chat. Okay.
You are. You do qualify. You are in the chat. The bribe only works if I win. So complicated. Don Dums, thanks for the brand new prime. I appreciate the Bezo bucks. While we're waiting for our match to pop off here.
Is this what being a real life politician is like? The chat asks. You have a good chat. Get some good people here. Yeah. So this game it's got to be underway pretty soon. Yes.
Yes, I hope. Can you let me post their chat. Did y'all start yet? I don't think they might not have clicked the button yet. It's like hurting not yet. And the least offensive way to cats possible, this is like hurting cats. All right, they've clicked the button. They have about 2.5 minutes because they have now finally clicked the button. If Spraggles wins, we must riot. Somehow Spraggles is what all the drawings. It was very unlikely, but it was bound to happen.
I can't believe it, but wow, every single gem to me. I mean, this has just been a crazy day, Jeff.
When we watch, so Sanji's team has, I guess one thing to comment on at this point, not surprising to people that have followed the community, but all 4 of our teams remaining are 1-1-3s at this point, right? They've all got Lucario's top.
That is correct. They all do, and unfortunately, we have seen a lot of the more, I wouldn't say more interesting, but a lot of the less chosen Pokemon choices fall off at this point. All these teams are playing people that you see at the top of the meta.
Well, to be fair, though, the teams that are all more similar with the Mime and Venusaur in the bottom lane specifically, they've lost to TTV so far, right? Like, they're actually, I don't think TTV played against other Wigglies or Pikachu so far in this tournament.
You know, one of the most interesting things, Jeff, is we haven't seen a single Decidueye.
Yeah, and you know, I guess that doesn't surprise me too much. I think the lack of securing potential it has and the lack of mobility is really huge compared to the Cinderace or the Greninja. With the Decidueye, you really have to have someone glued to your side. You can't always afford to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's so true. When Decidueye came out, I kind of felt like, oof, this Pokemon is in such a tough spot because it really has zero mobility. Yep. And I think because both Cinder and Greninja move around the map so much better, they also have those dashes to really get out of situations.
Shadow Sneak is not quite Feint or Flame Dash or Double Team.
No, it isn't. And not a single Greedent either, I believe, correct? No Greedent.
Yeah, I think Greedent's actually a Pokemon we haven't seen. If you would have said, Jeff, we were going to see more Gardevoirs and Garchomps today than Greedent, I don't know that I would have believed you.
Yeah, that's true. We actually
saw 2 Gardevoirs today, right?
Mm-hmm. 2 Gardevoirs. We saw Garchomp. We saw Machamp. We saw Mamoswine. Some exciting stuff. A little Sylveon. Not a single Talonflame either, right?
That's actually very true. I'm surprised that we haven't seen Bird. I would love to pick the brain of some of these better teams that I don't know that I could put my finger on specifically what push Talonflame out of the choice for all of these groups.
The only thing I can assume is, when you have Cinder and you have Greninja, not only do they have pretty decent mobility, but they're also playing at range. And Talonflame is not playing at range. So if you get into a situation with Talon where you're up in the fight, you can get CC'd by Mime and Wiggly and all that, and you could just get taken down really quickly. So I'm guessing it's that they don't want their jungler burst down so hard.
I clicked it a little too quick, but we've got it here.
Great.
And this is actually a 5 Pokemon mirror match here, isn't it?
Here we go. Yeah, mirror matchup into this final game here.
I mean, honestly, if you're Team TTV and you're sitting at home, you got to be super happy to see this mirror, right? You're like, we just beat this matchup 2 in a row. Like, this is the same comp that Bad Macro Flip Bird is playing too, right?
Yeah, this is clearly the...
Oh, no, wait. Bad Macro has Cinderace, right?
Oh, that's right. They do. Yes.
They're slightly different, but the same bottom lane for Bad Macro.
Yeah. Really interesting. I mean, look, meta's developed for a reason. These Pokemon all synergize really well together. They're great at all points in the game, so I totally understand it. That Pikachu for TTV has been interesting to watch, too, because they secured so much with it in that last game.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see. So we're due, for those that haven't been following up on Pokemon Unite news, we're due a new Pokemon release with Zarina. Is that how I pronounce it? Next week?
Yeah, I think it's like a Russian czar, like Zarina.
Zarina, okay. And, sometimes we do get balance patches as well when we release new Pokemon, so it could be more than just a character drop.
I would not be surprised at all if we get that, Jeff. I think it's overdue. So they say there's an update and the Pokemon's coming. I guarantee there's a balance change.
We can see here, even when we're securing our own farm safely, the Zednet there on the Eldegoss looking over to the left to see if it has an opportunity to secure farm. Sanji's team playing very well and not giving the opportunity to. Bees are coming up here.
Both teams. Ooh,
this is a lot of damage. All right, and it's out.
Okay, yeah,
you see,
backed up here.
Putting damage on them, even if you don't get kills, is still a zoning measure, right? If you push them off onto their point and deny them the ability to contest bees, you still come out ahead in a fight like that. I think one of the mistakes worst players make a lot of the time is you'll notice Sanji did not push onto the point even though he had a health total advantage there. He just used it to turn around and secure the farm.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And even all that damage that was put there on Greninja, he's either going to have to take a berry from his teammate, or head back into the jungle with low health, which he doesn't want to do. So yeah, all of that's very important.
We can see here, Greninja for the orange team taking the time to do all of these crabs in the middle before rotating back into the jungle here.
Heading back up through the top here. We've got Venusaur still in the bottom lane. Enemy team Ivysaur, and now both Ivysaurs. Jungle is the same. Levels are very similar, but we still have an Eldegoss here.
We are down by 2 levels on the right here, so we're down a little bit on the orange side, while up top we're pretty close to parity, both 7s and 6s with Lucarios and Frogs.
Boy, that Random Gaming really needs to get that Eldegoss some experience here. Just one last hit on anything. Give it something, because it's so far behind right now.
See those mid crabs coming back up while bees go here.
No, they didn't get a single piece of it.
Not a single thing. And remember, Eldegoss, even with that XP share, doesn't even technically need a last hit to him. It's got to be near a teammate who gets one. So they've not been getting any at all in any of these fights. Pretty much a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, it's really snowballing out of control at this point. We have higher levels on every single member in that bottom lane, and then we have a level 3 Eldegoss. If a Greninja just breathes on it, I think it gets KO'd.
Yep, we saw the Sanji's team on top really dominate those bees. Greninja for the purple side here coming down at 9. Not coming down at all.
Oh.
The domination has ended. We pick up a crab. We get to use our Unite.
Oh, that power-up punch just missed its target. It actually hit that Lucario instead. And then we saw that big Unite coming down.
This is a bold Dreadnought start here. Oh!
Still level 3!
The bold Dreadnought start does not get paid off. Super punished. Venusaur uniting, going to 1v9 this bottom lane, just murdering this poor level 3 Eldegoss. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's a disaster.
Still not able to evolve there, just staying in that lane. So we have a level 10 Venusaur. It is a level 3.
Eldegoss, go get the jungle crab, Eldegoss. You're not useful at level 3. Oh, it's just, no. Wow. You know, they don't put baby Pokemon in this game for a reason. Maybe the Eldegoss needs to be tapped out.
Wow. I mean, it just needs a piece of experience. I've never seen a Pokemon denied that hard in a tournament. To be, at this point, we have level 11s and 10s. And it is still a level 3.
And it's a little bit unlucky, to be honest. Like, many of those brawls where, like, everybody was inside flinging their last hits that Eldegoss and the teammates all failed to get it. That being said, I do think it's a little bit of a macro positioning issue, too. While it was unlucky to not evolve earlier, it definitely should have, like, headed into the jungle or done this sooner to go get that level up.
Yeah, it's taking it right now. We're going to see a huge... No!
Oh, no! Oh, no!
My God!
Oh, no! What a bully! All right, that was great content, though. I feel a little bit bad for the Eldegoss, but it was kind of beautiful in a sad sort of way.
All right. We have the Eldegoss leveling here. Finally.
It's level 4. It's almost level 5.
Yeah. It's just going to quickly scale up really, really fast. But wow, what a crazy situation for that Eldegoss to be in.
All right, we've got a Dreadnought coming up in 10 seconds here. This is that 420 Dreadnought, bright colors, lots of Unites type moment. This is the last objective where you can use your Unite power and still recover it before that Zapdos fight at the end of the game. That's going to be the end.
Yeah, we got bees here. This is pretty big. See how people decide to fight this here. We got Unites coming down. We got Mime. I think we got, Mime, Greninja. Who else?
And, you know, with all these buddy barriers on the team, if you're not in danger of dying, it's actually frequently beneficial to space out your Unites from there, so that way their buddy barriers can expire before your big attacks go off.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw Eldegoss just hovering in the air there, kind of waiting to see when it was going to drop, and then dropping on its allies to give them a ton of health here. Unfortunately, the Eldegoss on the orange team
is getting absolutely deleted.
Yeah. I mean, it's a level 7 compared to 13 Greninja. So this is a dominating performance so far by Good Morning. They have just been ahead. This bottom lane was so clearly won by Good Morning.
They're still just 5 stacking on their point. That point does not heal that much. Not really a punishment for this. Greninja going to go ahead and get its 23 overcap here. Rotating top to see what's happening with these this Rotom. And again, if there's one thing I could instill on everyone at home, it would be watch how little these good players care about these Rotoms early. They are always prioritizing these bees. They're always prioritizing basically every other piece of farm on the map before this Rotom can get hit.
You know, it's interesting because there are some teams I know in the scene right now that are kind of prioritizing Rotom throughout the entire game, but we have not seen any of them in this tournament.
Correct, and none of them in the top 4, that's for sure.
Yeah. Still, without question, that first Dreadnought
and this is, watch this here. So this is a Rotom that kind of matters, and they waited to finish it, so that way, if this Rotom walks in, they can cap 100 in double time. This is the Rotom that kind of matters in that last 40 seconds before Zap spawns.
This is going to be a really hard fight for our orange team here for Random Gaming because they are way behind level-wise. They're catching up a little bit. You know, Greninja's got something here, but their Lucario's 2 down, their Venusaur's 1 down, their Mime's 1 down, their Eldegoss is 2 down.
And which ones are important too, right? Because like Venusaur hits a breakpoint at level 13, so we don't have our boosted Petal Dance at this point.
Yeah. Let's see. They're actually going for a little bit of a back cap here. Venusaur's looking to score top.
Even
kind of backing off from it, though.
Even a single cap doesn't do it. It looked like they were trying to bait them into pushing.
Yeah.
They wanted to take the fight out of the Zap Pit instead of having to run through this grass, and they are not biting on Good Morning's side. And again, if you're in Good Morning's seat, we're ahead. There's no... If they want to dance, let's dance.
Yeah, this is just what we talked about with that TTV game. Very, very similar. They can wait all day. They're way ahead here. Unite's coming in. Unite's from Venusaur. Unite's from Eldegoss. Unite's from Greninja.
Eldegoss goes down for Team Random Gaming here.
And this is just every moment that ticks by, it's better and better for Good Morning.
Another 2 more kills go down. Eldegoss is back up. They are... we're ripping the bird here. Eldegoss is trying. A little too late. All right. No steal, no good. And honestly, even if that steal happens, we're so far ahead on Good Morning's side, you just kill 1 or 2 of them and then go cap your points.
Yep. GG. Quite a dominating performance there by Good Morning. They were really able to take over that match. And it just shows you, a lot of people always talk about how important Zap is, but they shut down that support for so long. I don't know if I've ever seen an Eldegoss at level 3 that long.
It was level 3 at like 5 minutes, right, Spraggles?
It was really, really far. I wish I could remember the exact timing of it, but it truly was forever. And even when it had multiple times where it could get it, it kept getting it stolen. Wow. So now we're heading into the loser bracket finals with Bad Macro, Flipbird, and Good Morning. A team that's faced off before with a 2-1 victory for Bad Macro, which is going to be really interesting to see.
Great. So we're getting our players coordinated into the next. We have 2 or possibly 3 more best of 3s before we wrap up and call it a day. So we're going to have this lower finals, which is best of 3, and then Titan of the esports scene. Team TTV is waiting in the finals, needing to be defeated twice by whoever claws their ways up from the losers bracket that's already taken a best of 3 loss today.
I heard TTV is watching this exact broadcast. They're taking notes. They're getting ready, they said, to win even bigger than before. And don't quote me on that, because I, like you, Jeff, am lying right now.
Well, not only do I like the people on TTV, but if they win their first best of 3, we actually get to get dinner earlier, Spraggles. So, like, there's definitely a small bias incentive here on our part.
Of course. As you and I always talk about whenever we go to break, the most important thing for us is getting early dinner. So we really want that to happen. But at the same time, I want to see an exciting finals. So I think between these 3 teams possibly going at it, Good Morning or Bad Macro are both great teams. They could definitely give TTV a run for their money. But we have seen an absolutely dominating performance by TTV all tournament.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see, so if I remember the team compositions here correctly, the bottom lanes are mirrors. Obviously, there's Lutano's top, but we're going to see some Greninja versus Cinder Ace as a differential between these two groups, assuming they stick to what they did in the previous games.
Yeah, that's right. I just reading the chat. It says, between these three teams, the winner is dinner. Yeah, so with Good Morning, we would have that Greninja mirror, right? But they'd have Venusaur bottom, and with Bad Macro, we'd have Venusaur bottom as well. But we'd also have that Cinderace in the jungle. So it's going to be interesting to see which one of them comes out of this final.
All right, our teams are filing into their lobby right now. It takes 2 minutes so we can catch up on the spectator client anyway, so I'm going to throw to a quick break so we can disable the pre-roll ads on Twitch. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. And remember, don't go anywhere, because after we finish this lower finals, in the first match of the finals, we're going to be doing a giveaway for 10 3,000 AOS gems that are good for Switch on North America. So you will have to be North American and on the Switch, but we're going to have 10 of those to give away, which is it's a good chunk of gems. That's what, like 5 or 6 Pokemon?
That's
or some
lot.
sweet drip.
I mean, that's seriously a ton. That's enough, actually. That's like more than 40 in like real life dollars. That's enough to get you an entire one of those epic skins in this game.
Shout out to the Pokemon Company for hooking us up. So we'll be back in 2 minutes with the start of the lower finals. BRB, folks. All right, chat, welcome back. We are in our lower bracket finals. The winner of this match will go on to face TTV in the grand finals. 3 excellent teams remaining here in the tournament. Highly skilled players that are not here by mistake. Let's dive on in to game 1 of Good Morning versus Bad Macro Flip Bird.
Yeah, this is where it all happens. This is for 3rd place, obviously, and also for the team that gets to head back up and fight TTV. So this is going to be pretty huge. We've got almost a mirror matchup, except for our junglers here.
Yeah, as expected, both of our teams sticking to the lineups they had earlier in the set. Slight differentiation on the jungle. We've seen Bad Macro be a little bit more aggressive in terms of not flipping Zapdos, but specifically flipping Dreadnoughts and starting that sooner. That's Cinder Ace's one big advantage, I think, over Greninja.
Yeah, definitely. And interestingly enough, I mean, a lot of people are obviously freaking out about the Hollowware decision. We do have that gorgeous Mr. Mime Hollowware for Bruv, and Slashy not using it. Will that be the difference? It's hard to say.
The top hat has to give you some type of tactical advantage, right?
Without question. For a moment, you would think it might be another Pokemon or just a man who has wandered onto the arena. And you know, see here.
If you all at home are watching during the finals and you want to get yourself a Mime Steam, we're going to be giving away some gems that you could spend on something like that.
God, Jeff, you're so good. It makes me mad. That's great. Another great throw. Wow, you're incredible.
So, looking at how the early laning went here, a little bit ahead on the left side of our map for Team Good Morning, have a level 4 Mime. Level 4 Mime on the other side too, so pretty close to parity, kind of expected from these two teams. Lucario death up top, though, is a big deal.
Ooh, yeah, we did miss that. It happened pre-Bees here, and that's very, very important. Let's see if Greninja can hold back any of this. It looks like they take pretty much
every bee was secured by Team Bad Macro. And again, this kind of sets the tone for that Dreadnought fight. Obviously, there's still a little bit more that has to happen between here, but having your jungler be ahead there is big. And wow, they're pushing that advantage here.
Yeah, this is a big fight right here. Oh, they do take the Lucario. Can he get out? No, he cannot. Is he able to take Cinder?
Oh, that is a huge turnaround here. Bit off a little bit more than we could chew by Bad Macro.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those moments you always have to wonder, are you going to push the advantage? Are you just going to take what you got there? They had an advantage, and they kind of gave it all up right there, Jeff.
You know, and we kind of talked about, the difference between these two teams is that jungler, and I think we see the advantage of Greninja there in that one-on-one versus Cinderace, why we've seen a lot of teams move towards Greninja.
Yeah, absolutely. The Cinder is going to output more damage, and they're also going to shred some of the tankier Pokemon on the team, but that Greninja's outplay potential is absolutely there.
Looks like the Lucario is still a little bit ahead despite that loss there. And this is really, really clever. Yep.
Yeah.
We lured him in by not giving vision. Can we get him? And he's dead.
Yeah. They got him.
This is giving it back here. And a lot of action this top lane here. Yep. Are we going to kill the Greninja here? Wow, this is huge because now we get to dunk as well and we claim bees. Now they're going to get to bottom sooner here, but this Cinderace is about to come down at 9 almost assuredly.
Wow, I mean, this is just such big moments. That top lane has been on fire this game. Really interesting plays on both sides. Huge swings. Oh,
Light there off we go. A little bit more. And this is, okay. The problem is we're winning this fight, but we're not going to be not quite out yet. And there's a Unite to kill a Lucario.
Yep.
Cinder Ace is ripping some damage here.
We've got the Unite coming in from that Greninja too. So I mean, we just have huge plays all around here.
Yep. One of the things that was notable is we did see side dinos get popped up because we chose to break their point up top.
Yes.
Secure with the Lucario Unite. Love it.
Big moves from Bad Macro here. So my brain was like, I couldn't remember a team name for a second. Big plays by Bad Macro.
Again, there's an objective up top, but it's just a Rotom, chat. The Rotom does not matter if there are things to farm.
If I'm Bad Macro here, though, I do like the look of that Rotom now that secondary goal is up. And with 2 top goals, I'm not super, interested. But now I like it. I like it a lot now. And I wonder if Cinder's going to turn to burn this or if it's just going to sort of watch that path there. And it looks like he is coming back here. They're going to take that Rotom and start to push it down.
Yep, lots really easy for Cinder, especially with a little bit of help here to rip this off. One thing to note, when your Lucario gets ahead, Dexter for the Lucario, they're basically the same level as Cinderace at this point because it's getting so much farm and kills.
Wow, and look at him here just fighting over this bottom goal. And you can't do too much. You know, you're fighting over it, but people with score shields are kind of scoring at will a little bit.
And again, you'll see we got that objective, but we didn't force it in. We didn't attack into the point to the part where the Cinderace overextended. You don't want to give back up that XP advantage you've gained by getting yourself killed.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Cinderace is kind of defending that top point now against Venusaur and Mime, and I don't know if they're basing right now to head back to Dread or if they actually want to stay up there and take that top point. It looks like they actually might stay up there. Yeah, they're continuing this fight.
Yeah, you see Cinderace choosing to play pretty far back at this point, choosing to unite in order to push the Mime off is really interesting.
And a Unite coming down from the Mime.
This is a great turn. This kill is so much catch-up experience.
Wow.
Went from 9 to almost 11 there.
Jeez, big moves from that Mime. And now we're down here at the bottom lane fighting over Dread.
And this is that 420 Dreadnought again. You know, any Unites that are here to give are going off.
Yeah.
Dreadnought is getting low here. We're going to have a flip it situation. Eldegoss is above.
We've got a Venusaur.
Right side team gets it. Bad macro, flip Dread. I'm telling you, they need to change their name, Spraggles.
I think it needs to be good macro, flip Dread. You're right.
And that's one of those things, too, where you'll note that while these Dreadnoughts are far from certain, these are weighted coin flips, right? These are not 50-50 flips that bad macro is taking. And a lot of times in Unite, you're not going to have sure things. You can just get them down and then be more likely to secure the objective.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, especially if you have Pokemon that have consistent, fields of damage on them. Something like Crustal's Stealth Rock, for instance. You put that on an objective and already your odds of taking it, yes, you're still, flipping the objective here. It's a coin flip, but your odds get better and better. You put Sylveon's Hyper Voice, your odds get better and better.
Yep.
You have a Strength Cure, you have Power Up Punch or Talonflame's Fly, your odds get better.
We saw Eldegoss's Unite actually has a pretty reasonable amount of smiting power there. Flip in.
It really does, yeah.
Crazy objective push up top again, just letting the Rotom kind of walk, realizing that they're going to push it off and not pushing in further, instead choosing to go back and do the jungle.
Yeah, so we've got level 13 Cinder, level 12 Greninja. The levels here actually pretty close to in line, a little bit of an advantage for bad macro.
Yep, this is gonna come down to likely who has to be more aggressive at the end here. While the levels are similar, bad macro does have that point advantage, which is going to give them that kind of defender's advantage at the end game where they get to sit back and wait for the opposing team to force the action.
Yeah, and obviously they don't know this, but it's interesting that their point advantage is just over 100 points. I know that you're normally the math guy here, Jeff, but just over 100 points means that even if Good Morning peels off and dunks 100 at some point, they're still behind.
Yep, and that's kind of that good break point to look at when you're wondering, okay, how much do these points matter? Because single dunks in the late game double up for that critical 100-point mark like Sprout was talking about.
Yeah, so here we go. We've actually got two people from Good Morning kind of just stuck here.
And we see this kind of defensive positioning again. We're not flipping the bird, despite what our team name may say. We're just waiting for the blue team to do something. Cinderace farming a little bit, working towards that 15, and everybody's just kind of dancing around, waiting for someone to break open. And with Mime here, we see Mime zoning with barriers here, saying, nah, you ain't coming through this choke. You're going to waste more time running around the bottom or the top.
Yeah, and we see both Venusaur and Lucario are sort of having their own battle in that bottom lane while everyone kind of postures up here. Who's going to move in? Who's going to actually start this fight? Lucario taking out
down.
Eldegoss. Unite's coming down. Mime taking out Greninja. Huge. And
Venusaur's uniting.
Venusaur's heading down here too.
Oh, that was a huge slam. Unite back to stay alive and get that buddy barrier.
You really see that power-up punch is huge against someone.
Now we have
like
two
Venusaur.
people trying to cap, looking to extend that advantage, not actually flipping the bird, but instead looking, okay, we're not 100 points ahead now, we're 200 points ahead, and you have 50 seconds to flip this bird yourself.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's Zapdos or nothing for Good Morning right now.
Yep. And I think we're looking towards the nothing side of that equation here, Spraggles.
It might be. Is Greninja on that? Oh, wow. He's getting chased down by Lucario here. Whoa! Misses that power-up punch. Greninja can maybe take advantage of this and get a double right here. It's so close. Wow. Greninja alive. Takes down one. Oh, almost.
Button, Cinderace comes in to push out. And again, just like the bird. Wait.
Oof. Big Unite there. Big Unite from Cinder. And that's the nice thing about not needing that Unite earlier is you can use it to take out that Greninja there.
Yep.
GG.
Yeah, pretty dominating performance for Bad Macro there, you know? They don't flip the bird, but they do flip those Dreadnoughts, and they're pretty good at getting them. I don't think we've seen them lose a single Dreadnought in these games that we've watched so far.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing an incredible job. And, you know, as you've talked about a lot throughout this tournament, the score doesn't really tell the full story there because you'd look at that match and go, oh, it was pretty close. And I'd actually say near the end there, Bad Macro was in control of everything that happened there. You really needed a Hail Mary play for Good Morning to win there at the end. Even though it looks like a close game, they just had so much more. They had a point advantage for a while. And then after that, Mime puts in that extra 100 points. It's Zap or nothing.
And, you know, to take some macro advice from Bad Macro, I'd really like to highlight something they did at the end of that last game where think back to where they were positioned when 2 minutes hit. When 2 minutes hit, they were in the Zap pit to have control of that. So when the opposing team had to be aggressive because they were behind, they were in a bad spot to actually push it.
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of saw that Good Morning was split in a really unfortunate way. So they had that Greninja in the top, and then they had the Mime and Eldegoss in that bottom bush there, and it just felt like they were kind of being completely zoned out in both areas. So if they got into any engagement, Bad Macro could move their entire team with it if they needed to, and it turns out they actually didn't because they were able to secure multiple KOs when the team was split.
Yep. Yeah, and even how they were split, I think is good to recognize too. Like if you think back, they had Venusaur off from the rest of their group and Lucario in with them because they expected Good Morning's Lucario to be solo, and Venusaur to Lucario is a good matchup for Venusaur when it's on that Pedal Dance Giga Drain build.
Yeah, absolutely. And just able to stop that Lucario from scoring in that bottom lane. Because Lucario scores that bottom lane, I don't think anybody knows exactly where they are, even though they were up by slightly over 100. I think at that point, both teams have to go into, okay, we need to make a move.
Yeah, the communication from the game on the scores can often be a little bit misleading because, you know, it tells you we have a huge lead, but that's just like 100 cap a lot of the time. So like it makes you feel more secure, more behind than you actually are in a lot of these games when you get into that double scoring overtime.
Yeah, I feel like this is bad form for me, but I'll be honest, there are lots of times where I didn't even notice what the alert was. Like we're way ahead, or
I'm right with you. I'll be playing a 5-stack. I'll be like, who saw that? Are we actually up? Are we down? How much? Is it 1 score? Is it 2?
Yeah, this is why I am not one of these top pro players, because I will be making videos and content. I'll be like, I don't know where we're at. We might be behind. And then I see the match. I'm like, oh, we're actually 300 points ahead. I just didn't see any of the alerts.
All right, we are heading down in to our second game here. Bad Macro is up a game against Good Morning. Looks like no team composition changes here for either of our groups.
You know, it's interesting. We saw so much action in that top lane last game. I wonder if it's going to be similar at all, or if both teams are going to try to play a little more defensively, because we saw a lot of KOs and a lot of trading in that top lane.
Yeah, the number of kills we saw early that game was much higher than you tend to see. Something I actually haven't pointed out yet, but you'll note that happened here, so I'd like to mention it this time, is you'll note that these teams don't clear all of those monkeys on the way down. And there's a lot of strategical value in doing that when you're executing these 1-1-3s. The first is you make it to lane to get to contest these last hits a little bit sooner. And the second is it kind of leaves you experience in the bank to give to whoever you want that needs it later. You know, Eldegoss is one farm away from leveling up. You don't want your Eldegoss stuck at level 3 until 5 minutes in the game, Spraggles.
Yeah, we have seen that. And you know what? It's not a great plan. You're absolutely right. And yeah, it really does give you the opportunity to go, who needs this? Who actually needs this? Who needs that hit to evolve? Because unlike Pokemon like Mr. Mime, a lot of Pokemon get stuck at those evolution points. Here we go. Top lane fighting again.
Something kind of interesting here that we see done is the rabbit came up a little bit early. Didn't quite finish its jungle, so it wasn't evolved. Doing it now before these bees. Bees are coming up.
Yeah, they're really being aggressive here in this top lane. Let's see how much are they able to get.
The big one.
Oh, look.
Frog got it?
Maybe.
Well, they both have 18. It could have gone either way. It looks like levels are relatively even here. Both Lucarios are 5. Both junglers are 5. Now, something worth noting here is the rabbit is going right back into the jungle while Greninja is clearing all of this mid farm.
Yeah, it's interesting because Greninja's going to get some experience from that, but it's going to be late to its next rotation. So
yep.
I think Cinder is saying, I understand that Greninja's getting more experience than me, but I'm going to be in lane first, and I'm going to look for a KO.
And we see bad macros Lucario taking a kill up there. You know, this is really big. Not only do you get the experience from getting the kill, but you also get the experience from getting to cap an amount when you're normally not capping anymore.
Yeah, and here we go. They're scoring again up in that top lane. He's up by a whole level, and Cinderace, like I said, already there, so they are possibly able to take that as well.
And we're again at one of those instances where the Lucario here for bad macro is the same level as the jungler.
Yeah. They're letting him have some farm. Here we go. Is there a fight? We have Cinderace. Is it looking to take Greninja? Is it looking to take this Corphish? Greninja coming up here. Power-up punch, hitting that Greninja.
See one of these fights here again. Lucario is low. And again, this is that. Oh, and a killer power-up punch coming across for Lucario here as we head into these bees.
Such a save by that Lucario. Because, I mean, Cinder was going down
was
there.
Was going to lose that 1v1 for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And now they can push on this point, too. Question is, will
Lucario choosing not to break the point. Love it. Yep. Greninja taking the fact that it died and heading down to the Dreadnought early to try and force a flip here while they have an advantage. And I love this. They're just like, well, they're still up top. We'll be 4 to 5 here. We're going to hope to get this. And they get it.
They get it, yeah. Just put a ton of damage on it. That water shuriken is a really, if no one's in your way, it's an amazing secure. It does so much damage so fast.
Yeah, just really good macro awareness from Good Morning here. Like, okay, we lost up top, but how do we turn this loss into an advantage? We can be down sooner. Let's do it.
Yeah, it's where you always want your mentality to be at in this game is like, okay, when we lose Dread, can we make it to Rotom faster? Great. If we lose this point, can we all back and actually get experience quicker than the enemy team? Great. Yep. Let's do that.
See, Lucario up here working on this. Mime looking for a steal, and it gets it. What a beautiful barrier confusion there from Good Morning's Mime.
That was a really nice steal there. And you know what? It's not that big of a deal for bad macro to have this Rotom pushing him, but boy, they wouldn't want it going the other way.
Correct. Yeah.
And actually, I mean, really solid fight there.
Yeah.
From Good Morning. They really turned that situation.
They not only killed the Lucario, but they also got a Unite move out of the Cinderace. So, you know, you don't have to be greedy and chase it down. You technically costed a resource by making it pull that Unite move to stay alive.
Here we go. Just kind of fighting over this point a little bit. Now they're backing up here.
Should see a Dreadnought timer happening any second now here. Will be the next objective on the map that these teams care about.
We do have this mid Audino that there's going to be a little bit of a fight over here. Looks like Lucario is probably going to secure it.
Yep. Yeah, power-up punch letting you just get that incredible amount of damage at the last hit in addition to protecting you from bits of CC here and there.
I don't want to be a broken record, but as I've said many times, the power-up punch powers up, and then you punch, and the advantage is that you end up powering up, and then, of course, punching. That's me. You can
technically
put
correct.
that on a mug.
It's accurate analysis that no one can argue with.
Yeah, it's undeniable.
All right,
Okay,
this is that about 420 dread, 430, 440. There's going to be a lot of unites here. Everybody that's got one is popping it off. Full flip on this objective.
Here we go. And
Good Morning
Greninja
gets
once
it again.
again with that secure. Greninja has great objective secure with that water shuriken. It really does. It's a ton of damage, and unlike something like Power Up Punch, it's not just once. So if one water shuriken didn't do it, the next might.
Yeah, and we see in terms of levels, Good Morning doing very well on the back of their 2 Dreadnoughts. We've got 2 level 12s at this point to a single level 12, and then everybody else at 10 on the other side of the match.
Yeah, it's hard to overstate how important it is to get that dread sometimes, because you have a lot of members of the team that are not, big experience monsters, and they're actually getting leveled up, whereas normally they wouldn't be taking any farm. So it's really great for your supports as well.
Yeah, being able to have your Eldegoss get its Unite at a reasonable time without having to take farm from your carries you'd much rather scale more has a lot of value. And again, just like, there's a Rotom, but this crab is more important, so we're going to go do the crab first.
Yeah. I mean, it's honestly disrespectful, Jeff, how these teams have been treating Rotom this tournament.
I think they've been giving it exactly the amount of respect it deserves, Spraggles.
Wow. The disrespect it's even coming from the casters at this point. Oh my gosh. Fighting over Rotom a little bit here. This Mime is kind of going, I'll try to take it if I can, but I'm not stressed.
Mime tried for the steal. Unfortunately, cannot get 2 perfect thieves in a set here. Again,
we see Venusaur backing, and instead of heading straight down to Dread, just gobbling up all that experience on the top of the map there.
Yeah, not really a big deal. 10 seconds on Dread, so we're going to be a little bit late from the Good Morning side to this Dreadnought. Oh, gosh.
Ooh.
There's a point dive. 50 in for a 29 over. We get to secure these bees as well.
I love these plays from Bad Macro. I swear, when you play a Pokemon like Cinderace, you really don't get to deposit often, and they're very conscious of that, Lucario is going to get to score all those points no matter what, but you as Cinderace, you really don't get a lot of opportunities.
Oh, this fight up here is rough. So we took a fight on their point, assuming they were at Dreadnought, and lost it very hard.
Yeah.
We're gonna take more deaths in the middle here, too, potentially.
Oh, boy.
Wait, was that a Cinderace Unite?
It was a Cinderace Unite. They're going after Greninja. They want him pre-zap, and they got it.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. Are we just ripping the zap then?
I mean, I could see it.
Bad Macro flip zap! They're doing it, Spraggles!
Bad Macro's just taking the bird right now. Here we go.
Oh, look at that!
There we go.
Lucario gave it its darndest, but Bad Macro making Cinderace look really impressive in these games.
I know, right? And what a bold move to throw your Unite pre-zap like that. Know that if you take out that Greninja, they are in so much trouble for that Zapdos fight.
Seems fantastic. So, this is Spraggles actually predicted this. I don't remember if we were on stream or off stream, but he's like, there's a good chance we see a rematch of TTV versus Bad Macro Flip Birds here in our grand finals, and it looks like that's what we're gonna get here.
I didn't want to say this, but I actually am psychic. They use me on homicide investigation, so I do know how this whole thing's gonna go, but I won't reveal anything else, Jeff.
Remember, by the way, chat, both of these teams that are in our finals have players that are coaches on Metafy.gg. These players are not here by mistake. If you want to up your Pokemon Unite game, even if you're not looking to play at the top of the competitive tournament, and you just want to have more fun with your friends, winning a little bit more on the ladder, you're struggling to get to Masters, you want to up your MMR, sessions with these players on Metafy is a great way to do that. This game is incredibly skill-based, and knowing your macro and your micro will give you an edge when you are playing.
It's absolutely true, too. I always think of things like this as how I feel when I read like one book, like a self-help book or something like that. If I could take one good piece of information from something, it's invaluable. And a game like this, when a pro is kind of guiding you along a little bit, even if you take one little piece from them, it's huge.
Chad is asking if you can learn Magic so you can commentate those tournaments too. So apparently Hooglandia is enjoying you today, Spraggle. So thanks for being here to co-commentate. It's been a ton of fun.
Honestly, man, I'm having a blast. I would love to learn Magic. I understand that you do need to tap things to get mana, and there's a blue, there's a red, there's a green. Is there still a white?
There is still a white. It's like the worst color though, so you can mostly forget about it.
Okay, fair enough. I was a blue boy when I played.
Ah, one of those. Chat might like you less now, having admitted that.
Yeah, like me less, Chad. I used the blue deck.
Looks like our players are present. Getting ready to get teed up into our final match. As is the case, our spectator runs a little bit behind of them for tournament integrity. We don't want anybody seeing things that they're not supposed to see. So I'm going to go ahead and throw us to hopefully one last quick break here before we get on into our grand finals. And remember, we're going to have a bunch of AOS coins to give away for North America folks that are playing on Switch. We've got 3,000 coin giveaway codes that we're going to be running through the chat bot here momentarily during this grand final. So don't go anywhere, folks. BRB. Welcome back. We are getting ready to head on into the grand finals of the first Hooglandia Pokemon Unite tournament. Thank you everybody that's been hanging out here all day today with myself and my wonderful co-commentator Spraggles. We have an awesome finals. We have 10 players that are at the top of the game that are not here by accident. Team TTV versus Bad Macro Flipbird, all players that you will regularly find not only making content here on Twitch, they're great people to go follow if you're looking for other content producers to watch, but also at the top of the ladder in Unite all the time.
Yeah, I mean, these are the teams that I've, had my eye on the entire tournament. They go against each other a lot in these tournaments. They've gone back and forth, but so far, TTV has been beating Bad Macro in this tournament. In fact, Bad Macro, interestingly enough, though, is the only team to even give TTV a loss this entire tournament. So Bad Macro had to drop into the losers bracket, beat Good Morning, who has also been an excellent team throughout this entire tournament, to once again face TTV here in the grand finals. And I think if you were to ask people at home, if you were to ask me, we would all say that this is who we'd expect to see in this grand final.
All right, without further ado, let's dive right on in here. I see a Pikachu for Goof's spectator thing, so ooh.
Here we go.
Chris has swapped over to Pikachu. If we remember when they lost in the upper bracket to TTV, they stuck on Venusaur for the entire set.
Yeah, and now both teams running that Pikachu. This is going to be really interesting to see. So obviously, something in that bottom lane, they knew they needed to change it to combat what TTV was doing to them here. So this is really interesting. Although we still see we've got Jiggly over here for TTV, and we have Mime on the other side.
Yeah, still a 2 Pokemon differential between these teams. We got Mime versus Jiggly, and we've got Cinderace versus Greninja. So 7 different Pokemon here in the grand finals for our first game.
Wow, interestingly enough, we do see TTV win that exchange, and now they are running down here. They want this, but the fight's actually happening here. Ooh, almost taking out Eldegoss here. Here we go. Can they steal this as well? I think they did.
I think so. Got that? Oh, Eldegoss. No. But no, you're right. Yeah, Eldegoss is up 5 points. Wow. Big swings. Getting 4 Dinos on the first round here is big.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm wondering if it's a big part of it. Not only is this Pikachu, but we're seeing this double slap here from Wiggly. Both of them now evolved. That double slap seems to be stealing a little bit. Controversial Hollowware. Wow.
This is very, very interesting from the perspective of, we talk about who's ahead in these lanes, and the people who get to 4 before Bs tend to be ahead, and all of TTV is 4 already.
Yeah, we've got the Thunder there from Pikachu. We have the Sleep there. They're actually going in on that Mime. They're not worrying as much about Bs. They're looking for the KOs right here. This is big. Thunder coming out in that back line, and now they end up taking those Bs.
Not only just KOs, but remember, putting damage on the opposing team is also a form of crowd control in a way, because this Mime just has such incredible... Wow, that is a kill on point.
Oh, we got another. Is that another? We have another. Wow, TTV securing a double KO there, now taking top Audino. This is really big for them. They are rocking this lane right now.
Yep. How did our top shake out while we had an exciting bottom lane? It looks like both our Lucarios are 5. Cinderace maybe. Oh, both the junglers are 6. Pretty evenly matched so far up top, but TTV ahead on the bottom.
Yeah, this was a really exciting bottom lane so far, and it looks like top was pretty standard top stuff. Fought over the Bs a little bit. Maybe they both got a little bit of it.
So, something that's really interesting to kind of observe here is that when we've seen 2 Mimes in the bottom lane going head to head, we see the Bs kind of just get flipped in the air, right? Like they both put up barriers, they both confusion, and the Bs get deleted. Whereas the Wigglytuff from TTV gives them a lot more control over what's going on. Oh, they did it again. They did. That was a surf. Oh my God. It's a double kill.
So this is big right here. This is that moment, I talked about this a little bit earlier in the tournament, Jeff. Some teams, when they have an advantage, they really put their foot on the gas here. And I love this play by TTV, knowing that they're winning this bottom lane hard and sending their Greninja down to sort of help clean up this lane.
Yeah, we saw this, we saw a gamble similar to this in their first game when these 2 teams played in the other match earlier today, and it didn't pay off for them then, but man, did it pay off for them there.
Yeah, absolutely. Earlier, I think, that was a more sneaky move, and this was much more calculated, given that TTV had been destroying this lane so hard.
Cinderace and Greninja are both 9 here.
Ooh.
Ooh, Wigglytuff gets deleted.
Yeah, that's bad for TTV.
Bad macro flip Dreadnought.
Wow.
The left side team gets it. TTV pulls it off. I think that's the first Dreadnought flip we've seen this group lose today.
Oh, wow. Wow, whoa.
Big Surf.
If that Surf KO'd another Pokemon there, if that second Surf had
it would have
KO'd
killed
another,
2 or 3 more. Yeah.
Yeah, that would have almost been a full team KO. They're really interesting. And, one Pokemon that I think doesn't get enough credit for being able to steal objectives, but does it so well is Eldegoss. That Leaf Tornado is great at stealing objectives.
Yep. Goof and Lutano working very well here to be 2-2. We see the Flip Birds Pikachu up top.
Yeah. And it looks like everyone's kind of deciding, what do we do really about this Rotom right now? Getting some experience here. Chris is just making sure his Pikachu levels up a little bit. Wants to catch up to Goof, obviously.
I really like the awareness from both these teams. Like, okay, they're leaving 2 people bottom. We want to leave 2 people bottom so we can try and secure this farm. Because remember, because no points are broken, in addition to bees, there's still dinos popping off down here as well.
Ooh, Lutano getting low, but we have a Unite move coming in. We're gonna see
really pushing that level advantage here a little bit, The level. Ooh, this is.
Oh, that confusion right there sets up a double KO.
If Goof trickles into 9, he can rip a Unite and win this fight hard. Okay, Mime's also really low here. Not going to be able to contest these bees particularly well. Yeah. Imagine Pikachu's going to come off cooldowns and try and get these.
He needs to pull back here, obviously, and the Pikachu from Goof so far has been so dominant this game.
Yep. We see this is probably the most priority we've seen a Rotom get this game. Like, they did it, but while the jungle was still up.
Wow.
Giving it a little bit of that respect, like Spraggles was talking about earlier.
Yeah, they did give it some respect. Finally, someone put some respect on that Rotom's name. Finally.
Okay, this is that 420, 430, 3-ish minute Dreadnought number 2 fight that's going to be very colorful. Lots of Unites are about to pop up on your screen here.
We actually don't have a Unite yet for Chris on Bad Macro. We do have one. There it comes. Now we do.
Into it. Okay, and Lutano, something to note here. That Rotom up top, they secured this Dreadnought again. The Rotom up top kept the Cinderace distracted, so it could not be here for this Dreadnought fight.
Yeah, I mean, just really solid so far from TTV, winning that bottom lane early. And we've seen this with a few teams in this tournament. Winning this bottom lane early has set up so many advantageous moments for the team that does it.
Yeah, and it really deleted. And it really highlights why this 1-1-3 metagame has become what it is. Not only is it like this because Lucario is so good as Lucario, but this bottom lane advantage just can snowball so easily.
Yeah. I gotta say, I'm loving this Wiggly play from TTV. I feel like this Wigglytuff is really disruptive, and it's making these team fights so much easier for TTV.
Yeah, I feel like the Wigglytuff is a little bit more of a finesse tool, right? It gives you more control over what's going on in the board, whereas the Mime's just trying to, like, CC by deleting people.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're going to have more damage output from that Mime, or at least it's going to be burstier. And I love bursty damage because a lot of things depend on last hits. But that Wiggly is just so mean. It runs right at everyone's faces, and you kind of have to scatter your entire team when it enters the fight.
Now, looking at levels, the Bad Macro Flip Bird has done a very good job so far of maintaining despite losing objectives. They're only down a single level on their jungler.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously know they need to get all the experience, even if they lose the objectives.
This Rotom really matters. This is a Rotom that will crash after 2 minutes. Lutano is getting some berries here. That was a... Ooh.
I wonder if that was a mistake, like an accident. Maybe a misclick on that move. I don't think there was a good reason to do that.
I think if you're TTV, you're pretty happy with this exchange. You lost 2 people bottom, but they were lower level people, and you got this Rotom. Oh, that was a big shove into Unite. Big. Yep, if Toon dies here, wow. Oh my, this is everything.
This is so huge.
This is huge.
I mean,
Wiggly
had to pull the Unite there.
Yep, Wiggly's Unite came up late too. Remember, Wiggly's Unite shields your team. I don't know if Wiggly was CC'd there or what, but okay, their jungler's down too.
Yeah.
This
So
mind
now
cap.
we're going for a score in the bottom lane. Jeez.
Okay, this is a really close game now. We're within 30 points of each other. We're not even a big cap away from being ahead. We're a small cap.
Here we go. Are they able to take someone with this powered up?
Unites are popping off. What is our Greninja doing? We're trying to get to 15 before we get back in. Interesting.
Just taking a little bit. Well, I guess, you know, you're checking Zap in this moment. You see no one's on it. You can't make it to one of the goals in time, so might as well farm up a little bit.
Yeah, I assume both teams are uncertain at this point who exactly is ahead because there was that big cap put in. They're going to find out, though. Remember, that 1 minute pops up. It tells you who's ahead or behind. And we're going to see one of these teams get pretty aggressive when that happens. And that's going to be Bad Macro Flip Bird.
Yeah. Ooh, and they're putting a lot of damage.
Lutano's putting up another 100 points here.
Ooh. Well, now they know for sure. But we do have Greninja down for TTV, and we have Indy Bear had to pop that Unite move. Wow, what a catch. He caught that Pikachu there.
You know, this is
when do they start Zap?
Yep. 40 seconds left. There is a power-up punch Lucario right there. Ooh. All right. I think this is going to look like a win for even if they get the Zap at this point. Ooh, and TTV locks it up.
TTV takes Zap. They won so much of that fight there. It got a little scary for them when that Greninja got taken out in the top lane, and we saw the Wigglytuff have to use that Unite move. But they are able to secure the win here.
Yep.
Great round.
Really see the strength of Lucario with those attack weight stats, getting to get that extra attack in and hit incredibly hard.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he hits like a truck. What's bigger than a truck? A big truck. He hits like a big truck, Jeff.
And remember, so not only is TTV up a game in this match, but they have not lost a match in this tournament yet. The team Bad Macro Flip Bird does not have a loss to give, so they need to win these next 2 games in this best of 3, and then they need to win another best of 3 to be crowned the champions of this tournament.
That's right. And it's, you know, it's not outside the realm of possibility because they are that good, but TTV is playing great right now. And something I am noticing so much in this tournament today is that bottom lane. Every single game where that bottom lane is really dominant for one team, I think they have been running away with the match. I can't say for sure because I haven't looked at every match, obviously, but that bottom lane seems to be indicative of what's going to happen throughout the rest of the entire match.
Yeah, I don't think we've yet to have a commanding bottom lane that doesn't translate into strong late game.
Yeah. And the chats, obviously, they want those Eos gems. They're fiending for them right now.
I just pinged our producer / my wife / tournament organizer to find out what's going on with the giveaways.
I like that you list her as producer first.
Gotta have all the important titles. Listen, chat, Spraggles and I are on the screen, but this tournament would not be happening today without my wife wrangling not only our own 3 children, but also the 150 children playing in the Pokemon Unite tournament out there on the internet.
That's right. You guys have done a great job.
Oh, apparently there were people posting in chat. The giveaway is not live yet. That's why I was asking to find out as soon as the giveaway is live.
They want those gems.
They want those gems. She's setting up the command. We actually haven't run a giveaway, and this was kind of impromptu. I got them during the stream, so we didn't have this set up in advance. Normally we would. But still, shout out to the Pokemon Company for hooking us up. Free stuff is great.
Yeah, that's really awesome. Very, very cool. I wonder what everyone's going to buy. I'll tell you what I'd buy if I had the gems. I'd buy that bedtime style Wiggly because it's the clear winner. Also, that new Machamp skin is very good. It's so good. Those epic skins, Jeff, are pretty incredible. A lot of people, I'm sure, are freaking out. They want to know, how is the poll going? Right now, with 4.4K votes in, bedtime is crushing bonfire style Wigglytuff, 66% to 15%, and we have 18% of the people who refuse to vote.
Wow. No opinions. Chat, always remember, voting no opinion is like voting for the winner.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, you're throwing your vote away.
Gotta take a stand, make a decision.
People think I'm owned by Big Hollowware, Jeff, but I want to make it clear.
Owned by Big Hollowware.
I have no stake in the Hollowware, except I have to say what I enjoy. Where's the poll? Oh, it's on my channel. I'll throw it in here.
We're having a heated discussion about the best Wigglytuff skin.
It's important. It's important to know.
All right, status on our players are 1 minute into their match, so we'll be into game 2 here between TTV and them in about 2 minutes. My wife is currently setting up the giveaway through the Stream Elements bot. The one there in chat, MTG bot, the giveaway thing wasn't working for it, so that'll be up there. So keep an eye on chat, and I will keep an eye on my messages from her so I can let you know verbally when the giveaway is live.
Perfect. We're going to head into it. So these are the championship moments right here, Jeff. In just a moment, we are going to see what could possibly be the last match of this tournament. If TTV wins here, they win the whole thing.
Do you think we see a lineup change again?
Wow, that's a great question.
Or do you think we'll see another Pikachu mirror in the bottom?
You know, if I can't say what they are going to do, but I'll say that if I was on Bad Macro, I think they were playing better with Venusaur. I'd probably go back to Venusaur.
Yeah, I felt like the games were a bit closer. Like I felt like TTV was in charge of that entire game that we just watched, and they were closer the 2 games where they had Venusaur.
Yeah, that's what it would seem like to me, but who knows? We will find out very, very soon.
One other question too is, we talked about Venusaur versus Pikachu. We could see maybe dueling Wigglypoofs in the bottom lane.
Boy, that would be a big switch, right? Because we haven't seen that change at all from really any team. I think they've all kept consistent with who they are putting in that sort of tankier support role. But that would be really interesting. Yeah,
and in fact, it's the TTV being at the top here. They're the only ones that we've seen in these later rounds playing Wiggly over Mime in that bottom role.
Yeah, I mean, Mime is so incredibly popular because its steal is amazing. Like, Confusion is so good. The stun with it is so good. The Unite move is so good. But Wiggly is an absolute force as well. Sleep is one of the best moves in the entire game.
Yeah, it feels to me like the big difference is Wiggly gives you more control over those early Bs and farm that's happening with its thing, whereas Mime is just like, okay, I'm just going to try and smite these and kind of flip it.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got these big chunks of damage, and he's also just a very tanky, difficult Pokemon to deal with, but Wiggly is a Pokemon that you just can't even be next to because you know you're going to be in such a bad position if that Sing pops up.
All right, let's head on into our game 2 here with TTV versus Bad Macro Flip Bird, shall we?
Here we go. This could be it. This is such a huge round. I mean, I know as TTV, I'm sure they want to shut it down right now.
And this is the same 5 that we just saw, right? So no pivot back to Venusaur, no change up on the tank character. I'm gonna try that bottom lane again. Still Cinderace into Greninja here.
That's right. Here we go. What could be the final round of this tournament. If TTV takes this, they win the whole thing. We're seeing the same matchup as last time. So obviously, people on Bad Macro must be saying, you know what? We had a bad lane. We kind of got tripped up by that Greninja. We can win this.
Yep. And it'll be interesting to see, honestly, the thing that I'm most watching for this game is what does Toon feel like he wants to do in terms of his rotations. He feels like the real wild card in this. A lot of these teams are very clinical in how they line up their rounds, and Toon's been kind of a wild card, which I think is honestly part of TTV's success, that they're not following this direct pattern.
Ooh, I think this mime's in a really tough spot here.
That was a focus ban, though.
Here we go. Wow, everyone is so low. Everyone is so low. Oh, geez. This is just a crazy fight in this bottom lane. Mime down. Is TTV able to get anything else? No.
And honestly, a little bit of a micro thing to note there from Mime is while Mime did end up getting killed there, you'll note once Bruv recognized he wasn't getting out, he stopped trying to get out and just kind of spun around down there, buying time as far away from everybody else as possible.
Yes, and now we still see this Wiggly coming in, and they really are bullying the...
There's our wild card. And the
is.
gambit that didn't pay off last time pays off this time, and we get a kill.
Wow. Really interesting player. And we can actually see, it looks like Cinderace and Lucario in that top lane are actually peeling out of that lane and trying to take some of this farm in the center because of that. Lutano actually ahead.
Yeah, despite being alone, and we are ahead of their Lucario here.
The question is he able to secure this? It does not look like he is. Really close, though.
Crazy rotations here, chasing down Lutano while Lucario makes it back out.
Yeah, we have Eldegoss making their way all the way up there to help out with that fight. And that just means that they are outmanned here in this bottom lane once again. Wow, huge thunder from Chris. That was big.
This is, one of the differences between a good player and a great player is a good player knows what all the regular rotations look like, and a great player knows when they're supposed to not be doing the correct good rotations because something else could be more beneficial.
Yeah, they know when to break the rules. You got to know the rules to know when to break them.
Yep. Lutano here, almost level 7 before this second set of Bs. And both the junglers kind of cheating up the middle here, doing crabs on their way. Although Toon's a little bit under the Cinderace at this point.
Oof. And he's not
Surf
able
in
to
there. I do not think that Surf got a reset.
No.
Or are we losing this fight here?
We got this extreme speed really going in on him. Interesting. We saw power up punch last time, but now we are seeing an extreme speed from Bad Macro.
Okay, so only level 7 for Toon here is rough. And we've actually seen this before too. We saw this in earlier games where Toon is choosing to stay top. Again, kind of being that wild card, be like, I'm not level 9. I'm not going to be super helpful. The rest of the team can just try and flip this Dreadnought. We know Bad Macro loves flipping Dreadnoughts. Maybe we can steal it and we can do some work up top and catch the jungler back up.
Ooh, interesting. They're getting pushed back here, and it looks like they're just going to be able to take this. They're going to look for a steal from TTV, but yeah, that was secured pretty well by Bad Macro. Oh, we got Unites coming in. They really want to push the advantage here. Are they going to be able to get any more out of this encounter? They're looking for a big score.
Yep. And seeing the Rotom go down there, not a surprise to anyone. We see Toon grab some points. I wonder if we're going to stop and dunk here or not before. Doesn't look like it's just going right back into the jungle.
Do they want to break goal or not? And it looks like they don't. Oh, maybe Lutano will.
No, I'd be surprised. Oh, no!
That's
he almost made it out.
Moments.
Even Lutano can't always get away with it.
Just a slight misclick there. Slight aiming issue, and he goes right into a wall.
I'm going to be honest. Spraggles, it makes me feel better about myself when even Lutano does that occasionally.
Oh, I love watching when something doesn't work out for one of the best players in the game because, yeah, I mean, then I go, see, I'm not bad. It happens to everybody. It just happens to me all the time.
Yeah, for Lutano, that's like the first time this tournament that's happened. For me, it's every third match.
Yeah. For me, I get snapback on every other move. I'm like, come on. Here we go. Zugrug eating some berries.
Yep, and we see here kind of the opposite of before. Chris Hero's the one with the Unite on the Pikachu before Goof. Getting to rip that here and possibly kill Toon. And we see the kind of upside to this Surf skill set. You get that second mobility move.
Yeah, absolutely. Multiple dashes, which is really nice.
Okay, both Lucarios dancing around top, getting ready for that second Dreadnought around the 4-minute mark. That very colorful Dreadnought where all the Unites start to explode. If you have one, Goof's still at level 8 here, nowhere near their Pikachu Unite for this fight, is kind of a disaster.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for them. They're just, after not getting that Dread, they're just quite a bit behind here. And they actually have 2 top, and their Eldegoss is just kind of making their way to the bottom now.
Yeah, so we see, I like this play. They're recognizing that, okay, we're behind. We're going to leave some people here so it's not completely free, but we can get more value from our jungler being something else as opposed to it just dying down here because we're behind.
Yeah, and it looks like, that they're obviously aware here, Bad Macro, that there are more people top. So it's just time to once again burn this Dread here. Oh, what an interesting play right there. Making sure to get rid of Eldegoss so it can't steal.
excellent positioning and awareness from this team. Like, wait, we don't have vision on the Eldegoss. Let's just face check some bushes before a leaf tornado makes us incredibly sad.
Fighting here at this bottom goal again. Top goal now down for Bad Macro, and they were able to, TTV was able to take that Rotom, so they're actually going to push this down a little bit. I wonder if they push it or they leave for experience, because boy, there's so much experience on this map.
All right, it looks like chats for people that are, I guess my wife has it best for me. Is this giveaway link good? Let me ping her. We might have the giveaway to enter underway for folks that want to win some AOS gems. Remember, you do need to be in North America, and they do need to have your account on the Nintendo Switch for my codes to work that I've been given.
Oh, that was such an interesting move by Toon there. He pulled them back outside of that goal so the Rotom could go in, which is great. You know, points are being dunked. Obviously, I think he wanted to be able to dash back to score as soon as that happened, but his health was just too low. Really interesting play here, but TTV is now up over 100 points, maybe even over 110.
All right, you can enter the giveaway on Stream Elements. You might need to authorize your Twitch account so it knows there is no purchase necessary, but you have to click a button that says buy tickets. And again, if you are one of the 10 winners through there, you'll get a code for 3,000 AOS gems on the Switch in North America.
So we're here. These are the moments, Jeff. This is big. We're at 230. And interestingly enough, and TTV is also at about 230 points. So right now, Bad Macro is quite a bit behind points-wise. We're heading in the
They're
final
super
moment.
far ahead in these level matchups, right? We've got 113 on TTV side. We've got 2 13s, 2 12s, and 11.
Yeah. So, well, here's a big, well, I was going to say, here's a big bunch of points coming in, but TTV keeps stopping them from scoring here.
Yep.
I think they're going to take this goal. Oh, right at the 2-minute mark, too.
Perfect.
Huge dunk.
Okay.
Big
Ninja's
swing.
going down. Yeah, I think we're going to see a game 3 here in our first match for the finals.
Wow. And the question is, are they burning that zap already? Is Cinder on it?
It is.
He is fighting it.
Okay, and again, you know, we're not necessarily flipping the bird so much as we're getting it low enough to make them want to come in.
Yes.
This is a hitting the Zapdos in instances like this is a tool for controlling the crowd.
And now we see Bad Macro is up. They were able to take those 2 team fight wins, the score in the bottom and the score in the top. They are now ahead of TTV, and TTV is going to know that for sure in about 20 seconds here.
Yep, we're going to see that little message at the 1-minute mark, letting teams know where the points are at. This isn't a huge lead, though, you know, and we see Lucario running up top here for Team Bad Macro, looking to increase their lead so they can maybe get ahead.
Yeah, here we go. 1 minute left. If TTV pulls this out, they win this tournament right now. If not, we go to a game 3.
And possibly a second match.
True. Yeah, possibly a whole second series.
Okay, and now here, TTV, like, okay, I guess we're flipping a bird.
Yeah. Lutano starting zap. Oh, boy.
Okay, there's a kill.
Pikachu getting the KO there. 30 seconds left. They're down by less than 100 points.
Yeah, they only need 1 cap off this bird if they get it. And
they
got
it. TTV got it. They need to run. They have to score a little over 100 points right now. Oh, Lutano's got it.
Lutano, yep.
But we have counter scores coming in. They are running. Let's see.
Okay. Oh my.
385. Oh my
385, 64. I think we're going to a game 3. Too much of Team TTV died. That's 100 going into the bottom.
Whoa,
wow.
Yes, we are heading to a game 3. Oh,
to be fair, they're not called Bad Macro Windbird. They're called Bad Macro Flipbird. And that is, all right. I don't know that we can ask for a better show finish than that one for that game.
What an incredible match. You had, I mean, TTV was up. And then you have that moment where Bad Macro scores. They put themselves in position to win the whole thing. TTV takes Zap, scores, but Bad Macro able to still counter score and win that game. That is such a beautiful play by Bad Macro. They knew they didn't need to stop TTV in that moment. They could just turn around and score on them. From the chat, the point
as far as the giveaway is concerned, we have, my wife says, 62 entrants so far, and I've got 10 codes to give away. So your odds of getting, gosh, how many dollars worth of gems is that? We have $50 worth of gems to give you, chat. 3,050 gems. I would love to give you some gems. So you have a really good shot to get it so far. We'll be picking a winner of that once we know the tournament's over. Once we've crowned a champion, we'll pick a winner. So we might have one more game, or we might have one more game plus another match if Bad Macro is able to flip another bird and still win the game afterwards.
Yeah, so now we are heading into, again, these teams tied it up before and TTV won. Now we're heading into another game. Obviously, Bad Macro, they stuck to their guns with that Pikachu decision, and it really worked out for them. They were pretty dominant through the last part of that match there. The question is, can TTV close this out right now, or do we head to another series?
Players are getting ready to start their thing.
Getting ready to start their thing, baby. Incredible moments there near the end for both teams. You just have these points where at one moment I thought, there it is. Lutano has it. He's grabbing that Eos energy on the ground and he's able to dunk with that zap. They're going to be up. And then you see Bad Macro moving in that bottom lane with Cinder and Mime. Really incredible.
Then, again, to praise Bad Macro for their good macro, something you see players that don't understand the game do quite frequently is they lose the Zapdos and they scatter and try and kill and chase people that are going to dunk. You cannot defend your goals, chat. They are down. Unless someone is at a sliver of health or playing a character like Gardevoir or Ninetales or Pikachu that moves very slowly, your best course to win a game after you lose a Zap is go put your points in.
That's exactly right. There are a few Pokemon that I think it's worth trying to chase a little bit. If it's a Cramorant that doesn't have dive, like you said, Pikachu, Ninetales, Gardevoir, someone with really low mobility that's also quite squishy, if you can get them quick, great. Otherwise, you need to run to the other side of the map, because as soon as the team who took Zap scores, they're going to base and try to land on you. So you really need to bolt as fast as you can to the enemy goals.
Yeah, and it feels kind of counterintuitive in a way too, right? Because up until that point, defending large scores is fairly trivial. So your instinct to, I need to defend here like I do in the rest of the game is something that you really got to overcome.
Yeah, you can't stop them. They could just keep tapping that X button. It's going in. There's no way to stop that. All
right, our players have started their match, so we will have their game 3, which might send us to our second match. Remember, TTV, again, has not lost a match in this tournament. It is double elimination. They beat this team earlier, so they're effectively playing a best of three, kind of, since they made it back to the grand finals, essentially.
Yeah, they're playing a best of three. That's a good way to look at it. It's big here for TTV to try to close this out. I'm not saying this is true of all things, but I think momentum is very powerful. And if TTV loses this one, then all of a sudden
morale is down, even when you're one of the best teams in the game.
That's right. Yeah, I think so. And I think TTV wants to put this away right now. They don't want another series here. Bold prediction, but Jeff, I think they want to win this thing.
They do want to win this thing. And if you want to win something at home and you play in North America on the Nintendo Switch, be sure to click that link to get into the tickets giveaway there. If you're just joining us for the giveaway, welcome, or the grand finals here for tournament. My name is Jeff Hoogland. I stream full-time here on Twitch. I do Pokemon Unite. I stream some Magic the Gathering. We do other variety games. I'm here Monday through Friday during the week for 30 to 40 hours usually. Feel free to stop by again sometimes. If you love Pokemon Unite, and I'm sure most of us do, be sure to check out my Pokemon Unite dedicated YouTube channel as well. 7 days a week, I post a 2-match highlight there, highlighting a different Pokemon every single day. I talk through the Pokemon that I'm playing, what items it's using and why. If we're playing in a 5-stack like I frequently am, I run through what that 5-stack is trying to accomplish and why we picked the roles that we're picking. My co-commentator that's been awesome all day here today, Spraggles, is another wonderful source for daily Pokemon Unite content. Be sure to check out his stuff on YouTube every single day there.
Yeah, please do. And I don't want to make this a competition. You don't need to not look at Jeff's content to look at mine. I know the chat's freaking out. Who do we choose? You can choose both. Watch both of our Pokemon Unite content.
And we both make both of our YouTube channels. I actually watch a good amount of Spraggle's stuff as well because he makes excellent content. It is pretty bite-sized stuff like I do as well. Most of our videos each day are under half an hour. Very easy to fit an hour of awesome Unite content into your daily schedule.
Yes, absolutely. I appreciate people's time, so I don't want to make every video 5 hours long, but I might upload a 5-hour long video very soon.
Sometimes one of the times I usually I play a bunch off stream and I try and grab my best matches to highlight. And there was one day where we just went on a 12 match tear with a 5-stack, and I was like, nah, I'm just uploading this whole thing. I can't pick.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, if I ever had a win streak, Jeff, then I might try something like that as well.
Great. Should be any second now. Spectator, we choose you. Let's do it. Game 3 of TTV versus Bad Macro. Flip Bird is underway here.
This is huge. This could shut down this whole thing. TTV had an opportunity to shut down the series last game, and they have one more opportunity right now. If Bad Macro wins, they put themselves in a great position. They reset the entire series here. Let's see it.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Team TTV decided to just give us a longer final so more people at home have a chance to enter the giveaway for the gems.
If there's anything I know about TTV, that's what they're most concerned with is the gem giveaway and that people have enough time to enter it. I'm sure of it.
They're a team of the people, Spraggles.
That's right. Yes. And Bad Macro, at the same time, Bad Macro wants to win this thing too, but specifically to extend the giveaway time.
Exactly. They're all team players here.
Yeah. And I did message some of them, and I'm like, hey, we've got this giveaway going on. And they already said, don't worry, we're on it. We know.
Team TTV getting ahead in this early lane here again. We see Pikachu and Eldegoss picking up things. Again, one of the easiest ways to track when you're watching this at home who's hitting what. You'll see people pick up that Eos energy, that little yellow number there lets you know who's getting these last hits on the farm as they collect it.
Yeah, we've got Wiggly at 4. We've got Eldegoss going to evolve here in just 1 sec. Oh no!
Oh no!
Just
Maybe
slightly off.
That.
But you know what? We don't have an Eldegoss from Bad Macro either.
Yeah, Team TTV having slightly more force here as well. Let's take a peek at what's happening up top here. Ooh, that's close.
Pop the focus band there, and now they are chasing.
Oh, and a little bit of CC on Lucario's boosted, and then the punch. And then the dash out.
Interesting.
Cinder Ace choosing to just bail out and get as many of these contested crabs as possible. Again, these are how you gain your little edges in the early game. Getting more of that contested farm. Chris buttoning in and biting off more than he can chew, but Goof doing the same here. Getting a trade 1-for-1 here. Pretty clean. Too hard to be upset with that on either side.
Yeah, what a confusion there by Bruv. Notice what was happening. Yes, they're going to be diving that Pikachu, but
wow, that score. Wow.
It can.
He can't keep getting away with it. The 1-point scores. Oh no.
I was gonna say if there's any way Lutano makes it out of this, that would just be unbelievable.
I was gonna be very upset, Spraggles, if he made it out of there alive.
Wow. And yeah, Goof now back in the lane. Chris now back in the lane. We traded Pikachus there.
Doing decent levels on each side here. A little bit ahead for Team TTV. Almost all level 6 here, while only level 5s for Team Bad Macro Flipbird.
There we go. Ooh, big confusion into that barrier there.
These are happening in 5, and Cinder Ace is a little bit behind in their rotation here. Gonna not quite be at the top when they come up. Oh, hit it just in time. Oh, and Lutano is lying in wait, trying to push them off here.
Yeah, really wailing on that Cinder there. Now they're all backing here.
Again, looking at these jungles, Toon halfway to 9, and our Cinder just now taking 8 here.
Yeah, I wonder if Greninja's moving back through the middle. He wants some of that farm right now. Oh, and they're chasing down. They're actually getting some KOs here. They actually caught Cinder out. Wow.
Man, that's big. Still not level 9, but we're working there. This crab's gonna get us close.
If nothing else, the fact that they were able to catch Cinder there gives Toon enough time to casually farm that center area without having to worry about running down there immediately. And he's going to have 9 here for the fight. We have the Unite move. Let's see what happens. There it goes. Unite from Toon. Pikachu's down.
Into that backline again, just having, and the Surf for the kill.
The Surf on Pikachu and on Cinder. We have a 3 KO right now, and they easily take that Dread there. Big win for TTV, and it looks like they're going to push their advantage onto this goal. Do they continue to take more? And the question is, do they break goal? Ooh, big confusion there.
That was a big confusion to stop that cap for sure. Pikachu able to get a little bit in. I assume we're going to try and bail out at this point. We don't want any deaths here. Indy getting out as well is pretty big.
Wow.
Oh, maybe.
Did Indy make it out of here?
Yep.
Jeez. Great job. Oh, and look at that. We have a smoke screen Greninja able to come back down into this fight without anybody being able to see it.
Yeah, Toon kind of just bucking all the rules for what people accept Greninja to be. You know, we're on Surf Smokescreen like it's the first week of release here.
Yeah, it is really interesting to see that too. I've also seen Toon run Leaf Storm on Decidueye, so he does not always ascribe to what people believe the meta is.
Yeah, and I think so that people lock themselves into certain movesets too frequently on these Pokemon, and you really get rewarded for branching out in spots.
Yeah, it's something you brought up earlier that I think is such an amazing point. People don't know how to play against it because they never see it.
Yep.
You know? Here we go, Lutano. Fighting pretty
Lutano
well.
and Indy Frog coming back up from the bottom as well.
Got 2 bottom both teams. Essentially 3 top both teams. We've got Toon, and we've got
again,
their
just
Cinderace.
pointing out the complete and total lack of respect for the Rotom. The Rotom literally matters less than every crab on the map. Nobody cares.
It's really sad, and yeah, I don't know what to say about it. It's just so disrespectful.
Greninja soloing this very quickly. I assume we're just letting this walk. Oh no, we can kill this for sure.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's
Unite coming in.
And that's a Unite. Okay.
They're pushing him back here.
Are we gonna stay with this fight? Or the Rotom went in. That's an interesting one.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna have this big dunk here from Toon, so that's really nice. Bottom lane, it looks like Cinder's gonna be rotating down there, so it'll be at Dread before Greninja, which is important.
Yep. Something that's worth noting there is Greninja does have one of the longer recharging Unites in the game, and we were a little bit above 4 minutes there. So perhaps Toon just firing it off on the off chance Cinder was still there, so they make sure they still have it back for Zap.
Got another Unite coming in. Got the Mime Unite coming in. I don't think we've seen Wiggly's.
Yep, this is that 3.5 minute Dread. You want to fire off any Unites you got right about this point. There's the Pikachu.
Yep,
pushing in
Pikachu
to push that Cinder off.
Eldegoss in the air.
Yep.
Does Zug still have it? We don't know. Oh, Greninja takes it.
Greninja with the Surf. Both the Lucarios off doing Lucario things up top on their own, like the rest of the game doesn't exist.
Yep, that's what Lucario likes to do. It likes to be away from everything going on.
Big dunks here.
I to take that goal.
And not only did they take the goal, but again, they importantly got to take that goal with their characters that don't score shield.
Yes. Yeah. Very, very big brain moves by both these teams. You see it done with Bad Macro with Cinder as well. These are characters that have a hard time scoring. You do not score a lot as Pikachu. You do not score a lot with Greninja. If you have an opportunity, let them put the points in instead of the Lucario who scores all game without even trying.
Despite missing the Dreadnoughts, levels are relatively evenly matched. I lied. Toon is already at 14, and we're only 12.5. So a little bit of a leg up for Team TTV here. Got to be feeling good if you're with them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, TTV is in a really good position right now. They're up experience-wise. They're up point-wise. This Rotom, if it goes towards TTV, it really doesn't mean too much, but it means a lot if it heads the other way.
Yeah, this is the freest roll of Rotoms. Whoa!
Whoa! We have Unites coming down. That Pikachu is turned into dust. Here we go. TTV pushing hard on this goal. Do we wait? They don't wait. They're taking it. Right on time.
That was 150. Right on the mark. What?
Right on time.
Absolute professionals.
I mean, TTV is just in such a good position right now.
I love that.
They in a little scary place right here.
No, come on. That's Lucario. He just like triple dashed and we're gone.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. You can't stop Lucario. Wow, TTV is setting this up right here. They're getting ready to close out this series. Bad Macro they need to win big here.
Now, it is worth noting that for that big play at the end there, Greninja did have to use its Unite to do that. So they are technically down a Unite in this end game fight. The question is it going to matter?
Oh, we got Unites coming down.
Yeah, it could matter. This is where it'll matter, where all the colors pop off.
Ooh, that was a beautiful Leaf Storm there.
Nobody's died yet. Orange team is all real low. 2 dead, 3 dead.
Wow.
I think we have our tournament winners.
I think we do. I think they just sewed it up right there. 4 down.
4 dead.
It looks like Cinderace is...
This is the tough part, you know. We don't even have a level 13 for Zap.
Oh, wow. And
the bird
TTV
is gone.
Actually taking Zap here. GG. Your tournament winners.
Undefeated throughout the entirety of the event. Team TTV asserting their dominance on Hooglandia's first Unite Open.
Is there a Hooglandia Cup? That's the question. What do they get? Do they get a badge? Do they get a medal?
They get $250 in cash prizes, I believe.
Even better than a medal.
Was our first place prize, sponsored by Metafy.gg. And if you want to reward the players on that team a little bit more and check out our wonderful sponsor, most of the players, all the players on that team are coaches over on Metafy. You can click that link in chat, metafy.gg/Pokemon-Unite, and get some sponsoring and up your game from them. Get some tutoring from the sponsor and up your game from them. Let me find out. We got more winners to crown though, by the way. Let me ping my lovely wife and find out how we figure out who's won this giveaway here real quick. You have 1 more second to click on the ticket link in chat and enter if you haven't already.
I refuse to click it. I don't want to be a part of it because if I win, I feel like there'll be an uproar.
Spraggles is very lucky, and it would be unfair for him to disrupt the balance.
True. Yes. I often find myself to be very, very fortunate. It's been fortunate that I've got to be here with you, Jeff. This was a little slice of heaven, my friend.
I think you're learning. That was a great transition there is the word. Fantastic.
I've noticed how you do things. You're very good. I'm picking up little tips here and there. You're basically my Metafy coach, Jeff.
The context shill is key. My wife is closing out the giveaway now, and we'll have winners here in a second.
Oof. 10 winners, right?
Yes, we have 10 codes to give away. If you are one of the people that wins the giveaway through the stream elements that we had people click to enter, you will want to DM Krillydactyl on Twitch here, and she will post in chat once we pull that up, so you can easily click on her name and do that, and she will hook you up with the code that's good for gems in North America. So thanks everybody for Yahtzee, by the way. This is awesome. If you missed any of the coverage, I'm going to pull definitely the finals and put it up as a highlight on my Pokemon YouTube channel. I'll probably put the full Uncut thing on my full Stream Archives YouTube channel as well for people that want to watch it start to finish with all the matches. We had a lot of fantastic matches.